The people of Rome always felt a deep pride in their roots, in their origin, devoutly believing that their magnificent city was not born by chance, but by divine will, by the predestination of higher powers. The most famous and revered legend surrounding the founding of the city is the moving story of Romulus and Remus, two brothers whose destinies, as if by magic, intertwined on the banks of the Tiber River, where they were destined to become not just inhabitants, but the founders of the greatest city in history. This myth, like a precious relic, was passed from mouth to mouth, from one generation to the next, and even after many centuries, overcoming all the vicissitudes of fate, the Romans proudly and with unwavering confidence considered themselves direct descendants of Romulus, the first king of Rome, a man whose name is forever inscribed in golden letters in the annals of history. The story begins in the distant past, in the ancient city of Alba Longa, which, according to legend, was founded by none other than the descendants of the legendary Trojan hero Aeneas. After a series of generations, the wise king Numitor ruled there, but his younger brother, driven by an insatiable thirst for power, Amulius, decided to seize the throne at any cost, not disdaining any means. To get rid of the threat from the rightful heir forever, he ruthlessly exiled Numitor and gave the cruel order to kill all his descendants so that no one could ever challenge his right to power. Subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. There are many more interesting videos to come, and we'll continue on. However, Numitor had a daughter, the beautiful Rhea Silvia, and Amulius, being a cunning and calculating man, found another way to get rid of potential contenders for the throne, a way that he believed would forever deprive Numitor of hope for the continuation of his lineage. He forced her to become a Vestal Virgin, a priestess of the goddess Vesta, the guardian of the home. Vestal virgins, entering this sacred office, took a vow of celibacy, a vow of chastity, and this was to ensure that Numitor would have no heir, no hope of regaining the throne. But fate, as is known, is unpredictable and sometimes presents the most unexpected surprises. One day, the mighty deity of war, Mars, appeared to Silvia, and soon she gave the world two beautiful boys, twins, Romulus and Remus. When Amulius learned of this, he was overcome with uncontrollable rage. His cunning plans were collapsing like a house of cards. He did not dare to raise a hand against the sons of Mars himself, fearing the wrath of the mighty god, but still ordered the helpless infants to be thrown into the turbulent waters of the Tiber, hoping that the river would swallow them up and forever rid him of the threat. However, at that moment, the river overflowed its banks, flooding heavily, and the basket with the infants, fortunately, did not drown, but got stuck among the dense reeds at the foot of the Palatine Hill. It was there, according to legend, that they were found by a she-wolf who seemed to have been sent by the gods themselves. Instead of tearing the helpless infants to pieces, she, driven by maternal instinct, began to feed them with her milk like her own cubs. Later, this touching scene would become one of the most recognizable and revered symbols of Rome, a symbol of mercy, protection, and maternal love. The Romans proudly minted the image of the she-wolf feeding the infants on coins, painted on frescoes that adorned the walls of their homes and carved in stone, immortalizing this miraculous moment for posterity. Sometime later, a passing shepherd, a kind and compassionate man named Faustulus, found the boys and, touched by their helplessness, decided to take them home. He and his wife, Acca Larentia, raised them as their own sons, surrounding them with care and love. The brothers grew strong and brave, grazed cattle in the green meadows, hunted in the forests, learned to fight and defend themselves, preparing for adulthood. They were rebellious, unafraid to get into fights, standing up for what they believed in, and always defended the weak and needy, showing nobility and justice. Once, in a fierce battle with shepherds from Alba Longa, Remus was captured. He was brought to King Amulius, who, fortunately, did not yet know who he was, and did not suspect that he was one of those he had once ordered to be killed. Meanwhile, Faustulus, sensing trouble and realizing that further silence could lead to tragedy, told Romulus the truth about their origin, revealing the secret of their birth and the true identity of their grandfather. Learning that they were the grandsons of Numitor, the rightful ruler of Alba Longa, Romulus, driven by a sense of duty and a thirst for justice, gathered a band of young warriors, attacked Alba Longa, freed his brother, and overthrew Amulius, restoring justice and returning the throne to his grandfather. They returned the throne to their grandfather, but did not want to stay in Alba Longa. Another, greater destiny beckoned them. The brothers, full of determination and ambition, decided to found their own city on the banks of the Tiber, right where the river had once carried them, where they had been saved and had grown up. But a dispute arose between them as to where exactly to build the city, on which of the hills. Romulus insisted on building the city on the Palatine Hill, while Remus preferred the Aventine. In the end, they decided to resort to the ancient divination of birds, because according to established Roman traditions, the gods themselves had to give a sign, indicating the place for the construction of the new city. Remus was the first to see 6 eagles soaring proudly in the sky, but soon Romulus noticed as many as 12. This was interpreted as a clear and unambiguous sign in favor of Romulus, as the will of the gods, determining the place for the foundation of a great city that was destined to become famous throughout the world. Romulus immediately began building the long-awaited city, carefully tracing the sacred boundaries with a furrow, boundaries that were to protect Rome from enemies and ill-wishers. However, Remus, driven by envy and resentment, could not accept that his brother would become the sole ruler of the new city. In a brazen mockery of his brother and of the very concept of sacred boundaries, he contemptuously jumped over the dug ditch, showing in every way that he was not at all afraid of either the boundaries or the power of Romulus. This audacious act of Remus triggered an uncontrollable fit of anger and rage in Romulus. Blinded by rage, he killed his brother, without thinking about the consequences. Later, the Romans, seeking to justify this terrible act, explained it by saying that anyone who dared to encroach on the borders of Rome, who showed disrespect for its power, would inevitably be punished with death. Thus, Romulus, staining his hands with the blood of his brother, remained the sole ruler of the new city, which in his memory received his name, Rome. April 21st, 753 BC, is considered the official date of the founding of the city of Rome, and the Romans, feeling a deep sense of patriotism and pride in their history, celebrated this day with annual solemn festivities full of joy and fun. Becoming the rightful king, Romulus, possessing an extraordinary mind and foresight, laid the solid foundations of the future state, a state destined to become one of the most powerful in the history of mankind. He divided the people into patricians, representing the nobility and aristocracy, and plebeians, who made up the bulk of the common people. Romulus organized a council of elders, wise and experienced men, which would later become the famous Senate, and created the first laws governing life in the new state. There were not enough women around young Rome needed to continue the lineage and strengthen the state, and then Romulus, showing cunning and guile, set up an ingenious trap. He invited the neighboring Sabine tribes to a lavish feast, and during the celebration, when the Sabines lost their vigilance, the Romans, according to a prearranged plan, kidnapped their women to make them their wives. This scandalous episode went down in history as the rape of the Sabine women. Romulus ruled the city for many years, wisely and justly, and the Romans, feeling deep respect for their ruler, believed that he did not die like an ordinary mortal, but was taken up to heaven by the gods, receiving immortality. He began to be revered as the god Quirinus, the patron of Rome, the protector of the city and its inhabitants. Thus ended the story of the first king of the city, which would one day become the brilliant capital of a great empire, an empire that would conquer half the world. After Romulus founded Rome and became its first king, rule in the city, as it should be, passed to his successors. For almost 2.5 centuries, Rome remained a kingdom ruled by 7 kings, each of whom contributed to the development and prosperity of the city. The first of them were Latins and Sabines, peoples who inhabited Latium, an area in central Italy where Rome was located. However, over time, the influence of the neighboring Etruscans, a more developed and powerful people, became so strong that rulers of Etruscan origin ended up on the throne. These were Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus. They were not direct descendants of Romulus, but it was during their reign that Rome, thanks to their efforts and reforms, turned from a small settlement into a powerful city-state, ready for further conquests and prosperity. Romulus, as the ancient legend says, ruled for many years and disappeared under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind many questions and secrets. The Romans believed that he was taken up to heaven by the gods, receiving divine honor and immortality. After him, local rulers, Latins and Sabines, became kings at first. But when the influence of the Etruscans increased, power in Rome gradually passed to the Etruscan dynasties, which became an important turning point in the history of the city. This is because the Etruscans, who lived north of Rome, were stronger and more developed than the Romans, and the Romans actively adopted many of their achievements: architecture, the system of government, military traditions, and culture. At some point, the Etruscans not only influenced Rome, but also began to rule it, establishing their power over the city. The first Etruscan king was Tarquinius Priscus, an ambitious and energetic ruler. He arrived in Rome from Tarquinia, one of the powerful centers of the Etruscan civilization. Thanks to his abilities and persuasive skills, he managed to earn the respect of the Romans and become the ruler of the city. He was succeeded by Servius Tullius, who, according to legend, was not of noble birth. Yet, through his intelligence and outstanding abilities, he managed to gain power and leave his mark on the history of Rome. His daughter later married Tarquinius Superbus, the last Etruscan king. Being a cruel and despotic ruler, he was eventually overthrown by the rebellious Romans. With the reign of the Etruscan kings, a new era began in Rome, an era of change and transformation. They rebuilt the city, giving it a more majestic appearance, erected temples in honor of the gods, strengthened the walls, protecting the city from enemies, organized an army, and carried out important reforms that had a significant impact on the future of the Roman state. However, the era of Etruscan rule came to an end when the Romans, tired of their despotic rule, revolted, expelled Tarquinius Superbus, the last Etruscan king, and founded a republic, proclaiming freedom and independence. Despite this, the rich legacy of the Etruscans, their culture and achievements, remained forever in the history of Rome, significantly influencing its further development. The Romans, showing wisdom and pragmatism, continued to use Etruscan methods of governance, built according to their model, admiring their architectural skill, followed their religious traditions, and even adopted their rituals, such as predictions based on the flight of birds, believing that divine will was revealed in them. Rome did not arise from nowhere, as if by magic, nor did it develop in isolation from other peoples. Its formation, its culture and traditions were influenced by many peoples with whom it came into contact. However, the greatest influence was undoubtedly exerted by the Etruscans, a mysterious people who lived north of Rome in the territory of modern Tuscany. Long before Rome made a name for itself, the Etruscans had created an advanced civilization with rich cities, powerful fortresses, and a complex social structure, a civilization that amazed the imagination of contemporaries. When Rome was just beginning to grow as a small and unremarkable settlement, the Etruscans were already actively trading with the Greeks and Phoenicians, building magnificent temples, creating powerful armies, and possessing advanced technologies ahead of their time. The young city, finding itself near their influence, inevitably adopted much that later helped it become the center of a mighty power, destined to conquer half the world. The Etruscans taught the Romans to build truly large cities, transforming them from small settlements into thriving centers of trade and culture. In early Rome, the streets were narrow and chaotic, but Etruscan engineers, possessing advanced knowledge in the field of construction and urban planning, introduced a clear planning system. Straight roads connecting different parts of the city, spacious forums serving as a place for meetings and trade, quarters for the nobility and artisans reflecting the social structure of society. It was they who built the first temples dedicated to the gods, one of the most significant of which was the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, which was erected by Etruscan masters, investing all their skill and craftsmanship into it. It was in this temple that the Romans began to offer sacrifices to the main gods of their pantheon, Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, honoring them as patrons of the city and its inhabitants. But the Romans did not only borrow buildings from the Etruscans, they also adopted a great deal in religion, in their beliefs and rituals. The Etruscans were obsessed with divination and believed that the will of the gods was manifested in various signs that could be seen in the world around them, in the flight of birds, in the rumble of thunder, in the entrails of animals. The Romans adopted this custom and created an entire system of priests, each of whom was responsible for a specific type of divination. Augurs predicted the future by the behavior of birds, interpreting their flight and cries, while haruspices divined on the livers of sacrificial animals, trying to decipher the will of the gods. No wars were started, no temples were built, no state decisions were made without their permission, believing that this was the only way to gain the support of the gods and ensure success in their endeavors. Also, the Etruscans had a significant impact on the Roman army, on its organization and weaponry. The first Roman wars with neighboring tribes were fought according to Etruscan models, which indicates the significance of Etruscan influence. They used bronze armor, characteristic of the Etruscans, and adopted their combat tactics, which allowed them to effectively fight enemies. Even the military organization of Rome partially repeated the structure of the Etruscan troops, although over time the Romans significantly improved it, creating one of the most effective armies in history. The system of government in early Rome also largely followed the Etruscan example, which indicates the profound influence of the Etruscans on all spheres of Roman society. Although the Romans expelled the last Etruscan king, putting an end to Etruscan rule, much from the royal period was preserved in the Republic, which speaks of the continuity of power and traditions. For example, the Senate, which under the kings was just a council of nobles, eventually became one of the main bodies of power, playing an important role in the management of the state. In addition, popular assemblies, where important issues were resolved, were also borrowed from the Etruscans, demonstrating their contribution to the development of the Roman political system. Even the daily life of the Romans bore the imprint of Etruscan influence, which speaks of the deep penetration of Etruscan culture into Roman society. It was the Etruscans who brought to Rome the tradition of gladiatorial combat, which later became one of the most popular entertainments in Rome. With them, this was part of a ritual dedicated to deceased noble people, when slaves fought among themselves on the graves of their masters, demonstrating their strength and agility. The Romans, showing pragmatism, adopted this custom and turned it into mass entertainment, which became an integral part of Roman culture and a symbol of the era. Although the Etruscans eventually disappeared as a people, dissolving into history, their trace in the history of Rome remained forever, like an indelible stamp. They taught the Romans to build cities, organize power, effectively wage wars, appeal to the gods, leaving a rich legacy that the Romans skillfully used. Everything that later became the foundation of Roman civilization, everything that glorified it throughout the world, is to some extent connected with this ancient people, who were once much more powerful than Rome itself, whose civilization flourished long before Rome made a name for itself. After the founding of Rome, power in the city was in the hands of kings, but their status, their powers, and even the very fact of their existence are still the subject of heated debate among historians, raising many questions and discussions. Ancient Roman tradition speaks of 7 kings who ruled before the establishment of the Republic, 7 rulers who left their mark on the history of the city. However, the first rulers, who lived in the distant past, are more like legendary characters than real historical figures who actually existed. Their images were formed in oral traditions, passed down from mouth to mouth, and in later records that the Romans began to keep hundreds of years after these events, when it was already difficult to separate truth from fiction. Therefore, the question remains open. Was the royal power in Rome a real political system that actually existed, or is it just a mythologized past that the Romans invented to explain their roots, to give grandeur to their history? The first Roman king, the legendary Romulus, a figure whose history is inseparable from the myth of the creation of the city, whose name is forever associated with the founding of Rome. According to legend, he was the son of the god of war Mars, and grew up being suckled by a she-wolf, which speaks of his divine origin and special connection with the world of nature. He was credited with establishing the Senate, the popular assembly, the first laws, and the military organization, which testifies to his outstanding abilities and talent as a statesman. However, it is difficult to imagine that one person, even with extraordinary abilities, could lay the foundations of all the institutions of the state, creating a complex system of government. His image rather served as a symbol of the beginning of Roman history, a symbol of the founding of the city, and did not reflect real events that actually took place. After Romulus, Numa Pompilius became king, a wise and just ruler. He was presented as a wise ruler who established the cult of the gods, priestly colleges, and religious traditions that defined Roman life for centuries, having a profound impact on their culture and beliefs. According to legend, he received advice from the goddess Egeria, which makes his image more sacred than historical, emphasizing his connection with the divine world. His peaceful policy contrasted with the military activities of Tullus Hostilius, the next king, who allegedly completely ignored religious rites and was only engaged in conquests, expanding the territory of Rome. Such a sharp change in the character of the rulers raises doubts about their historicity, making one wonder how true the legends about the first Roman kings are. It seems that the Romans created a succession of kings, where one ruled in peace, taking care of the well-being of his subjects, and the other with a sword, expanding the borders of the state. The fourth king, Ancus Marcius, was described as a continuator of the tradition of Numa, and at the same time as a military leader, combining wisdom and strength. It was under him, according to tradition, that the first wooden bridge across the Tiber was built, connecting different parts of the city, and Ostia, the first Roman colony and seaport, was founded, which contributed to the development of trade and the strengthening of the economy. However, there are practically no reliable sources confirming the existence of these rulers, which leaves room for doubt and speculation. Their images look more like idealized figures, reflecting different aspects of Roman identity: piety, militancy, statehood, which suggests that they were created to serve as an example for future generations of Romans. The real story of Rome begins with the Etruscan kings, Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus, rulers who left a more noticeable mark on the city's history. There is archaeological evidence of the construction of defensive walls that protected the city from enemies, temples dedicated to the gods, and engineering structures that demonstrate the development of technology and architecture. These kings likely existed, and their reigns played a vital role in the formation of Rome, transforming it into a strong and prosperous state. The Etruscan kings, who ruled Rome for a period of time, significantly strengthened and rebuilt the city, giving it a more majestic and modern appearance. They erected the first stone temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, a magnificent structure dedicated to the chief god of the Roman pantheon. They strengthened the city walls, protecting it from enemies, carried out military reforms, and organized a system of social classes reflecting the structure of Roman society. However, the reign of the last king, Tarquinius Superbus, became too cruel and tyrannical, causing discontent and outrage among the Romans. He ruled without the consent of the Senate, ignoring the opinion of noble citizens, suppressing any opposition, eliminating his enemies, and maintaining his power only through fear and repression, resorting to any means necessary. A key event that led to the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the Republic was the tragic story of Lucretia, an honest and virtuous woman. According to tradition, Lucretia was the wife of a noble Roman, Collatinus, and was universally respected. She was known for her virtue and fidelity to her husband, serving as a role model for all Roman women. However, the son of Tarquinius Superbus, Sextus Tarquinius, driven by lust and impunity, forcibly violated her, committing a heinous crime. After this, Lucretia, unable to bear the shame and humiliation, took her own life, preferring death to dishonor. Before her death, she called on her relatives and friends to avenge her and to banish the tyrant, freeing Rome from his oppression. This call was answered by Lucius Junius Brutus, a descendant of one of the aristocrats killed by Tarquinius, a man of honor and principle. He gathered supporters, organized a rebellion, and led the expulsion of the king, ending the era of the monarchy in Rome. Tarquinius, realizing that he was losing power, tried to enlist the support of other Etruscan cities, hoping to regain his throne, but the Romans, tired of his tyranny, rejected his rule, proclaiming freedom and independence. In 509 before the Common Era, he was finally banished from Rome, and Rome became a republic, opening a new chapter in its history. The overthrow of Tarquinius Superbus not only freed Rome from the monarchy, but also laid the foundation for a new form of government based on the principles of liberty and justice. There were no more kings, and instead, power passed into the hands of consuls, who were elected for 1 year, preventing the concentration of power in one person's hands. The Senate and popular assemblies gained more authority, participating in the administration of the state, and the main goal of the new state structure was to prevent a return to tyranny, to avoid a repetition of the horrors of the reign of Tarquinius Superbus. For centuries, the Romans harbored a hatred of monarchy, considering it a symbol of oppression and lack of freedom. Anyone who tried to concentrate too much power in their hands became an enemy of the state, subject to universal condemnation. Later, during the Republic, even great commanders like Julius Caesar faced suspicion if their influence became too strong, which speaks to the vigilance of the Romans regarding any manifestations of tyranny. The overthrow of the kings became a symbol of Roman freedom and the struggle for republican values, a symbol that inspired Romans for centuries. It became an important moment in Roman history, one that defined its further development, having a profound impact on its culture and politics. The Republic, founded after the fall of the monarchy, lasted for almost 5 centuries, becoming the foundation for a future powerful state that would conquer the entire Mediterranean world, spreading its culture and power over vast territories. After the expulsion of the last king, Rome entered a new era, known as the Republic, an era of change and transformation. Unlike the monarchy, where all power was concentrated in the hands of one ruler, the Republic implied a system in which decisions were made collectively, taking into account the opinions of various segments of society. This did not mean that Rome became a democracy in the modern sense, but the governance of the state became more complex and balanced, with checks and balances. The main roles in the new political system were played by the Senate, the consuls, and the tribunes of the people, each of whom performed their function and limited the power of others, ensuring stability and justice. The Senate, which existed even under the kings, was an important body of power that was preserved during the Republic, playing a significant role in the governance of the state. It included representatives of noble families, patricians, who possessed wealth, influence, and political experience, and who effectively controlled the administration of the city, determining its political course. Although the Senate did not formally pass laws, its influence on state policy was enormous. It advised magistrates, directed their actions, and determined Rome's development strategy, making it the real center of power, despite the absence of legislative powers. It was in the Senate that the most important issues concerning war and peace, the distribution of land among citizens, the conclusion of diplomatic alliances with other states, and the settlement of international relations were decided. Formally, its decisions were advisory, not binding, but in reality they were rarely challenged, so great was the authority of the Senate. Senators were the most influential people in Rome. Their word carried enormous weight, and it was from their ranks that the highest officials were elected, holding key positions in the state. Instead of a king who concentrated all the power in his hands, the governance of Rome passed to two consuls, the highest magistrates, who were elected for 1 year, which prevented the establishment of tyranny and abuse of power. Their main task was to govern the state, lead the administrative apparatus, and command the army, which required experience, knowledge, and leadership qualities. This system made it possible to avoid autocratic power, distributing it between two officials. Consuls could veto each other, which served as a deterrent, preventing the adoption of ill-considered decisions, and their short term of office, limited to 1 year, prevented them from usurping power and establishing a dictatorship. The consuls presided over Senate meetings, convened popular assemblies to address important issues, and made critical decisions that determined the fate of Rome. During wartime, they commanded the legions, leading Roman troops in battles and personally leading warriors into battle, displaying courage and valor. However, after the end of their term, the consuls became ordinary citizens, losing their privileges and power, which served as an additional guarantee against abuse of power and prevented the emergence of a dictatorship. Over time, it became clear that the new system of government mainly served the interests of the nobility, the patricians, who held key positions in the state and controlled decision-making. The plebeians, that is, free but non-noble residents of Rome, who made up the bulk of the population, had no access to power and could not participate in decision-making, which caused discontent and resentment. This caused discontent, especially among warriors, plebeians, who fought for Rome, defending it from enemies, but did not receive equal rights with the patricians, which seemed unfair to them. As a result of increasing tensions, the plebeians began to actively fight for their rights, demanding equality and justice. One of the main victories of the plebeians was the creation of the position of people's tribunes, representatives who defend their interests. These representatives of the plebs were elected from among ordinary citizens to protect the interests of ordinary citizens, to protect them from the tyranny of the nobility and abuse of power. They had the right to veto the decisions of the Senate and magistrates, which allowed them to block unfair laws and protect the rights of the plebeians, and could also speak out against unjust laws, defending the interests of their constituents. Unlike other Roman offices, the people's tribunes were inviolable. Anyone who attempted their life or power was considered a criminal, prosecuted by law, and subjected to severe punishment. Thanks to this, the plebeians for the first time received an instrument of influence on politics, the opportunity to protect their rights and participate in the governance of the state, which became an important step towards establishing a more just society. Gradually, the structure of the Roman Republic became more complex, becoming more branched and multifaceted. In addition to the consuls, who headed the state, other magistrates appeared, performing important functions. Praetors were in charge of judicial affairs, resolving disputes and issuing judgments. Censors were responsible for the census of the population and the moral character of society, monitoring compliance with moral norms, and quaestors were engaged in financial matters, managing the state budget. All these positions formed a system in which power was divided among various bodies, and no one could rule alone, which ensured stability and prevented abuse of power. Thus, the early republic laid the foundations for a political system that lasted for centuries, having a huge impact on the history of Rome and the world. Although power still remained in the hands of the nobility, the patricians, the emergence of the people's tribunes, gave the plebeians the opportunity to influence the governance of the state, which became an important step towards establishing a more just society. This system, although not ideal, allowed Rome to become a stable and strong state, which would soon begin to conquer Italy, expanding its territories and strengthening its influence. After the expulsion of the kings and the establishment of the Republic, Rome continued to develop. But the new state structure did not suit all its inhabitants, causing discontent and tension. Although the Republic meant the rejection of one-man rule, it unfortunately did not grant equal rights to all Romans, preserving privileges for noble families. Power remained firmly in the hands of the patricians, members of noble families who controlled the Senate, held all important state positions, and made decisions affecting the city's fate, determining its political course and economic development. At the same time, the plebeians, free but non-noble Romans who made up the bulk of the population, remained at a disadvantage, subject to discrimination and unfair treatment. They could serve in the army, pay taxes, but had no access to power and could not participate in governing the state, which caused them to feel resentment and injustice. Their rights existed only in words, enshrined in laws that were often ignored, and court decisions depended on the whims of the patricians who held judicial positions and delivered verdicts in accordance with their own interests. This created tension in society, which soon led to a serious conflict between patricians and plebeians, threatening the stability of the Roman state. The plebeians demanded not only political rights, but also protection from injustice, from the arbitrariness of the authorities and lawlessness. The laws by which Roman society lived were passed down orally from generation to generation and were known only to the patricians, which gave them the opportunity to manipulate justice and make decisions in their favor. This meant that judges from noble families could decide cases at their discretion, taking advantage of the fact that none of the common people knew the exact laws, which created fertile ground for corruption and abuse. Court trials were often biased, and punishments depended not so much on the crime committed as on the person's position in society, which caused outrage and protests. The situation escalated to such an extent that the plebeians began to demand that the laws be written down on paper and made available to everyone, so that everyone could know their rights and obligations. In 494 BC, the plebeians staged the first strike in Roman history, demonstrating their strength and determination to fight for their rights. They left the city and refused to fight in the army, depriving Rome of its main strength. This event was called the First Secession, from the Latin secession, meaning withdrawal or separation, which meant a complete break in relations between the plebeians and the patricians. Without the plebeians, who made up a significant part of the army, Rome was defenseless against enemies, which put it in a vulnerable position. The patricians, realizing the seriousness of the situation and fearing for the future of the state, were forced to make concessions and agreed to create a new position, that of the tribune of the plebs, who was to protect the interests of the plebeians, representing them in the Senate. However, this was not enough to satisfy the demands of the plebeians. The plebeians continued to insist that the laws be written down and made the same for everyone, demanding equality and justice. For a long time, the patricians resisted this demand, fearing that it would deprive them of their privileges and limit their power. But the pressure from the plebeians grew with each passing day, and eventually the Senate agreed to begin drafting the first written laws of Rome, yielding to the demands of the people. In 451 BC, a commission of 10 men, called the decemvirs, was created to develop a new code of laws. They were tasked with developing a code of laws that became known as the Laws of the 12 Tables, which became the foundation of Roman law. For a period of 2 years, the decemvirs drafted laws, drawing on the traditions that existed in Rome, as well as the experience of Greek cities such as Athens, known for their democratic principles and developed legal system. In 450 BC, 12 bronze tablets were made, on which the basic laws of the Roman state were engraved, to perpetuate them for posterity. These tablets were displayed in the Forum, in the center of Rome, so that every Roman could see them and know the rules by which society lived, which was an important step towards establishing law and justice. The laws of the 12 tables became the first written code of laws in the history of Rome, marking an important step towards a state governed by law. They covered all important areas of life, regulating various aspects of public relations, legal proceedings, establishing rules for conducting trials, family relations, defining the rights and obligations of family members, land ownership, regulating the procedure for owning and disposing of land, debt obligations, defining the terms of loans and penalties for their non-fulfillment, and penalties for crimes, establishing measures of responsibility for various offenses. For example, they indicated that the punishment for theft depended on the time of day, which reflected existing societal ideas about fairness and expediency. If the theft occurred during the day, the thief had to compensate the victim for the damage, and if at night, the owner had the right to kill him on the spot, which was associated with the increased danger of nighttime thefts. The laws also determined the procedure for marriage, regulating the conditions for entering into marriage and the rights of spouses, the right of inheritance, defining the procedure for transferring property by inheritance, and the rules for conducting trade, establishing the rights and obligations of merchants. Despite the fact that the laws of the 12 tables enshrined some unequal provisions, for example, prohibiting marriages between patricians and plebeians, reflecting existing societal class prejudices, they were nevertheless an important step towards a state governed by law, limiting the arbitrariness of the nobility. Now judges could not make decisions at their discretion, guided by personal likes or dislikes, and the plebeians received at least some protection from the arbitrariness of the nobility, from abuse of power and lawlessness. Over time, the plebeians continued to fight for their rights, achieving gradual concessions from the patricians, demonstrating their determination and persistence. In 367 BC, they were allowed to hold the position of consul, which gave them access to the highest state power. And in 287 BC, it was decided that the decisions of popular assemblies would become binding on the entire state, which significantly expanded the rights of the plebeians. This meant that the plebeians were able to participate equally in the government of the country, influencing decision-making and determining its political course. The laws of the 12 tables became the basis of Roman law and laid the foundation for the development of the legal system, which would later influence the legislation of many countries around the world, having a huge impact on the development of legal thought. They symbolized Rome's transition from a society where power belonged to only a few to a state in which laws became common to all, regardless of origin, which was an important step towards establishing justice and equality. After the establishment of the Republic, Rome gradually expanded its possessions, subjugating neighboring peoples and strengthening its power. At first, it was just one of many city-states in Italy, but its military organization, political system, and perseverance made it the main contender for dominance, setting it apart from the rest. For 2.5 centuries, the Romans waged continuous wars with neighboring peoples, the Etruscans, Gauls, and Samnites, seeking to expand their territories and strengthen their influence. These conflicts strengthened Rome's military power, tempering its army in battles, and laid the foundation for its future dominance, turning it into a mighty power. One of the first serious tests was the struggle with the Etruscans, who posed a serious threat to Rome. After the overthrow of the last Etruscan king, Tarquinius Superbus, the Etruscan cities, such as Veii, Tarquinii, and Clusium, made attempts to regain their power and restore the monarchy. The main goal of the Romans was the city of Veii, the most powerful among the Etruscan city-states, which posed a serious danger to Rome. It was located only 20 kilometers from Rome and posed a serious threat, endangering its security. The war between Rome and Veii lasted with varying success, exhausting the forces of both sides, until in 396 BC, the Roman commander Marcus Furius Camillus, showing military talent and ingenuity, used siege tactics and dug tunnels, allowing his soldiers to unexpectedly enter the city, catching the defenders by surprise. Veii was plundered, and its territory was included in the Roman possessions, which significantly expanded the territory of Rome. This became Rome's first major conquest and strengthened its position in central Italy, allowing it to become the dominant force in the region. In Italy, the fall of Veii was a severe blow to the Etruscans, undermining their power and weakening their position, but resistance to the Roman onslaught continued with varying success. For several decades, the Romans waged stubborn and bloody wars with other Etruscan cities, gradually subjugating them to their power, until they finally lost their independence and were incorporated into the Roman Republic, becoming part of the growing Roman power. While Rome was busy fighting the Etruscans, a new, even more serious threat was looming from the north: the Gauls, warlike and ruthless barbarians. In 390 BC, the Gallic tribes, who came from the territory of modern France, crossed the Apennines and attacked Roman lands, sowing fear and destruction. The Romans tried to stop their advance at the Allia River, but suffered a crushing defeat, suffering huge losses and failing to contain the enemy's onslaught. The enemy army entered Rome unhindered and plundered the city, committing mass outrages and looting. Most of the inhabitants in panic took refuge on the Capitoline Hill, hoping to escape the wrath of the barbarians, and the city itself was engulfed in fires, turning into ruins. According to legend, when the Gauls tried to climb the Capitol at night unnoticed, the Romans were saved by geese, who with loud cries awakened the guards, warning them of the danger. The siege of Rome lasted for several long and agonizing months, until the Romans, exhausted and weakened, agreed to pay a huge ransom for the liberation of the city in order to avoid complete destruction. According to legend, when the Roman ambassadors handed over the gold to the Gauls, their leader Brennus, sneering haughtily, threw his sword on the scales and uttered the famous phrase that became a catchphrase: "Woe to the vanquished," demonstrating his contempt for the defeated. According to another, more popular version among Romans, it was at this moment that Marcus Furius Camillus, gathering the remnants of the Roman army, attacked the weakened enemies and drove them out of the city, avenging the humiliation and restoring the honor of Rome. The sack of Rome was a severe shock to the Romans, causing enormous damage to their economy and morale, but it also strengthened their determination to become stronger and invincible. They realized that they had to create a more powerful army capable of withstanding any enemy and strengthen the city's defenses to prevent a repeat of the tragedy. Soon, massive stone walls were built around Rome to protect it from enemy attacks, and the military organization was completely restructured, becoming more efficient and combat-ready. After victories over the Etruscans and successfully defending the city from the Gauls, the Romans faced another serious adversary: the Samnites, a warlike people living in the mountainous regions of central Italy, who posed a significant threat to Roman domination. They were distinguished by good guerrilla warfare skills, skillfully using the mountainous terrain, and were considered one of Rome's most formidable enemies, difficult to deal with. The conflict between Rome and the Samnites broke out at the end of the 4th century before Common Era and included 3 major wars, lasting for decades and requiring enormous effort from both sides. The First Samnite War, 343 to 341 before Common Era, began over a dispute for control of Campania, a rich and fertile region of strategic value. In this war, the Romans first demonstrated their ability to wage protracted conflicts, not giving up in the face of difficulties, and achieved the first territorial conquests, expanding their possessions. The Second Samnite War, 326 to 304 before Common Era, became the most severe test for Rome, requiring it to exert all its strength. In 321 before Common Era, The Samnites inflicted a humiliating defeat on the Romans in the Caudine Forks, luring them into a trap. An entire Roman army was trapped and forced to lay down its arms, which was a disgrace to Rome. However, the Romans did not give up, showing perseverance and determination, continued the war, and eventually were able to take revenge, avenging the defeat and restoring their honor. The Third Samnite War, 298 to 290 before Common Era, ended with a complete victory for Rome, finally breaking the resistance of the Samnites. The Samnites were defeated, their lands were included in the Republic, and Rome finally established its dominance in central Italy, becoming the dominant force in the region. After the victory over the Samnites, the Romans became the main power on the peninsula, controlling most of the territory of Italy. They still had to subdue the Greek cities in southern Italy, such as Tarentum, which retained their independence. The Greeks, fearing Roman expansion, called on the famous commander Pyrrhus, the king of Epirus, who in 280 before Common Era landed in Italy with war elephants to protect the Greek cities from Roman aggression. The Romans, facing a new type of war, using war elephants, did not back down in the face of danger, showing courage and steadfastness. Although Pyrrhus won several victories, inflicting tangible losses on the Romans, his army, alas, could not replenish its losses, while the Romans quickly recruited new soldiers, demonstrating their ability to mobilize. In the end, Pyrrhus, realizing the futility of further struggle, was forced to leave Italy, leaving the Greek cities to their fate, and Rome subjugated all the Greek colonies, extending its power throughout the peninsula. By 264 before Common Era, Rome controlled almost all of Italy, becoming the dominant force in the region. It created a system of alliances in which conquered peoples were required to provide soldiers to the Roman army, increasing its numbers, but retained a certain autonomy, which made them loyal to Rome. This gave Rome a huge human resource, which in the future would help it in the wars against Carthage and further conquests, providing its army with the necessary forces. In 2.5 centuries, Rome had gone from a small city-state to the strongest power in Italy, subjugating numerous peoples and expanding its territories. Victories over the Etruscans, Gauls, and Samnites tempered its army, making it one of the most combat-ready in the world, and military discipline and the ability to adapt to new challenges made the Romans an invincible force capable of coping with any enemy. Now, new horizons opened up before Rome. Its next goal was the Mediterranean Sea and the struggle with powerful Carthage, control over which promised huge benefits. After the victory over the Italic peoples, Rome became the strongest force on the peninsula, but its ambitions were not limited to Italy. It aspired to world domination. In the Western Mediterranean, there was another great power, Carthage, which posed a serious threat to Roman ambitions. This wealthy city-state, founded by the Phoenicians on the coast of North Africa, controlled trade routes, owned colonies in Spain, Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, and possessed a powerful fleet that dominated the Mediterranean Sea. Rome, which was only beginning to build up its naval power, was opposed by an experienced rival, accustomed to dominating the seas, with centuries of seafaring tradition. The clash of these two powers, pursuing different goals, was inevitable and resulted in 3 bloody Punic Wars that shook the entire ancient world. These conflicts, full of drama and heroism, lasted more than a century and led to the complete destruction of Carthage. But on the road to victory, Rome had to endure the most severe trials in its history, which cast doubt on its existence. The greatest threat to Rome was Hannibal Barca, one of the greatest commanders of all time, whose name instilled fear in the Romans, who brought Rome to the brink of destruction, almost wiping it off the face of the earth. It all began with the struggle for Sicily, a rich and fertile island. This strategically important island, located between Africa and Italy, became the arena of the First Punic War, 264 to 241 before Common Era, pitting two powerful states against each other. Carthage, with its strong fleet, controlled the island, extracting enormous wealth from it. But the Romans, who had never before built warships, created their own warships for the first time, and using a special device, the corvus, a bridge with hooks, were able to transfer land combat to the decks of ships, changing the course of naval battles. After long and bloody naval battles, Carthage was defeated and ceded Sicily to Rome, which became its first province, marking the beginning of Roman expansion. However, the peace concluded between Rome and Carthage turned out to be only a temporary truce, a respite before a new war. Carthage began to actively expand in Spain, creating new fortresses there, building cities, and accumulating resources for revenge, preparing for a new war with Rome. It was there that Hannibal grew up, a man destined to become one of the greatest commanders in history and almost destroy Rome. Hannibal was born in 247 before Common Era into the family of Hamilcar Barca, a Carthaginian commander who dreamed of revenge on Rome, obsessed with the idea of destroying the Roman state. According to legend, even as a child, his father took him to the temple and made him swear eternal hatred for the Romans, which predetermined his future fate. When Hannibal grew up, he became an outstanding military leader, a brilliant strategist and tactician whose name struck terror into the Romans. In 221 before Common Era, at the age of 26, he led the Carthaginian army in Spain and began actively preparing for war, dreaming of avenging Rome for its defeat in the First Punic War. The pretext for the war was the city of Saguntum, an ally of Rome located in Spain. When Hannibal besieged and captured it, violating the agreements, the Romans declared war on Carthage, but Hannibal, possessing strategic thinking, did not wait for the attack and transferred the war to the territory of the enemy. He undertook one of the most daring and risky maneuvers in the history of military art. Instead of attacking Rome from the sea, he led the army across the Alps to attack Italy from an unexpected direction, catching the Romans by surprise. In 218 before Common Era, he began his legendary campaign. His army consisted of 50,000 infantry, 9,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants, which instilled fear in the enemy. Crossing the Alps was the most difficult test for the Carthaginian army. Snow avalanches, landslides, hunger, and attacks by hostile local tribes destroyed a significant part of his troops, reducing its numbers. However, Hannibal, showing inhuman will and courage, not only survived but also managed to bring an army ready for battle to Italy, despite all the difficulties and losses. His sudden appearance in Italy came as a complete shock to the Romans, plunging them into panic and confusion. Over the next few years, he inflicted several crushing defeats on Rome, demonstrating his military skill. In 218 before Common Era, he defeated the Romans on the Ticinus River, then won a convincing victory at the Battle of Trebia, and in 217 before Common Era, he defeated another Roman army at Lake Trasimene, luring it into a trap. However, the worst defeat for the Romans was yet to come. They were about to face the most difficult test in their history. In 216 before Common Era, the Battle of Cannae took place, one of the bloodiest battles of antiquity, which went down in military textbooks. Rome assembled a huge army of 86,000 men, hoping to overwhelm the Carthaginians with numbers and win a decisive victory. Hannibal, despite the enemy's numerical superiority, used brilliant encirclement tactics, demonstrating his genius as a commander. His troops in the center gradually retreated, luring the Romans deeper, and the flanks closed, completely surrounding them, cutting off retreat routes. As a result, nearly the entire Roman army was obliterated, suffering immense casualties. Approximately 50,000 soldiers perished, including consuls and senators, a devastating blow to Rome. It was the greatest defeat in Roman history, threatening its very existence. In the aftermath of Cannae, it seemed Rome would fall beneath the Carthaginian onslaught, its existence coming to an end. Many allies deserted, siding with Hannibal, and panic gripped the city itself as people braced for the worst. Yet, for reasons that remain unclear, Hannibal did not storm Rome, missing his opportunity. Perhaps he lacked the strength to assault the well-fortified city, or perhaps he hoped Rome, weakened by its defeats, would surrender without bloodshed. But the Romans, despite all their hardships and losses, did not yield, displaying unwavering resilience and courage. They avoided direct confrontations with Hannibal, understanding they could not achieve victory in open battle, and initiated a war of attrition, wearing down his army. They blockaded his army's supply routes, depriving it of food and provisions, attacked Carthaginian holdings in Spain, cutting off crucial resources, and forced Carthage to fight on two fronts, dispersing their forces. Hannibal's chief adversary on the Roman side emerged in the form of a young and gifted Roman general, Publius Cornelius Scipio, who managed to turn the tide of the war. He defeated the Carthaginians in Spain, depriving them of vital resources, and then landed in Africa, compelling Carthage to recall Hannibal from Italy to defend its territories. In 202 BC, the decisive Battle of Zama took place, determining the outcome of the Second Punic War. The Romans, having studied Hannibal's tactics, were able to use them against him, outmaneuvering the great commander. Carthage suffered a crushing defeat, was forced to sign a humiliating peace, and lost all its possessions outside of Africa, becoming a secondary power. Hannibal, despite the defeat, did not surrender or resign himself to his fate. He attempted to reform Carthage to restore its former glory, but the Romans, fearing his influence, demanded his extradition, seeking to neutralize a dangerous adversary. He fled to the east, finding refuge at the courts of various kings, enjoying their patronage, until, in 183 BC, he found himself surrounded by Roman agents, pursuing him relentlessly. To avoid capture by his enemies, he ingested poison, preferring death to humiliation. Thus, tragically perished the man who was Rome's most dangerous and brilliant enemy, leaving an indelible mark on history. Despite his defeat in the war, Hannibal entered history as one of the greatest generals of all time, his name becoming legend. His daring crossing of the Alps, his brilliant tactics at the Battle of Cannae, and his long years of warfare in Italy immortalized his name, inspiring commanders for centuries. Even the Romans, his bitterest enemies, years later admired his talent, acknowledging his military genius. But it was thanks to Hannibal that Rome learned to fight better, adapted its army to new conditions, and began to use more complex and effective strategies, learning lessons from its defeats. The Punic Wars steeled the Romans, making them stronger and more invincible, ready for new challenges and trials. After the defeat of Carthage, a broad path to world domination opened before Rome, to the creation of a vast empire. Let's delve deeper into what exactly allowed Rome to achieve victory over such a strong and dangerous adversary as Carthage, and what factors contributed to its success. After the devastating defeats inflicted by Hannibal, Rome had to radically rethink its approach to warfare, abandon outdated methods, and develop new strategies. The old methods of conducting battles no longer worked against Hannibal, who surpassed the Romans in tactics and strategy. Hannibal employed more flexible tactics, skillfully utilized encirclement, masterfully deployed cavalry, and struck at the weak points of the Roman army, demonstrating his superiority. The Battle of Cannae in 216 BC was a particularly painful defeat for Rome, where approximately 50,000 Roman soldiers perished, delivering a crushing blow to the Roman state. At that moment, it seemed Rome was on the verge of annihilation, its demise inevitable. However, instead of surrendering under the enemy's onslaught, the Romans, displaying resilience and courage, began to act differently, abandoning formulaic approaches. They abandoned attempts to force a major battle on Hannibal, understanding that this could lead to further defeats, and switched to a strategy of attrition, aimed at weakening his army and undermining his resources. It was thanks to this approach, requiring patience and endurance, that they managed to withstand the difficult struggle and ultimately win the war, despite all the hardships and losses. The first thing the Romans did, realizing their tactical shortcomings, was to stop fighting Hannibal in open battle, avoiding direct confrontations. Realizing that his army was more maneuverable and better trained, they began to avoid large engagements and focused on disrupting his supplies, depriving his army of food and ammunition. Roman legions attacked small Carthaginian detachments, destroyed food depots, blocked routes for the delivery of weapons and provisions, undermining his military potential. Hannibal found himself in Italy without support from Carthage, cut off from his supply bases, and his army gradually weakened, exhausted by constant skirmishes and a shortage of resources. Over time, many Italian allies, who had previously sided with Carthage, began to realize that Rome would not surrender despite the defeats and return to its rule, recognizing their mistake. At the same time, the Romans fortified their cities, turning them into impregnable fortresses protected by mighty walls and garrisons. Hannibal, accustomed to swift attacks and lacking siege engines, had no means to capture large cities, which limited his capabilities. He could win battles, but he could not take Rome itself, which deprived him of the opportunity to achieve a final victory. This became his main problem, preventing him from realizing his military genius to its fullest extent. Even after Cannae, having won a brilliant victory, he could not build on his success and capture Rome, because the Romans continued to hold on to their fortifications, denying him the opportunity to achieve a final victory. Each lost ally of Hannibal meant another city he could not enter, undermining his military potential. The next important step for the Romans was to transfer the war to Spain, the most important source of resources for Carthage, depriving them of which could undermine their ability to wage war. The young and ambitious general Publius Cornelius Scipio, the future Scipio Africanus, began a successful military campaign against the Carthaginians on the Iberian Peninsula, capturing their cities and fortresses. In 209 BC, he captured New Carthage, the main center of Carthaginian power in Spain, depriving them of a key economic and political hub. Having lost Spain, Carthage lost the financial means to wage war, and Hannibal, who was in Italy, was finally left without reinforcements and the ability to replenish his losses. Then the Romans decided to strike at Carthage itself, transferring the war to its territory. In 204 BC, Scipio landed in North Africa and began to threaten the city of Carthage itself, forcing the Carthaginians to think about protecting their homeland. The Carthaginians, gripped by panic, recalled Hannibal from Italy, hoping that his military genius would save their homeland from the Roman invasion. After 15 years of war in Italy, filled with battles and hardships, he was forced to return to his homeland, where in 202 BC, the decisive Battle of Zama took place, determining the outcome of the Second Punic War. This time, the Romans were ready to meet Hannibal. Scipio, a talented commander, carefully studied Hannibal's tactics, analyzed his strengths and weaknesses, and used them against him, outmaneuvering the great strategist. He skillfully used cavalry, disrupted the ranks of the Carthaginian army, depriving it of stability, and inflicted a crushing defeat, winning the decisive battle. After that, Carthage lost all its possessions outside of Africa, becoming a secondary power, and was forced to submit to Rome, recognizing its dominion. Victory in the war with Carthage made Rome the main power in the Mediterranean, opening up new horizons for it. But even more importantly, the Romans learned to wage wars in a new way, revising their methods and strategies. They realized that victory goes not only to those who are stronger on the battlefield, but also to those who know how to conduct a long-term strategy, plan operations, and consider all factors affecting success. The tactics of exhausting the enemy, cutting off supplies, depriving him of resources, transferring military operations to the enemy's territory, all this became the basis of Roman military art, which would later help them conquer the entire ancient world, subjugating numerous peoples and creating a vast empire. The Punic Wars turned Rome into a true military power, whose army inspired fear in the enemy, which never again allowed enemies to approach its city, ensuring its safety. After the defeat in the Second Punic War, Carthage was significantly weakened, but not destroyed, retaining its potential. It lost all its possessions outside of Africa, lost its fleet, losing dominance at sea and the right to wage wars without Rome's permission, finding itself under the control of its victor. However, the city itself, located on the coast of North Africa, remained a rich and influential trading center, actively trading with many countries. Over several decades, the Carthaginians were able to restore their economy, strengthen the city walls, preparing for new trials, and once again become an important force in the region, causing concern among the Romans. This did not sit well with the Romans, who continued to harbor fear and distrust towards their old enemy. In their minds, Carthage was a mortal foe, one that had once brought Rome to the brink of destruction, and its very existence posed a constant threat. Many Roman politicians and military leaders believed that as long as Carthage stood, it remained a potential menace to Rome and needed to be eradicated. The most ardent advocate for its destruction was Senator Cato the Elder, who delivered fiery speeches and after each discourse in the Senate, regardless of the topic, would add, "Carthago delenda est," meaning Carthage must be destroyed, urging its complete annihilation. Soon, the Romans found a pretext for a new war, seizing upon the existing situation. In 151 BC, the Numidians, allies of Rome, began to plunder Carthaginian lands, instigating conflict. The Carthaginians, unable to endure the provocations, attempted to retaliate, defending their territories, but in doing so, they violated the treaty that prohibited them from waging war without Rome's permission, which served as a justification for war. This became the formal cause of the Third Punic War, a war that would decide the fate of Carthage. In 149 BC, the Roman army landed in Africa, demanding the complete disarmament of Carthage to strip it of its ability to resist. When the Carthaginians agreed to these humiliating terms, the Romans issued a new ultimatum. They were to abandon their city, leaving it defenseless, and Carthage itself was to be razed to the ground so that it could never rise again. This time, the inhabitants of Carthage, realizing that their demise was imminent, refused to comply with the Roman demands and decided to fight to the last, displaying courage and heroism. The siege of Carthage began, lasting 3 long years, filled with hardship and suffering. The Carthaginians, despite a severe shortage of weapons and food, famine and disease, fought with incredible tenacity, defending their city from invaders. They fortified the walls, made weapons from melted statues, sacrificing works of art, and even built new ships directly in the city's harbor, demonstrating their ingenuity. The city held out longer than the Romans expected, putting up fierce resistance and refusing to surrender. Only in 146 BC did the Roman general Publius Cornelius Scipio Aemilianus, displaying military talent, managed to break through the defenses and storm the city, initiating an assault. Brutal street battles began, filled with rage and ferocity, lasting several days. The Carthaginians, fighting for every house, for every street, desperately defended themselves, unwilling to surrender and hoping for a miracle. The last bastion of Carthaginian resistance became the citadel on Bursa Hill, where thousands of residents took refuge, hoping to escape Roman wrath. When the Romans, after fierce fighting, captured the citadel, Carthage fell, and its history came to an end. According to historical accounts, the city was plundered and burned to the ground, turning it into ruins. The surviving residents, around 50,000 people, were sold into slavery, stripped of their freedom. The city itself, the pride of Carthage, was erased from the face of the earth so that no trace of it remained. There is a myth, though lacking documentary confirmation, that the Romans supposedly sowed the land with salt to prevent anything from growing there again, to forever deprive this land of fertility. However, ancient sources generally do not confirm this fact, although they do describe the cruelty and ruthlessness of the Romans. It is more likely a later fabrication that has become widespread, emphasizing the brutality of the Romans and their hatred for their longtime enemy. Thus, Carthage, once the greatest city in the Western Mediterranean, representing a formidable power, ceased to exist, disappearing from the map of the world. However, centuries later, in that very place, the Romans, demonstrating their pragmatism, founded a new colony, Colonia Julia Carthago, which in time once again became an important city and the center of the province of Africa, reborn from the ashes. The destruction of Carthage marked the finale of a long and bitter confrontation between the two greatest powers of the ancient world, whose rivalry determined the fate of the Mediterranean. It symbolized Rome's final dominance in the Mediterranean and its transformation into the sole great power in the region, unmatched by any other. However, legends about the brutality of this event, including the sowing of the land with salt, served rather to create an image of Carthage as a city that was erased not only physically but also symbolically, as a reminder that Rome does not forgive its enemies, and its wrath is terrible. After the victory over Carthage and the establishment of complete dominion over the Mediterranean, Rome turned into the most powerful and prosperous state of the ancient world, unrivaled in military might. However, along with external grandeur, internal problems began to emerge, which would eventually lead to the fall of the Republic, undermining its foundations. The vast territories conquered by the Romans required effective control and management, while military spoils and wealth flowed into the hands of wealthy senators, further widening the gap between the nobility and ordinary citizens, exacerbating social inequality. Slaves, captured in conquered lands, became the main driving force of the Roman economy, providing cheap labor. They worked in the fields, bringing profit to their owners, in the houses of the nobility, performing the hardest work, in the construction of roads and cities, erecting magnificent structures. Their numbers grew rapidly, and by the 1st century BC, there were almost as many slaves as free Romans in Italy, creating serious social problems. This led to constant tension in society, outbursts of violence and rebellion threatening the stability of the Roman state. The most famous of these was the revolt of Spartacus, the largest slave rebellion in Roman history, posing a serious threat to the Republic and shaking it to its foundations. The story of Spartacus began in Thrace, an area in modern Bulgaria and Greece, famous for its warriors. He was a warrior and may have even served in the Roman auxiliary forces, receiving military training. However, he was later captured and sold into slavery, losing his freedom. He was sent to a gladiator school in Capua, where he was to become a fighter in the arena, entertaining the audience with his blood and sweat. But Spartacus, possessing a strong character and a thirst for freedom, did not reconcile with his fate, deciding to fight for liberty. In 73 BC, he and about 70 gladiators, sharing his desire for freedom, organized a daring escape, killing their guards and freeing themselves from slavery. They seized weapons and took refuge on the slopes of Mount Vesuvius, which was a convenient place for defense. This marked the beginning of the largest slave rebellion in the history of Rome, shaking the Republic and causing it to tremble. Fugitive slaves, peasants ruined by wars, and even some free poor people dissatisfied with their lives and dreaming of change began to flock to Spartacus. In a short time, his army grew to several tens of thousands of people, representing a formidable force. Rome, considering the rebels to be just a band of fugitives posing no serious threat, sent small detachments against them, but they were defeated by the rebels, demonstrating their military power. Spartacus, showing not only the courage of a warrior, but also the talent of a strategist, skillfully led the rebels, using guerrilla tactics, attacking unexpectedly, avoiding open battles, and destroying Roman forces one by one, inflicting significant losses on them. Soon, it became clear to the Romans that the uprising was getting out of control, posing a serious threat to their dominion. In 72 BC, Spartacus's army reached its peak, numbering about 100,000 people ready to fight for freedom. Inspired by their victories, the rebels defeated several Roman legions and devastated southern Italy, sowing fear and panic. Initially, Spartacus apparently wanted to go beyond the borders of Rome to Gaul or Thrace, from where his people could return home, having gained freedom. However, his army was too heterogeneous in its composition and goals, consisting of representatives of different peoples. Some of the rebels preferred to plunder cities and enjoy the spoils rather than continue the difficult and dangerous campaign, which created internal contradictions. This led to disagreements among the leaders of the uprising, weakening their unity and undermining their ability to act effectively. Rome, realizing the scale of the threat, understood that Spartacus posed a mortal danger to the existence of the Republic. The Senate entrusted the suppression of the revolt to Marcus Licinius Crassus, one of the richest men in Rome, who possessed immense influence and connections. Crassus, sparing no expense, gathered a powerful army and applied harsh discipline to prevent new defeats, restoring order in his troops. He used tactics of gradually exhausting the rebels, surrounding them, cutting off supply routes, and preventing them from escaping, gradually weakening their forces. In 71 BC, Spartacus attempted to break through to Brundisium and cross over to Greece, but he was surrounded, depriving him of the opportunity to escape. In a decisive battle, which unfolded with incredible cruelty, his army was defeated, suffering huge losses. Spartacus himself, according to historians, showing courage and valor, died in battle, fighting to the last, although his body was never found, shrouding his death in mystery. The surviving rebels faced a cruel execution, becoming an example to all who would dare to raise a hand against Rome. By order of Crassus, 6,000 captured slaves were crucified along the Appian Way from Capua to Rome, demonstrating the ruthlessness of Roman power. This became a terrifying reminder of what happens to those who defy Rome, warning of the consequences of disobedience. The revolt of Spartacus shook the Republic, forcing it to reconsider its attitude towards slavery. It showed that the huge number of slaves in Italy was not only a source of wealth, but also a potential threat to the stability of the state, capable of erupting into a new rebellion at any moment. After that, Rome tightened control over slaves, toughening laws and increasing the number of guards, but it could not completely abandon the slave system, which was the basis of its economy. Soon, Crassus, who had suppressed Spartacus's rebellion and saved the Republic from collapse, would gain even more influence and go down in history as one of the most powerful men of his time, alongside Julius Caesar, significantly impacting the fate of Rome. However, social tensions in the Republic were only escalating, and Rome faced even deeper political instability that threatened its destruction. Following Spartacus's rebellion, the Roman Republic faced a new serious challenge, but this time not from slaves, but from its own allies, a true stab in the back. The Italic tribes, who had fought alongside the Romans for centuries, shoulder to shoulder, expanding the borders of the state, demanded equal rights with Roman citizens. But the Senate, composed of representatives of noble families, stubbornly refused to grant them, flaunting their arrogance. This led to the Social War, 91 to 88 BC, the largest conflict within Italy, which threatened the very existence of the Roman state, exposing its internal contradictions. The causes of this war had been accumulating for years, festering like a boil. By this point, almost all of Italy was under Roman control, but only Roman citizens living in Rome itself had full political rights, which caused outrage among the Italics. They could vote in elections, be elected to office, and participate in the distribution of land and war spoils, while the Italics were deprived of these rights. The Italics, peoples who were formerly considered allies of Rome but did not have the same rights and privileges, had none of this, experiencing discrimination. They paid taxes, supplied thousands of soldiers for the Roman army, risking their lives in wars, but remained second-class citizens, unable to influence the politics and economy of their state. The Italics hoped that for their faithful service to Rome, for the bloodshed and the hardships endured, they would receive Roman citizenship, becoming full members of society. But the Roman nobility, fearing for their privileges, were afraid to expand the circle of citizens, as this would weaken their influence and reduce their income. The tension reached a boiling point when, in 91 BC, the popular tribune Marcus Livius Drusus, understanding the need for reforms, proposed a law that granted Roman citizenship to all free residents of Italy, trying to solve the problem and restore justice. The Senate, composed of representatives of noble families, categorically refused to support him, fearing losing control of the situation, and soon Drusus himself was murdered, becoming a victim of a political conspiracy. This was the signal for rebellion and served as the spark that ignited the fire of war. The first to revolt were the Marsi, one of the most warlike and rebellious tribes of central Italy, tired of humiliation and injustice. They were followed by the Samnites, Lucanians, Picentes, and other peoples who decided to fight for their rights and freedoms. They declared the creation of their own state called Italia, with its capital in the city of Corfinium, proclaiming their independence from Rome. The allies created their own senate to govern the new state and chose two supreme commanders to wage war against Rome, preparing for a long struggle. The situation for Rome was becoming critical, threatening its very existence. The rebels had at their disposal a large army composed of experienced soldiers, hardened by war, who had fought in the Roman legions and knew the tactics and strategies of the Romans perfectly, making them a dangerous adversary. In the first months of the war, the Romans suffered a series of heavy defeats, incurring huge losses and demonstrating their vulnerability. The Allies captured many cities and seriously threatened Rome itself, causing panic in the city. The Senate, realizing the seriousness of the situation and fearing for the future of Rome, understood that it would be difficult to completely suppress the rebellion and decided to change tactics, seeking compromise. In 90 BC, the Lex Julia was passed, which granted citizenship to those Italics who had not participated in the rebellion, trying to split the ranks of the rebels. Later, the Lex Plautia Papiria was issued, according to which citizenship was also granted to those who surrendered their weapons, ceasing resistance and demonstrating loyalty to Rome. This decision caused a split in the ranks of the Allies, breeding distrust and discord. Some tribes, tired of the war and disillusioned with the prospects of the rebellion, accepted Rome's conditions and laid down their arms, receiving Roman citizenship. But the most radical peoples, especially the Samnites, continued the war, unwilling to compromise. The Romans, gathering their forces and mobilizing all resources, launched an offensive, turning the tide of the war. The Allies lost city after city, retreating under the onslaught of the Roman legions, and in 88 BC, their capital, Corfinium, was captured, which was a severe blow to the rebels. The remaining detachments still resisted, but the outcome of the war was sealed, and hope for victory faded with each passing day. The Italics were forced to capitulate, admitting defeat, but despite this, they achieved their main goal for which they had started the war. As a result of the war, almost all free residents of Italy received Roman citizenship, which was an important step towards the unification of the Italics and Romans. This meant that from now on, the Romans were not just residents of one city, but became a single people, united by a common statehood, common laws, and a common destiny. Nevertheless, equality did not come immediately, and the integration process was long and complex. The new citizens initially did not have access to important positions and remained in a subordinate position for a long time, which caused discontent. However, the social war became an important milestone in the history of Rome, a turning point that changed its political structure. It showed that the Romans could not forever keep their allies in a subordinate status, and that to maintain control over Italy, they would have to integrate its peoples into their political system, granting them equal rights. Although the war ended, the instability within the Republic only intensified, creating the preconditions for new conflicts and upheavals. More and more people in the Roman Republic understood that the existing system of government, based on republican principles, was failing to effectively manage such a huge and sprawling state as Rome, which covered vast territories. Soon, Rome would be drawn into even more dangerous civil wars, threatening its existence, and a man would emerge on the political scene who was destined to change the course of history. Gaius Julius Caesar, whose reforms and military campaigns would put an end to the Republic, ushering in a new era. Following the revolt of the Italic allies and the growing crisis within the Republic, Rome increasingly needed strong leaders with the political will to maintain control over a vast and unstable territory, establishing order and strengthening the state. The feud between the aristocracy and popular leaders, constant wars, and social instability led to the weakening of traditional republican institutions, which lost their effectiveness. It was during this period that Gaius Julius Caesar emerged on the political scene, a man whose conquests, reforms, and excessive ambitions undermined the foundations of the Republic, paving the way for a new era, the Empire, with the unlimited power of the emperor. He became a dictator, concentrating all power in his hands, destroying the old political system, but paid for it with his life, becoming the victim of a conspiracy. However, his assassination did not save the Republic, which was in deep crisis. On the contrary, it accelerated its end, paving the way for new civil wars. Caesar came from the patrician family of the Julii, but his family did not have much influence in Roman society, not belonging to the most noble and wealthy. He began his political career by supporting popular parties that opposed the senatorial nobility and defended the interests of the common people. Even in his youth, he became famous for his oratorical abilities, his ability to persuade people, his charisma, which attracted supporters to him, and his excessive ambitions, dreaming of power. In 60 BC, he formed an alliance with two powerful men of that time, joining forces to achieve his goals. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, a popular commander who had won many victories, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in Rome, who possessed vast financial resources. This agreement, concluded between three influential politicians, was called the First Triumvirate. It allowed Caesar to gain control of the provinces of Cisalpine and Transalpine Gaul, which gave him the opportunity to demonstrate his military talents. It was there that he began one of the most famous conquering campaigns in history, expanding the borders of the Roman Republic. From 58 to 50 BC, Caesar conquered all of Gaul, a vast territory that included modern-day France, Belgium, and parts of Switzerland and Germany, demonstrating his military genius. In 58, he defeated the Helvetii tribes, stopping their invasion of Roman lands, then stopped the invasion of the Germans under Ariovistus, defending Gaul from their raids. In 57, he conquered the Belgae, and in 56, the Veneti, who controlled the coastal regions, stripping them of their power over the sea. In 52, the Gauls launched a major rebellion under the leadership of Vercingetorix, seeking to free themselves from Roman rule. But Caesar, showing military cunning, surrounded his army in the fortress of Alesia and won a decisive victory, suppressing the rebellion. Gaul was completely subjugated to Rome, and Caesar himself gained immense popularity among the soldiers, who saw him as a talented commander, and the common Romans, who admired his victories, which caused alarm and envy in the Senate, who feared his growing influence. While Caesar was fighting in Gaul, a fierce power struggle began in Rome, weakening the Republic. In 53 BC, Crassus, Caesar's ally, was killed in battle with the Parthians, depriving Caesar of an important ally, and Pompey, once Caesar's faithful ally, became close to the Senate, which became his main political opponent, fearing his ambitions. In 50 BC, the Senate, fearing Caesar's growing influence, demanded that he relinquish command and return to Rome without an army, depriving him of military power. But Caesar, possessing a strong character and boundless ambition, had no intention of yielding to the Senate's demands or relinquishing power. In 49 BC, he crossed the Rubicon River, the boundary of Italy, uttering the now famous words, "The die is cast, fully aware that his actions would lead to inevitable war. This marked the beginning of a bloody civil war that threatened the very existence of the Roman Republic. Pompey and his supporters, unprepared for war, retreated to Greece, hoping to gather forces to fight Caesar. However, in 48 BC, Caesar decisively defeated them at the Battle of Pharsalus, securing a pivotal victory. Pompey fled to Egypt, seeking refuge, only to be assassinated on the orders of local rulers who hoped to curry favor with Caesar. Caesar arrived in Alexandria and supported Cleopatra, the last Egyptian queen, in her struggle for the throne, aiming to solidify his position in the region. Their alliance became both political and personal, entwining their destinies, and they had a son, Caesarion, who became heir to the Egyptian throne. After Egypt, Caesar journeyed to Asia Minor, where he swiftly quelled a rebellion, demonstrating his military might, and uttered the famous phrase, which became a catchphrase, Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered, underscoring the speed and ease of his victory. He then crushed the remaining Senate armies in Africa and Spain, eliminating his political adversaries. In 45 BC, he triumphantly returned to Rome, becoming the sole ruler of the state. Caesar, having concentrated all power in his hands, initiated sweeping reforms aimed at strengthening the state and improving the lives of ordinary citizens. He distributed land to veterans, providing them with a means of livelihood, lowered taxes, easing the burden on common people, granted citizenship to residents of the provinces, equalizing their rights, and reformed the calendar, introducing the Julian system, which is still in use today, testament to his foresight. He significantly expanded the Senate, including his supporters from the provinces, which weakened the influence of the old Roman nobility, stripping it of its former power. His laws promoted the consolidation of power and centralization of the state, but they aroused discontent among republicans who were unwilling to accept the establishment of sole rule. Many senators feared that Caesar, having concentrated all power in his hands, aspired to become king, although he did not officially adopt this title, fearing open resistance. In February of 44 BC, he was offered a crown, but he refused, seeking to avoid accusations of tyranny. However, he was soon declared dictator for life, which effectively made him the sole ruler of Rome, stripping the Senate of any authority. Dissatisfaction with his rule grew among supporters of the Republic who were unwilling to accept his dictatorship. A conspiracy formed in the Senate, led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus, who sought to restore the Republic. They believed that the assassination of Caesar, who had seized power, would save the Republic from tyranny and restore its freedom. On March 15, 44 BC, the day known as the Ides of March, Caesar, disregarding warnings, attended a Senate meeting, unaware of the fate that awaited him. There, the conspirators surrounded him and inflicted 23 dagger wounds, ending his life. According to legend, when he saw Brutus, whom he considered his friend and protege, among the assassins, he exclaimed, "Et tu, Brute?" "And you, Brutus?" expressing his disappointment and betrayal. Caesar died on the spot, a victim of the conspiracy. However, his assassination did not save the Republic, which was in a deep crisis, but only hastened its end. A new bloody civil war erupted between his supporters, who sought to avenge his death, and the assassins, who attempted to retain power. Ultimately, his heir, Octavian, prevailed, demonstrating political will and talent. In 27 BC, he became the first Roman emperor, ending the Republic and ushering in a new era in Roman history. Thus, Caesar became the last great leader of the Republic, and after his death, a new era began for Rome, the era of emperors who concentrated all power in their hands. After Caesar's assassination and the defeat of his enemies at the Battle of Philippi, the Roman Republic formally still existed, but in reality it was no longer governed by the Senate, which had lost its power. All power rested in the hands of two of the most powerful politicians, who divided the Roman territories between them, Gaius Octavian and Mark Antony, both displaying political talent and military strength. Their alliance was a forced one, based on common interests. Both understood that as long as Caesar's assassins lived, it was more advantageous for them to act together, combining their forces. But after the victory over Brutus and Cassius, eliminating the common threat, their alliance began to fray, showing cracks. They divided the Roman lands, demarcating their spheres of influence. Octavian ruled the western provinces, controlling Italy and most of Europe, while Antony went to Egypt, taking control of the eastern territories, rich and fertile lands. This division of power, based on compromise and mutual benefit, could not last forever. A clash of interests was inevitable. Each of them, possessing immense power and ambition, aspired to sole rule, dreaming of becoming the sole ruler of Rome. Their rivalry, fueled by ambition, led to the final civil war, which resulted in the Roman Republic's final demise, giving way to the empire. Antony, entering the Eastern world with its luxury and wealth, quickly became involved in its vibrant and independent life, changing his views and priorities. He ceased to see Rome as the center of power, losing interest in political struggle, and spent more and more time in Egypt, where Cleopatra, the queen who had once captured the heart of Caesar himself, possessing both beauty and intelligence, awaited him. They became not only allies, but also lovers, linking their destinies and uniting their interests. For Antony, this alliance meant the support of the wealthiest power in the East, control over its resources, and for Cleopatra, a chance to strengthen her power and make Egypt the center of a new powerful empire, extending its influence throughout the world. Their relationship, which went beyond a political alliance, caused alarm in Rome, where they feared the increase of Egyptian influence. Antony, infatuated with Cleopatra, gave Roman territories to Cleopatra's children and organized a grand ceremony in Alexandria, during which he declared her Queen of Kings and divided the East among her heirs, which caused outrage in Rome. In the eyes of the Romans, this looked like a betrayal of the state's interests, caused by amorous passion. Octavian, being a talented politician, skillfully capitalized on the situation and made excellent use of this moment to strengthen his power and discredit Antony. In 32 BC, he revealed Antony's will, in which he expressed his desire to be buried in Alexandria next to Cleopatra, rather than in Rome, which contradicted Roman traditions. This came as a real shock to the Romans, causing an uproar of indignation. One of the most powerful people in the Republic, whose fate was linked to Rome, was giving preference to a foreign queen over his native city, demonstrating disrespect for Roman traditions. Octavian skillfully presented the war not as a power struggle between two politicians, but as a defense of Rome against Egyptian influence, rallying the Romans around him. The Senate, under pressure from Octavian, declared war on Cleopatra, and Antony found himself in a difficult position, losing support in Rome. Now, he appeared not as a contender for power in Rome, but as an ally of the enemy, which undermined his authority. In 31 BC, Octavian launched a military campaign against Antony and Cleopatra, aiming to crush their combined forces. He possessed a strong army, hardened in battle, but his main advantage was a powerful fleet commanded by his best general, Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, a talented military leader. Antony and Cleopatra, aware of the threat, assembled a powerful fleet, but their ships were heavy and less maneuverable, giving the Romans an advantage. The decisive battle, which determined the fate of Rome, took place on September 2, 31 BC, off the coast of Actium in the Ionian Sea. Antony and Cleopatra took up defensive positions in the Greek port, hoping that Octavian would be forced to attack on land, but Agrippa cut off their supply routes, depriving them of food and provisions. Soon, their army, which was besieged, began to suffer from hunger and disease, which undermined its combat effectiveness. Realizing that time was against him, Antony decided to give naval battle, hoping for luck. The Battle of Actium became one of the most important in the history of Rome, determining the further course of its history. Octavian's fleet, consisting of light and fast ships, skillfully maneuvered, striking the massive Egyptian vessels, which gave it an advantage. The battle raged for several hours, with both sides displaying heroism, but in the heat of the battle, Cleopatra, fearing defeat, unexpectedly left the battle with a squadron of ships and headed towards Egypt, saving her life. Seeing this betrayal, Antony lost his composure, abandoning his troops, and followed her, leaving the army without command. Deprived of its leader and surrounded, his fleet was defeated, suffering heavy losses. Octavian's victory, won thanks to his military talent and Cleopatra's betrayal, was complete and unconditional. After the defeat at the Battle of Actium, Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, but their situation was hopeless, and their end was inevitable. Soon, Octavian, pursuing his goals, landed in Africa, and in 30 BC, his troops approached Alexandria, threatening Cleopatra's last stronghold. Antony, realizing that all was lost, tried to gather the last forces for defense, but most of his soldiers went over to the side of the victor, betraying him. Realizing that the battle was lost and there was no hope, he, not wanting to surrender, committed suicide. According to one version, driven by despair, he threw himself on his sword. According to another, he was severely wounded and died in Cleopatra's arms, with her mourning his death. Cleopatra, left alone, hoped to negotiate with Octavian using her charm, but he, cruel and unyielding, intended to bring her to Rome as a war trophy to demonstrate his power. To avoid public humiliation, she chose death, unwilling to be subjected to shame. Legend has it that, knowing her fate, she ordered a venomous asp to be brought to her and allowed it to bite her, accepting death without resistance. Thus tragically perished the last queen of Egypt, bringing an end to the Ptolemaic dynasty's reign. Following these events, Egypt, having lost its independence, was transformed into a Roman province, becoming part of the vast Roman Empire. This signified not only the end of an independent Egypt, which had existed for many centuries, but also the end of the entire era of Hellenistic kingdoms, formed after the collapse of Alexander the Great's mighty empire, marking a significant chapter in history. Octavian, having triumphed in the civil war and eliminated all his adversaries, remained the sole ruler of Rome, concentrating all power in his hands. In 27 BC, seeking to appease the public, he formally renounced his dictatorial powers, creating the semblance of a restored republic, after which the Senate, composed of his supporters, bestowed upon him the title of Augustus, acknowledging his merits. Ostensibly, he presented himself as a protector of republican traditions, but in reality, he became the first Roman emperor establishing autocratic rule. The Republic, weakened by civil wars, finally vanished, giving way to the Roman Empire, which would endure for many centuries, becoming one of the most powerful empires in history. After his victory in the Civil War, Octavian, possessing political acumen, found himself in a unique position, wielding immense power. He was the only person who controlled the Roman army, ensuring its loyalty, the finances, determining economic policy, and the administration, appointing officials. His enemies were vanquished, and the people, weary of decades of bloody wars and social instability, desired stability and order. However, he faced a significant problem that limited his actions. Officially, Rome remained a republic, which had existed for many centuries, and the Romans, proud of their freedom, remembered the fate of Julius Caesar, who had been assassinated for attempting to usurp power, serving as a warning to all potential tyrants. To openly declare himself a monarch would have been too risky, provoking a new rebellion, so Octavian chose the path of gradually consolidating power, acting cautiously and calculatingly, while maintaining the illusion of republican traditions to avoid discontent and resistance. In 29 BC, he triumphantly returned to Rome after his victory in the Civil War. The people, tired of wars, greeted him as a savior, who had delivered them from chaos, and the Senate showered him with honors, extolling his merits. He was granted numerous honorary titles, but he was in no hurry to assume dictatorial powers, demonstrating his commitment to republican principles. In 27 BC, he took a crucial step, solidifying his power. At a session of the Senate, he announced that he was relinquishing his extraordinary powers and transferring the administration of the state back to the senators, divesting himself of authority. This was a carefully calculated move designed to achieve a specific effect, as Octavian knew perfectly well that without his guidance, Rome would once again descend into chaos, and the senators would be unable to govern the state. The senators, understanding this, implored him to remain in power, taking responsibility for the fate of Rome. He feigned yielding to their requests, displaying modesty and humility, and took on the responsibility of the most troubled provinces, those where Roman legions were stationed, ensuring security. This meant that he retained control over the army, which possessed immense power, and therefore over all Roman politics, preventing anyone from challenging his authority. At the same time, the Senate, under pressure from Octavian, bestowed upon him the title of Augustus, which meant exalted or worthy of reverence, recognizing his greatness. This was a religious and symbolic title, not associated with official positions, but creating the image of a man standing above others, possessing a special status and authority. Augustus, possessing political foresight, retained the title of princeps, first among equals, which allowed him to control the Senate, guiding its activities, but did not appear as a monarchy, which could cause discontent. This became the foundation of a new system of government, known as the Principate, in which power was formally divided between the princeps and the Senate. But in reality, all power remained in the hands of one person, which guaranteed stability. Augustus, acting cautiously and consistently, carefully gathered all the most important powers into his hands, gradually strengthening his authority. He received the powers of a people's tribune, which gave him the right to veto decisions of the Senate, blocking any initiatives that could threaten his power, and to propose laws determining the political course of the state. He became a lifelong consul, concentrating executive power in his hands, and supreme pontiff, controlling both the state and religious life of Rome, which allowed him to influence people's minds. Most importantly, he became the supreme commander of the Roman army, ensuring its loyalty and obedience. This meant that no commander could raise a rebellion without his knowledge and approval, and therefore bloody civil wars would no longer be repeated, ensuring peace and stability. But Augustus, being an experienced politician, understood that power alone was not enough for long-term rule. He needed to win the support of society so that his power would be legitimate. He implemented a series of reforms aimed at strengthening the economy, the army, and the system of government, improving the lives of ordinary citizens. He reduced the number of legions, leaving only those troops that were completely loyal to him, ensuring his safety, and created the Praetorian Guard, a personal guard consisting of the best soldiers, protecting him from enemies. He established new taxes, which allowed funding the construction of roads, facilitating trade and movement, temples, glorifying the Roman gods, aqueducts, providing the city with water and forums, which became centers of public life. He also distributed land to veterans who had fought for Rome, which made the army loyal to him personally, ensuring its support. Augustus, understanding the importance of public opinion, paid special attention to his image, striving to create a positive impression of himself. He eschewed luxury, wore simple white togas, avoided pompous titles, presenting himself as a servant of the state, not a tyrant, caring for the well-being of the people. He used art and literature to create his legend, glorifying his deeds. Poets, such as Virgil, created works praising him as the new founder of Rome, who brought peace and prosperity. He declared that his reign was a new golden age, a return to traditional Roman values, glorifying the past. Officially, Augustus did not pass on power by inheritance, striving to maintain the appearance of republican principles, but he gradually prepared successors from his family to ensure a smooth transition of power. He promoted his relatives to high positions, involving them in the administration of the state, preparing them for their future roles. In 23 BC, he finally consolidated his power, receiving lifetime powers as tribune, which made him virtually an unlimited ruler, possessing the full extent of power. By this point, no one doubted that the Republic no longer existed, and Rome was under the rule of one man. Augustus ruled for over 40 years, and his reign became a symbol of peace and stability, a period of prosperity and greatness. He died in 14 AD, and his successor Tiberius inherited power without resistance, which was proof of the strength of the system he had created. This became the final confirmation that the Republic had vanished forever, and Rome had finally transformed into an empire ruled by emperors. The new political order would survive for several centuries, leaving its mark on history, and Augustus would remain in history as the first Roman emperor who managed to create a solid system in which the power of one man seemed to be a boon for the state, perceived as something natural and necessary. After establishing his power and strengthening his position, Augustus realized that for long-term and successful rule, it was not enough to simply defeat enemies and concentrate all power in his hands. It was necessary to create a sustainable system that would ensure the stability of the state and prevent new civil wars. He could not openly declare himself king, openly proclaiming a monarchy, as the Romans, raised on republican ideals, hated monarchy, considering it a symbol of tyranny, but in fact, he skillfully maneuvering, concentrated all power in his hands, ruling the state single-handedly. To strengthen the empire he created and ensure its prosperity, he implemented large-scale reforms, affecting all spheres of life of society, changing the army, the system of government, taxation, and legislation. These changes not only allowed him to maintain control over the state, but also created a solid foundation on which the Roman Empire would last for several centuries, influencing the entire world. One of Augustus's initial steps was to establish a professional and well-trained army capable of defending the state's borders and maintaining order within the country. During the Republic era, legionaries were recruited for the duration of a war and after its conclusion returned to their farms, which created certain problems. This made the army unreliable, as soldiers were not loyal to the state, and many commanders seeking power used them for personal gain, leading to civil wars. Augustus, seeking to avoid such problems, decided to change this system, making the army professional. Now, service in the army became professional and voluntary, attractive to many Roman citizens. Legionaries signed a contract for 16 years, pledging to serve Rome, and later the term of service was increased to 20 years, which made the army more stable. In return, they received a monthly salary that ensured a decent life and a guaranteed payment upon completion of their service, either in the form of money or a plot of land, allowing them to start a new life. This made the soldiers loyal not to the Senate, but to the emperor personally, as it was he who secured their future, thus strengthening his power. Augustus, seeking to enhance the army's combat readiness, reduced the number of legions from 60 to 28, retaining only the best and most loyal troops, and carried out a reorganization. He also reorganized the auxiliary units, which consisted of residents of the provinces, enlisting them to serve in the Roman army, which facilitated the integration of conquered peoples. They were granted Roman citizenship after 25 years of service, making the army an important tool for integrating conquered peoples, contributing to their Romanization. To protect the emperor himself, who feared conspiracies, the Praetorian Guard was created, an elite unit stationed in Italy. These troops received higher pay and enjoyed special privileges, being favored by the emperor. But later, it was they who would begin to interfere in politics and even overthrow emperors they did not like, playing an important role in the history of Rome. In the Republic, the administration of the provinces, which were an important source of income for Rome, was chaotic and inefficient, leading to abuses. Governors were appointed for short terms, often engaged in corruption, enriching themselves at the expense of the population, and upon leaving, left behind chaos and destruction, which caused discontent in the provinces. Augustus, seeking to restore order, changed this system by dividing the provinces into senatorial and imperial ones, carrying out an administrative reform. Senatorial provinces were relatively peaceful territories where the permanent presence of legions was not required, and they were governed by proconsuls appointed by the Senate. Imperial provinces such as Egypt, Gaul, and Syria were strategically important and were under the direct control of Augustus, which allowed him to control their resources. The main armies were stationed there, and the governors were appointed by the emperor himself, which ensured their loyalty. To effectively manage the province, he created new administrative positions, improving the system of governance. Procurators were introduced, who were responsible for finances, tax collection, and the administration of justice, as well as prefects, who were responsible for military security and order in the provinces, ensuring stability. A special position was held by the prefect of Egypt, the wealthiest province, which supplied Rome with grain. The governor of this richest province was appointed only from among Romans of the equestrian order, which guaranteed his loyalty, and he was subordinate only to the emperor, ensuring his control over its resources. One of the main problems of the Republic was the inefficient and corrupt tax collection system, which led to abuses. Prior to Augustus's reforms, taxes in the Roman Republic were collected by private tax farmers called publicani, who often abused their position and demanded more from the population than was required by law, profiting from this. This caused hatred towards Rome and led to rebellions, which destabilized the situation in the state. Augustus, seeking to eradicate corruption and restore order, abolished this institution and introduced direct taxation, improving the system. Now, taxes were collected by government officials employed by the state and receiving a salary for it, which significantly reduced corruption and abuse. He also conducted a census to accurately determine the tax base and establish fair taxes. Now, taxes were calculated based on the number of residents and the value of property, which made the system fairer and more efficient, increasing revenue to the treasury. The tax mechanisms introduced by Augustus, based on the principles of fairness and efficiency, lasted for centuries in the Roman Empire, proving their effectiveness. Augustus, understanding that in order to strengthen the state and his power, laws should not only maintain order, but also strengthen his authority and legitimacy, began by expanding the Senate, including representatives from the provinces, increasing its size. This reduced the influence of the old aristocracy, accustomed to power, and made the Senate more loyal to the emperor, dependent on his favor. He paid special attention to moral legislation, seeking to restore traditional values. He believed that Rome was losing its traditional values and tried to return the Romans to discipline and family virtue, strengthening the moral foundations of society. He introduced laws encouraging marriage and childbirth, seeing this as a guarantee of the state's prosperity. Senators could not marry former slaves, demonstrating their commitment to tradition, and bachelors and childless families were fined, which stimulated the creation of families and the birth of children. At the same time, he tightened penalties for adultery and extravagant spending, considering them a threat to the moral health of society. Augustus, seeking to create a favorable impression, also engaged in improving Rome, turning it into a magnificent city. He carried out a large-scale reconstruction of the city, built new forums, which became centers of public life, temples, glorifying the Roman gods, aqueducts, providing the city with water, and bridges, facilitating movement. Under his reign, the first state fire department was created, ensuring the safety of citizens, and a city guard, monitoring order in the capital, preventing crime. He himself proudly said, "I found Rome a city of bricks and left it a city of marble," emphasizing how much the city had changed during his reign, transforming into a magnificent capital of the empire. He also improved the road network connecting Rome with other parts of the empire, which was of great importance. Under his rule, the Via Augusta was built, connecting Italy with the Spanish provinces, and many other roads were renovated, improving the infrastructure. This facilitated trade, accelerated the movement of troops, which strengthened the emperor's power and made the management of the vast empire more efficient, connecting its different parts. Augustus, understanding that long-term power requires not only force, but also recognition of him as a special person deserving of veneration, sought to create a cult of personality. Temples in his honor began to appear in the provinces. His name was mentioned in prayers, which contributed to his deification. Formally, he did not declare himself a god during his lifetime, fearing to provoke discontent. But after his death, the Senate, expressing the will of the people, officially proclaimed him divine, Divus Augustus, which became a recognition of his greatness. This created a new tradition. Future emperors who made significant contributions to the development of the state would also be declared gods, strengthening the institution of imperial power. Thanks to his talent, Augustus managed to create a new system of government that ensured stability and lasted for centuries, outliving him. He transformed the army, making it professional and loyal to the state, reformed the tax and administrative systems, reduced corruption, and introduced laws that maintained order, ensuring the rule of law. His reign marked the beginning of the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, when wars within the empire almost ceased. The economy and culture reached unprecedented heights, and cities flourished. His reforms proved so effective that even after his death, Rome continued to follow these principles, remaining the largest power in the ancient world, influencing other peoples. After Augustus, displaying political wisdom, created a solid political system, reformed the army, taxes, and administration, he realized that force alone, concentrated in his hands, was not enough to maintain power in the long term and ensure the stability of the state. To make his rule legitimate in the eyes of the Romans, to gain their support, he had to win the minds and hearts of the people, to change their worldview. To do this, he needed not only to control state institutions, but also to shape a cultural environment that would glorify his reign as a new golden age, a period of peace and prosperity. Augustus, possessed with foresight, understood that art and literature could become powerful tools of propaganda, shaping public opinion, and actively supported talented writers, poets, historians, and architects, providing them with opportunities for creativity. His goal was simple and clear: to create a myth about himself as the savior of Rome, freeing it from the chaos of civil wars, restoring ancient traditions, returning morality, and defending morals, eradicating debauchery. He wanted the Romans to believe that his reign was not just another change of power, but the beginning of a new era of greatness that would surpass all previous ones. It was during this period, thanks to the patronage of Augustus, that the great works of Virgil, Ovid, and Livy appeared, becoming classics of Roman literature, which not only reflected the spirit of the time, but also largely shaped our understanding of Rome, creating a certain image of Roman civilization. The most important and influential author of that era was Virgil, who became a symbol of Roman literature. He was Augustus's favorite poet and created the main work of that era, which became its hallmark, the Aeneid, glorifying Rome. Inspired by Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, the great works of Greek literature, he wrote an epic poem that was to become the national epic of Rome, glorifying its history and greatness. The Aeneid told the story of how the Trojan hero Aeneas, who escaped after the destruction of Troy, set out on a long and dangerous journey, full of trials, and, overcoming all difficulties, arrived in Italy, where his descendants founded Rome, fulfilling their mission. Augustus benefited from this work because it showed himself as a continuator of the great destiny of the Roman people, the heir of ancient heroes. Virgil portrayed Aeneas as an ideal ruler, a pious, brave, selfless man who always put duty to the state above personal feelings, which made him a role model. This was the image that Augustus wanted to create of himself, presenting himself as an ideal ruler worthy of admiration. The Aeneid emphasized that the Romans were chosen by the gods to establish world order, to spread their culture and power, and that their rulers were not just conquerors seeking personal gain, but bearers of a higher mission, fulfilling the will of the gods. Virgil poured his heart and soul into his epic poem for over a decade, but sadly, he passed away before completing it, leaving it unfinished. Legend has it that, filled with doubt, he wanted to destroy the manuscript, but Augustus, recognizing its immense value, forbade it, thus preserving it for posterity. Despite its incompleteness, the Aeneid became the official literary foundation of Roman ideology, shaping the worldview of Romans. It was studied in all Roman schools, instilling patriotism in the young generation. Another great poet of the Augustan age was Ovid, whose work differed from Virgil's. Unlike Virgil, who created ideologically important works glorifying Rome, Ovid was a master of light and graceful verses, celebrating love, beauty, the joy of life, and pleasure. His work was popular among the Roman aristocracy, who valued refinement and elegance, and especially among women who admired his talent. His art of love offered advice on how to court girls and seduce men, revealing the secrets of seduction, while his Metamorphoses was a vast poem consisting of mythological stories about wondrous transformations, showcasing his imagination. This work included hundreds of legends, starting with the creation of the world and ending with myths about the Trojan War and Hercules, representing an encyclopedia of ancient mythology. Metamorphoses became one of the most influential works of ancient literature, inspiring artists for centuries. Numerous paintings, sculptures, and theatrical productions were created based on these stories, celebrating ancient heroes. However, Ovid himself, who celebrated sensual pleasures, did not fit into Augustus's strict moral program, aimed at strengthening family values. In 8 BC, he was exiled to the distant city of Tomis, located on the Black Sea coast, in what is now Romania, which was a blow to his admirers. The reasons for his exile remain a mystery to historians, giving rise to various theories. Official documents stated that the reason for the exile was a poem containing liberties, and some mistake made by Ovid. Perhaps his works too freely interpreted Roman morals, promoting licentiousness, or perhaps he witnessed some political scandal which could have been dangerous for the emperor. Ovid, deprived of the opportunity to return to his homeland, remained in exile until the end of his life, continuing to write mournful poems in which he begged Augustus to forgive him and return him to Rome. But alas, he never received forgiveness. While Virgil was creating a national epic glorifying Rome and Ovid was celebrating love adventures, the historian Livy, showing persistence and talent, worked on creating a grand history of Rome, which became his main work. His work, History of Rome from its Foundation, was the most ambitious attempt to describe all of Roman history from its mythological origins, tracing its development to modern times, creating a complete picture. Livy did not simply list historical events, but created a narrative imbued with patriotism, which was intended to show the greatness of Rome, its unique destiny, and its historical mission. In his interpretation, the history of Rome was a struggle between the virtues of the ancestors, their courage, honesty, and justice, and the dangers of decay and corruption, undermining the foundations of the state. He admired ancient Roman heroes such as Horatius Cocles, who showed courage, Mucius Scaevola, who showed resilience, and Camillus, who showed military talent, and contrasted them with contemporary aristocrats, whom he considered effeminate and fond of luxury, having lost touch with traditions. Although Livy was a republican at heart, a follower of the old ideals, and regretted the end of the old traditions, He recognized that only Augustus was able to stop the chaos of civil wars, bring peace, and bring Rome to order, strengthening the state. His writings became the main source of knowledge about early Roman history and had a huge impact on ideas about Rome in the Middle Ages and modern times, shaping the image of a great empire. Augustus did not simply support individual writers and poets, showing generosity. He created an entire cultural environment in which art flourished, attracting talented people. An important role in this was played by his confidant and advisor Gaius Cilnius Maecenas, a wealthy and influential Roman whose name became a symbol of patronage of artists and poets, glorifying him through the ages. Maecenas gathered the best authors around him, organized celebrations for them, and funded their work, giving them the opportunity to create without worrying about their daily bread. His house became the center of the Roman intellectual elite, where new ideas were discussed and masterpieces were created. It was thanks to his generous support that the works of Virgil, Ovid, and Livy gained wide fame and recognition, having a huge impact on Roman culture. In addition to literature, the art of the Augustan age included monumental architecture and sculpture glorifying Rome. Augustus understood that the appearance of Rome should correspond to its new status as the center of world civilization. Under him, new forums were built, which became centers of public life, temples glorifying the Roman gods, triumphal arches perpetuating the victories of the Roman army, and roads and aqueducts were updated, improving infrastructure. He sought to turn Rome into a true center of civilization, worthy of being the capital of the world, the eternal city. It was then that Augustus's famous expression arose, expressing his pride in the transformation of the city. "I found Rome brick and left it marble," emphasizing how much the city had changed during his reign, becoming beautiful. In art, the style of classicism spread, which strived for ideal forms and proportions, reminiscent of Greek models, symbolizing greatness and harmony. Statues of Augustus, glorifying him, depicted him as young and majestic, full of strength, even when he was already of advanced age, creating an idealized image of the ruler. This emphasized his image of an immortal ruler standing above time, not subject to aging and disease, which created a sense of stability and reliability. The cultural heritage of the Augustan era turned out to be so powerful and significant that it survived the centuries, influencing subsequent generations. Virgil created the image of Rome as a chosen people destined to rule the world. Ovid left a rich mythological material that delighted artists, and Livy shaped the perception of Roman history, creating its heroic image. Their works became the foundation of Western culture, inspiring poets, artists, and politicians for centuries, which testifies to the power of Roman culture. Augustus, being a wise ruler, understood that power rests not only on the army and laws that ensure order, but also on the ideas that shape people's minds. That is why his reign not only strengthened the empire, but also gave it a cultural foundation that lasted for centuries, which continued to influence the world even after 2,000 years, remaining relevant. After the death of Augustus in 14 AD, who passed away at an advanced age, the Roman Empire officially passed to Tiberius, his adopted son. But this transfer of power was not as smooth and cloudless as it might seem at first glance. For many years, Augustus created a cult of his personality, presenting himself as the savior of Rome, who saved it from chaos, who put an end to the civil wars and established long-awaited order, ensuring prosperity. The people were accustomed to seeing in him not just a ruler, but almost a divine figure, possessed of wisdom and justice, and no one could compare with him in authority, which created difficulties for his successor. Tiberius found himself in a complex and delicate situation, requiring caution and prudence. He inherited a great empire that had reached its peak, but at the same time, he had neither the popular love nor the political charisma that Augustus possessed, which made his rule difficult. He was a talented military leader, possessed of discipline and calculation, but gloomy, unsociable, and suspicious, which repelled people from him. He did not like the Senate, did not trust his entourage, fearing conspiracies, and eventually turned his reign into an era of fear, intrigue, and repression, which did not contribute to stability in the state. Born in 42 BC, Tiberius came from the noble Claudian family, known for its pride and independence, but his position changed dramatically when his mother Livia, who had a strong character, married Augustus, making him a member of the imperial family. The emperor himself, unfortunately, did not have sons, which created a problem of succession, so Livia tried for many years to promote her son to power using her influence. However, Augustus did not consider him as an heir for a long time, doubting his abilities. He hoped to transfer power to his blood relatives, first Marcellus, then Gaius and Lucius Caesars, but they all died young, leaving him no choice. As a result, when he had no other options, he, obeying the will of his wife Livia, adopted Tiberius and appointed him his successor, making him heir to the throne. For Tiberius himself, who did not aspire to power, this was not joy, but rather a heavy burden, a burden of responsibility. He was forced to divorce his beloved wife, Vipsania Agrippina, whom he sincerely loved, and marry the widow of Gaius Caesar, Julia, the daughter of Augustus, in order to strengthen his power. This marriage, concluded for political reasons, turned out to be unhappy, and Tiberius hated Julia all his life, which did not contribute to his happiness. Moreover, Augustus himself, despite adopting Tiberius, did not have warm feelings for him, treating him with restraint, calling him a man who does everything right, following instructions, but without joy and enthusiasm, which indicated their complex relationship. When Augustus died, leaving behind a prosperous empire, Tiberius, showing caution, was in no hurry to take power, demonstrating his modesty. He pretended that he was not sure whether he should rule, and allegedly hesitated, waiting for the approval of the Senate, creating the appearance of republican traditions. This was part of his careful policy, aimed at consolidating his power. He wanted to show the Senate and the people that he was not imposing himself as a new ruler, but acting in their interests. However, the Senate, comprised of seasoned politicians, understood perfectly well that they had no choice and had to submit. Tiberius already commanded the army, ensuring its loyalty, and his strong-willed mother, Livia, controlled the court, influencing all important decisions. In the end, the Senate, made up of experienced politicians and eager to preserve their privileges, officially granted him the authority, recognizing his power, and Tiberius became the second emperor of Rome, inheriting a vast empire. But unlike Augustus, who created a cult of personality for himself, he did not try to conceal his real power behind republican formalities, nor did he seek popular affection. He did not strive to be loved by the people, did not distribute gifts, and did not organize large-scale and costly celebrations, understanding that this was a waste of money. This immediately made him unpopular among the Romans, who were accustomed to Augustus's generosity. Initially, Tiberius, striving to establish relations with the Senate, tried to maintain a balance between senatorial and imperial power, but he quickly became disillusioned with the senators, seeing their true colors. He considered them spineless flatterers who praised him in words but, in reality, secretly dreamed of getting rid of him, striving to restore the Republic. Gradually, he began to distance himself from them, making important decisions only with a narrow circle of trusted confidants, which caused discontent in the Senate. He also discontinued many of Augustus's expensive projects aimed at embellishing Rome, cut spending, and tried to strengthen the empire's finances by pursuing a strict fiscal policy. However, his rule increasingly turned into a reign of fear based on suspicion. One of the key instruments of his power, allowing him to maintain control over the situation, was the practice of denunciation, which became widespread. Accusations of treason, maestas, had always existed in Rome, but under Tiberius they turned into a real terror, sowing fear in society. Anyone, even the most innocent person, could be accused of treason if they said something careless about the ruler, casting doubt on his authority or his entourage. As a result, a wave of denunciations swept through Rome, overwhelming the city. People, driven by fear and the desire for gain, betrayed their friends, relatives, neighbors, and even teachers, hoping to gain the emperor's favor and avoid punishment. Informers received a portion of the condemned's property, which made denunciation a profitable business, stimulating betrayal. Senators, aware of their vulnerability, lived in constant fear, dreading denunciations, and many preferred to commit suicide to avoid the disgrace of a public trial and confiscation of property, taking their own lives. Tiberius, seeing betrayal and lies all around him, became increasingly grim, suspicious, and cruel, losing trust in people. In the year 23 AD, his only son Drusus died, and after that, the emperor, having lost his heir, completely lost interest in the affairs of the state, becoming disillusioned with power. He increasingly relied on his favorite, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, Sejanus, who enjoyed his boundless trust. This man, distinguished by ambition and treachery, was an ambitious schemer who dreamed of concentrating power in his own hands and ruling Rome. He convinced Tiberius that conspiracies against him were being hatched in Rome and skillfully began eliminating all potential competitors, getting rid of enemies. Soon, he achieved the point where the emperor, having lost interest in governing, completely withdrew from politics, handing over the reins of power to him. In the year 26 AD, Tiberius, tired of power, unexpectedly left Rome, abandoning the capital, and moved to the island of Capri, located in the Tyrrhenian Sea, where he lived the rest of his life, detached from affairs. He effectively transferred the administration of the state to Sejanus, who concentrated immense power in his hands, establishing a rigid dictatorship, terrorizing the Romans. On Capri, far from Rome, Tiberius became a recluse, rarely appearing in public. He hardly received ambassadors, did not attend state events, and increasingly interfered in the affairs of the empire, leaving governance to Sejanus. His palace became a place shrouded in rumors and secrets, giving rise to various speculations. Many claimed that he indulged in debauchery and unbridled entertainment, spending time in orgies, although modern historians doubt the truthfulness of these accounts, considering them exaggerated. In the year 31 AD, after receiving a denunciation, he suddenly realized that Sejanus had amassed too much power, posing a threat to his rule, and decided to act. He secretly organized his arrest, carefully preparing the operation, and the prefect was captured right at a Senate meeting, taking him by surprise. On the same day, without waiting for trial, he was executed, put to death, and then a new wave of repression began, targeting his supporters. Everyone who had ever been associated with Sejanus, regardless of their position, was sentenced to death, destroying his circle. This only intensified the atmosphere of fear and suspicion in Rome, causing a new wave of denunciations and executions. In the last years of his reign, Tiberius, disillusioned with people, had little interest in governing the state, burdened by power. He was a deeply unhappy man, surrounded by traitors and enemies, experiencing constant anxiety. He became obsessed with omens and magic, trying to peer into the future, avoided public events, and led a reclusive life, preferring solitude to the company of people. In the year 37 AD, he fell seriously ill, and his entourage, foreseeing his demise, were already preparing to transfer power to his successor, Gaius Julius Caesar, better known in history by the nickname Caligula, who possessed charisma. However, Tiberius, to the surprise of those around him, unexpectedly recovered, demonstrating the strength of his body. According to one widespread version from those who distrusted him, he was strangled on the orders of Caligula, who was eager for power and did not want to wait for his natural death, showing impatience. Tiberius's reign left behind contradictory memories in history. He was not a bad administrator, paying attention to state affairs. His economic policy contributed to strengthening the empire's finances, and the army under him remained disciplined and powerful, maintaining order. But his constant suspicion, which created an atmosphere of terror, his detachment from affairs, leaving power to his inner circle, and the influence of courtly schemers made him a somber and repulsive figure, leaving a negative impression. After his death, which freed the Romans from fear, they did not grieve, but only eagerly awaited who would become the next ruler, hoping for change. They hoped that the new emperor, who would replace the gloomy Tiberius, would restore joy, confidence in the future, and prosperity to Rome, freeing them from repression. But ahead awaited the Romans the rule of a man who was destined to go down in history as a symbol of tyranny, madness, and cruelty: Caligula, who turned out to be even worse than Tiberius. After the death of Tiberius in the year 37 AD, the Roman Empire, which was going through a difficult period, found itself in the hands of a young and charismatic ruler, Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, known throughout the world as Caligula, who inspired hope. His accession to power, which replaced the era of fear, was initially greeted with enthusiasm, and people believed in change. The Romans naively hoped that his reign would usher in a new, bright era after the long years of fear and repression that marked the reign of Tiberius, who instilled terror in the inhabitants of Rome. The people, eager for change, were ready to exalt Caligula as the savior who had delivered them from tyranny, and the Senate, trying to please the new ruler, rushed to assure him of their loyalty. However, in just 4 years of his reign, not a trace remained of the former enthusiasm, and the Romans bitterly regretted their choice. Caligula went down in history as one of the most insane and cruel Roman emperors, whose reign was marked by tyranny and executions, leaving behind a bad memory. But how much does this image correspond to reality? And do the historical facts correspond to the prevailing opinion? Was he really mentally ill, as some historians claim? Or is his reputation the result of malicious propaganda and political intrigues generated by Caligula's enemies? Caligula was born in the year 12 AD and was the son of Germanicus, one of the most beloved Roman generals, who enjoyed immense popularity among the people. His father was a relative of Augustus and was considered an ideal candidate for the role of future ruler. But he suddenly died under mysterious circumstances, depriving Rome of a talented military leader. There were persistent rumors that he was poisoned by the governor of Syria on the orders of Tiberius, who feared his popularity, wanting to eliminate a competitor. After the death of Germanicus, Caligula, along with his mother Agrippina the Elder, who was characterized by a strong character, and brothers, who became victims of intrigues, fell out of favor with Emperor Tiberius. Emperor Tiberius, suspicious and cruel, feared possible claimants to the throne and dealt with most of the family of Germanicus, eliminating a potential threat to his power. Caligula's mother and older brother were exiled to remote provinces and died in exile, and his second brother also died in prison, becoming a victim of intrigues. Only Caligula himself, who showed cunning and resourcefulness, managed to survive, probably because he was still too young and did not pose a threat to Tiberius. To stay alive, surrounded by enemies, he learned the art of pretense, hiding his true feelings. In the entourage of Tiberius, he behaved humbly, concealing his emotions and thoughts so as not to arouse suspicion, biding his time. Later, contemporaries, analyzing Caligula's life, noted that this difficult period, full of deprivation and fear, could have had a negative impact on his subsequent behavior, making him suspicious, vindictive, and cruel, leaving a deep mark on his soul. When Tiberius, a decrepit old man, died, freeing Rome from his repressions, the heir, according to the will, became the 24-year-old Caligula, whose name was known to every Roman. The Senate, tired of Tiberius's tyranny and hoping for change, without hesitation confirmed him as the new emperor, and the people of Rome, who had great hopes for him, greeted his accession to power with jubilation, welcoming the new ruler. The first months of his reign truly seemed like the golden age the Romans had dreamed of. Caligula repealed Tiberius's cruel laws, freeing many innocent people, pardoned those unjustly convicted, brought back prominent Romans unfairly exiled, organized grand games, delighting the people, and generously distributed money, showing magnanimity. He was young, handsome, and energetic, which attracted people to him, and he enjoyed incredible popularity. It seemed he was the ideal ruler. However, after a few months, everything suddenly changed, as if by magic, plunging Rome into horror. According to ancient authors, in the late 37th year of the Common Era, Caligula fell seriously ill, which changed his personality, revealing the dark sides of his character. Some historians believe that he suffered from meningitis, which affected his brain, or a severe fever that damaged his sanity, while others suggest that he may have been poisoned, becoming a victim of a conspiracy. He survived, but after recovering, he became a completely different person, changed beyond recognition. His behavior became abrupt, volatile, cruel, and unpredictable, frightening those around him. Suddenly, he became suspicious of conspiracies everywhere, which led to repression, eliminating potential rivals, getting rid of those who could threaten his power. He executed his own son-in-law, killed his father-in-law, forced the loyal prefect of the Praetorian Guard to commit suicide, displaying cruelty, and then began to deal with those who, in his opinion, were not loyal enough to him, destroying his enemies. Senators and nobles, who had initially enthusiastically supported the new emperor, hoping for a change for the better, now lived in constant fear, fearing for their lives. The most famous stories about Caligula that have come down to us are tales of his eccentricity, which shocked the Romans. According to ancient authors, who sought to give him a demonic image, he declared himself a god and demanded to be worshipped as Jupiter, which contradicted Roman traditions. In the temple of Castor and Pollux, he placed his throne and received visitors there as if he were a supreme deity, demonstrating his superiority. He often donned golden robes, held lightning in his hands, portraying Jupiter, or dressed in women's clothing to present himself as Venus, causing laughter and scorn. Many Romans, raised in traditional values, perceived this as an insult to their religious feelings and a mockery of their beliefs. One of the most famous and widely circulated stories about Caligula over the centuries is the legend of his favorite horse, Incitatus, to which he paid special attention. According to legend, the emperor, demonstrating his madness, built a marble palace for him, ordered him to be fed golden flakes, and was going to make him a consul, appointing him to a high post. This story has been used for centuries as an example of absurd tyranny, demonstrating the madness of the ruler. But modern historians, striving for objectivity, suggest that this may have been a sarcastic gesture on Caligula's part, ridiculing Roman politics. Perhaps he simply wanted to show that the consulship had become so devalued that even a horse could occupy it, demonstrating his contempt for the Senate. But Caligula was not only eccentric, but also cruel, manifesting his despotic nature. He tolerated no objections, suppressing any expression of disagreement, and could order the execution of a person for a careless word or glance which inspired terror. He humiliated the Senate, forcing noble Romans to dance at feasts, dress as women, and participate in mad entertainments, showing his superiority. He could execute or exile entire families if he suspected them of disloyalty, wiping out entire lineages. Many historians describe a scene when, consumed by rage, he stood before the Senate and declared that he dreamed that Rome had one large neck, so that he could cut it off with one blow, putting an end to the problems. Of course, such statements, demonstrating his cruelty, frightened the elite, who feared for their lives. But was his policy completely chaotic and insane, or was there logic in his actions? Despite his terrible reputation, Caligula, who possessed certain knowledge, was not an incompetent ruler, completely incapable of governing the state. He completed the construction of the Aqua Claudia aqueduct, an important structure that provided Rome with water, strengthened the borders of the empire, protecting it from enemies, conducted a successful military campaign in Germany, expanding Roman possessions, and prepared to conquer Britain, seeking new territories. However, his military plans, distinguished by extravagance, often turned into farce, causing laughter. Once, demonstrating his absurd character, he declared war on Poseidon, the god of the seas, and ordered soldiers to collect seashells on the shore, declaring that this was war booty, demonstrating his cynicism. In the end, his behavior became so unpredictable, going beyond the bounds of reason, that even his personal guard, the Praetorians, who were supposed to protect the emperor, ceased to trust him, fearing for their lives. In 41 of the Common Era, the Praetorians, tired of his tyranny, themselves organized a conspiracy, deciding to get rid of the mad ruler. Caligula was walking down a corridor of his palace when he was suddenly attacked by the tribune Chaerea, whom the emperor often insulted, humiliating him. He delivered the first blow, which became fatal, avenging the humiliations. Then the conspirators pounced on Caligula and inflicted dozens of wounds on him, demonstrating their hatred. His body was mutilated, showing cruelty, and his wife and daughter were also killed so that no heirs remained, fearing revenge. After his death, which caused relief, the Senate tried to restore the Republic, taking advantage of the situation, but it was too late, having missed their chance. The soldiers of the Praetorian Guard, accustomed to the power of the emperor, had already decided who would be the next ruler without asking the opinion of the Senate. They proclaimed Claudius, Caligula's uncle, quiet and inconspicuous, as emperor, believing that he would be easy to control. Thus, the attempt of the senators, striving for freedom to get rid of the power of a sole ruler, failed, and the Principate, founded by Augustus, continued to exist, retaining its power. The image of Caligula, created by his enemies, remained in history as a symbol of a mad tyrant, whose reign was marked by cruelty and arbitrariness, which has been entrenched over the centuries. However, modern researchers, striving for objectivity, suggest that his reputation is largely the result of a black legend created by his enemies, who sought to denigrate his name. He violated traditions, trampled on foundations, humiliated the Senate, did not respect the Roman aristocracy, and for this he could not be forgiven, avenging himself on him after death. Perhaps he was not literally insane, but his style of rule, distinguished by eccentricity and unpredictability, proved too harsh and unacceptable for conservative Roman society, accustomed to stability. He was removed not because he was insane, but because he posed a threat to the elite, who feared losing their power and influence, resisting change. After the assassination of Caligula in 41 of the Common Era, the Roman Empire, deprived of a ruler, found itself in a state of chaos, threatening its existence. The Senate, seizing the moment, desperately tried to restore the Republic, restoring the old order. But the Praetorians, accustomed to the power of the emperor, needing a strong leader, began searching for a new ruler, unwilling to give up their privileges. They found him in Claudius, the quiet and inconspicuous uncle of Caligula, who posed no threat, who, at the moment of his nephew's assassination, fearing for his life, was hiding in the palace, hoping to remain unnoticed. Seeing the Praetorians bursting into the palace, he thought they had come to kill him, fearing reprisals. But instead, to his surprise, he was proclaimed the new emperor, leaving him no choice. The Senate, which had no real power, had no choice but to recognize his power, submitting to the will of the Praetorians and approve him as emperor. Claudius, who did not strive for power, ascended the throne not of his own free will, but managed to stay in power, showing political wisdom, and carry out a series of reforms that strengthened the empire, contributing to its prosperity. Claudius, unlike his predecessors, was born in the 10th year before the Common Era and was a member of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, coming from a noble family, but from childhood he was considered physically weak, unhealthy, and incapable of governing, considering him inferior. He suffered from stuttering, finding it difficult to express himself, was clumsy in his movements, and was often ridiculed by relatives who did not take him seriously. Augustus, doubting his abilities, did not consider him as a successor, and Tiberius, who treated him with disdain, kept him in the shadows altogether, fearing competition. However, Claudius, despite his physical shortcomings, was an intelligent and educated man who devoted himself to science. He studied history, law, government, receiving a comprehensive education, preparing for a future role. He did not participate in political intrigues, which perhaps saved his life, allowing him to avoid repression. While other possible heirs perished, becoming victims of conspiracies, he remained aloof and posed a threat to no one, remaining in the shadows. When Caligula, who aroused universal hatred, became emperor, Claudius, who did not enjoy Caligula's favor, received some honorary titles, but continued to remain in the shadows, not attracting attention to himself, fearing for his life. After the unexpected proclamation of Claudius as emperor, who did not strive for power, he immediately faced serious problems that required immediate resolution. The senators, accustomed to power, treated him with contempt, considering him a puppet in the hands of the Praetorians, and did not take him seriously. However, Claudius, who possessed hidden potential, quickly showed that he did not intend to be a weak and spineless ruler who was easily manipulated. He paid the Praetorians a large monetary bonus, securing their support and loyalty, and executed the conspirators involved in the assassination of Caligula, avenging his death and punishing the guilty. Then he carried out a purge of the Senate, eliminating opponents of his rule and strengthening his power, which caused discontent among the nobility. Distrusting the aristocracy's ambition for power, he surrounded himself with freedmen and officials from the lower classes, entrusting them with the administration of key areas of the state, thus securing their loyalty. This aroused discontent among the Roman elite, accustomed to their privileged position, but it allowed Claudius to create an efficient administrative system that contributed to the stability of the state. One of the main achievements of his reign, which made him famous, was the conquest of Britain, which significantly expanded the borders of the empire. In the year 43 AD, he sent 4 legions to Britain under the command of the talented general Aulus Plautius, instructing him to conquer the island. The campaign was successful, and after several months, Claudius himself arrived on the island to officially accept the surrender of the local chieftains, emphasizing the significance of this event. After this, Britain, rich in resources, became a Roman province, bringing in revenue. The conquest of Britain was accompanied by the construction of roads connecting different parts of the island, fortresses protecting against enemies, and military camps, which allowed the Romans to gain a foothold in the region, establishing their power. In addition to Britain, Claudius, who was active in foreign policy, annexed Thrace, incorporated Judea into the empire, and expanded Roman influence in Armenia and the East, strengthening the power of Rome. Claudius's internal reforms, aimed at strengthening the state, made the administration of the empire more organized and efficient. He was the first to create a full-fledged bureaucratic system, dividing administrative positions between officials responsible for finance, taxes, the judicial system, and the provinces, which increased management efficiency. Before him, these matters were handled by senators, but Claudius, distrusting them, attracted freedmen and professional administrators, distinguished by their loyalty and experience, who had no political ambitions and were personally devoted to him, which strengthened his power. This strengthened the emperor's control over the state apparatus, ensuring its stability. Claudius, striving for the unification of the empire, expanded the rights of provincials, simplifying the acquisition of Roman citizenship and involving them in the administration of the state. He actively involved the elite of Gaul and other regions in governance, providing them with opportunities for career growth, which contributed to the integration of conquered peoples into the Roman system, strengthening it. He carried out large-scale construction works, demonstrating his concern for the well-being of Rome. During his reign, a new port of Ostia was built, improving the supply of grain to Rome, which was of great importance. Aqueducts were erected, providing the city with water, roads facilitating movement, temples glorifying Roman gods, and the borders of the empire were strengthened, ensuring its security. He restored discipline in the army, forbidding soldiers to leave their camps without permission, and improved the supply of legions, strengthening the empire's defense capabilities. However, his personal life, full of intrigue, was unstable and had an impact on politics. He married 4 times, and each of his marriages turned out to be politically problematic, giving rise to conspiracies. His last wife, Agrippina the Younger, distinguished by her lust for power, became the most famous. She secured her marriage to Claudius to secure the throne for her son Nero, strengthening his position. Rumor has it that she orchestrated Claudius's murder in the year 54 AD, poisoning him by adding poison to his food, getting rid of her husband to clear the way to power for her son. After his death, thanks to his mother's intrigues, Nero was proclaimed the new emperor, despite the presence of a legitimate heir. Despite the contempt of the Roman nobility, who considered him unworthy, Claudius, who possessed hidden talents, managed to strengthen the empire, expand its borders, and create an effective administrative system that lasted for centuries, leaving its mark on history. After his death, despite all the contradictions, his reforms aimed at strengthening the state continued to influence the administration of Rome, ensuring its stability, and his conquests became key to the further development of the empire, expanding its borders. After the murder of Claudius in the year 54 AD, committed by his wife, power in the Roman Empire passed to his adopted son Nero, known for his extravagance. He was still a teenager, inexperienced and easily influenced, when his mother Agrippina the Younger, a power-hungry and ambitious woman, did everything possible to secure the throne for him, clearing the way to power. She was the daughter of Germanicus, the granddaughter of Tiberius, and the sister of Caligula, coming from a noble family, and now also the widow of Claudius, possessing enormous influence. It was she who persuaded the emperor to adopt Nero, her son, and declare him his heir instead of his own son Britannicus, removing him from power. After the death of Claudius, which many believe to be the result of poisoning organized by Agrippina, who was striving for power, Nero became the youngest emperor in the history of Rome, ascending the throne at a young age. He was only 16 years old, and no one knew what to expect from him, what kind of ruler he would be. The first years of his reign seemed favorable, inspiring hopes for peace and stability. State affairs were actually conducted by 3 people who possessed wisdom and experience: the philosopher Seneca, known for his works, the prefect of the Praetorians Burrus, who ensured order, and of course Agrippina, who possessed enormous influence. They tried to maintain order in the state, following the principles of moderation and justice, showing concern for the good of the people. However, as Nero grew older, he increasingly distanced himself from his mother, burdened by her guardianship, striving for independence and autonomy. Soon he showed that he did not want to be just a puppet in the hands of others, and for this he was ready to get rid of anyone who threatened his power, demonstrating his cruelty. The turning point in his reign was the murder of Agrippina, which marked the beginning of an era of tyranny. Initially, in an effort to retain power in her hands, she tried to influence her son, interfering in his personal life, the choice of advisors, and politics, which caused irritation. When Nero, who wanted independence, began to move away from his mother, she, fearing to lose power, tried to promote Britannicus, the legitimate heir, to the throne. But he suddenly died, probably from poison, becoming a victim of intrigues. This became a warning for Agrippina, but she, obsessed with power, did not give up, continuing to weave intrigues. Then Nero, tired of her interference, decided to eliminate her, getting rid of his nagging mother. In the year 59 AD, he organized a shipwreck, hoping that his mother would die during a sea voyage, finding herself in the open sea. but she miraculously survived, demonstrating her resilience, making it to shore and escaping death. Then Nero, failing to achieve the desired result, sent soldiers, showing cruelty, who killed her in her own home, taking her life. After that, in order to justify his act, he officially announced that his mother herself was plotting against him and presented her death as a necessity, saving his own life. However, even his supporters, accustomed to his antics, were shocked by this act, expressing their condemnation. After the murder of his mother, who burdened him, Nero completely freed himself from her influence, feeling free. He became increasingly immersed in the world of art, theatre, and entertainment, striving for fame. He considered himself a great singer, actor, and poet, neglecting state affairs. Unlike previous emperors, who tried to observe decency and behave with dignity, Nero, who was distinguished by extravagance, openly performed on stage, which caused outrage among the Roman aristocracy, who considered this unworthy of the emperor. Soon, his extravagant lifestyle, which contradicted Roman traditions, began to ruin his reputation, causing discontent. He organized grandiose and costly feasts that amazed with their scale, participated in chariot races, becoming carried away with this activity, lived among actors, musicians, and circus performers, completely neglecting state affairs, neglecting his duties. All this irritated the Senate, accustomed to order, which expected seriousness, wisdom, and dignity from the emperor, not frivolity. In the year 64 AD, a tragic event occurred, which became the most famous in his reign and went down in history: the Great Fire of Rome, which destroyed most of the city. On the night of the 18th of July, a fire broke out in the city, built of wood, engulfing Rome, which raged for 6 days, turning the city into ruins. The flames, fanned by the wind, destroyed almost 2/3 of the city, turning it into ashes, including the poor quarters where ordinary people lived, temples that were centers of religious life, and public buildings, depriving the city of its former grandeur. Thousands of people were left homeless, losing all their property, and found themselves in a difficult situation. The fire spread so quickly, engulfing all of Rome, that many, frightened by the scale of the tragedy, suspected whether it was an accident or a deliberate arson. Persistent rumors spread throughout the city that Nero, obsessed with the idea of rebuilding Rome, himself ordered the city to be set on fire in order to clear the site for the construction of a grandiose palace worthy of the emperor. Later, a legend appeared, vividly describing the events, that during the fire that engulfed Rome, he stood on the roof of his palace, enjoying the spectacle, playing the lyre, and composing poems about the destruction of Troy, demonstrating his madness. However, modern historians, striving for objectivity, doubt the veracity of these stories, considering them part of propaganda. Nero himself at this time was outside the city, and upon returning, as sources claim, he indeed organized assistance to the victims, showing mercy. He ordered a reduction in bread prices, easing the lives of the poor, opened his palaces to refugees who had lost their homes, and even ordered new urban planning to restore the city. But rumors like fire had already spread throughout Rome, and people demanded that the culprit in the tragedy be found, suspecting Nero. To deflect suspicion from himself for the arson and avert the wrath of the populace, Nero cunningly accused the Christians, who were an easy target. These were little-known followers of a new religion spreading throughout the empire, who even then did not worship the Roman gods, making them suspect. They were arrested, subjected to brutal torture, burned at the stake, and crucified, all to demonstrate his power. Many of them met a martyr's death, illuminating nocturnal Rome with their bodies as living torches, becoming victims of political intrigue. Thus began the first official persecutions of Christians, which, with interruptions, continued for several centuries, leaving a bloody trail in history. After the fire that destroyed much of Rome, Nero, ignoring the suffering of the people, began the construction of the Golden House, Domus Aurea, a vast palace complex worthy of an emperor, surrounded by artificial lakes, gardens, and statues, surpassing all existing palaces in its splendor. This project, requiring huge expenditures, outraged the Romans even more, fueling discontent. While many, having lost their homes, were rebuilding their modest dwellings and enduring hardships, the emperor was building a new palace for himself, demonstrating his indifference to the needs of the people. In the eyes of the people, he increasingly became a tyrant, mired in luxury and neglecting the interests of the state. Dissatisfaction with his rule grew with each passing day, and soon the Pisonian conspiracy, seeking to overthrow him, erupted against him. In 65 AD, a group of senators, officers, and aristocrats, yearning for freedom, attempted to orchestrate Nero's assassination, ridding themselves of the tyrant. Even Seneca, his former mentor, disillusioned with him, participated in the conspiracy, a testament to the widespread discontent. But the plan, due to betrayal, was exposed, and mass repressions began, brutally suppressing the conspiracy. The conspirators, betrayed under torture, were executed or forced to commit suicide, demonstrating cruelty by getting rid of enemies. After this, Nero, frightened by the conspiracy, became even more suspicious, seeing enemies everywhere. He eliminated anyone he suspected of disloyalty and trusted the Senate less and less, fearing betrayal. In the last years of his reign, the emperor, devoid of wisdom, completely lost touch with reality, committing mad acts. He traveled to Greece, neglecting state affairs, where he participated in the Olympic Games, striving for glory. He bribed judges to ensure his victory and declared himself the winner in the races, even though he had fallen from his chariot, which caused ridicule. He gave theatrical performances, forcing noble Romans to listen to his talentless performances under penalty of death, demonstrating his power. He ordered the murder of his wife, Poppaea, kicking her during a fit of rage, demonstrating cruelty by not restraining his anger. He ordered the construction of a giant statue in Rome in his honor, praising him, and openly spoke of his divinity, which shocked the Romans. In the eyes of the aristocracy, eager for power, he appeared as a madman who had lost touch with reality. In 68 AD, driven to despair, rebellions began in various parts of the empire, threatening his rule. Vindex, the governor of Gaul, enjoying considerable authority, launched a revolt, declaring Nero an enemy of Rome, and called for his overthrow. He was joined by Galba, the governor of Spain, also dissatisfied with Nero's rule. The rebellion, spreading rapidly, engulfed the entire empire, and the army, tired of tyranny, refused to support the mad emperor. The Senate, seeing this as a chance to free themselves from Nero, declared him a public enemy, stripping him of his power. When the soldiers sent by the Senate entered Rome, Nero, realizing that his end was near, attempted to flee, but no one protected him. Everyone had turned away from him. In fear, he fled the city and hid in a country villa where he realized that even his most loyal servants had betrayed him, leaving him alone. As the soldiers sent by his enemies approached him, he, overcome with despair, cried out, lamenting his fate, "What a great artist dies, losing his talent, bidding farewell to the stage." And showing weakness, he plunged a dagger into his throat, ending his life, mired in debauchery and crime. Thus ignominiously ended his mad reign, leaving behind a bad memory, and with him the Julio-Claudian dynasty, which had ruled Rome for several generations, came to an end, leaving chaos in its wake. After his death, which sparked jubilation, Rome found itself on the brink of chaos, mired in intrigue. The tragic year of the four emperors began, during which several contenders fought for power, shedding blood, striving for the throne. The empire, shaken by events, plunged into civil war, weakening it. But in the end, after bloodshed, Vespasian, possessing military experience, ascended the throne, founding the new Flavian dynasty, putting an end to the turmoil. Thus ended the era of the first emperors who ruled Rome, and Rome entered a new political era, hoping for stability. After the assassination of Nero in 68 AD, which left chaos in its wake, the Roman Empire found itself without a clear successor, as Nero had not appointed an heir, creating a power vacuum. For the first time, Power was not transferred dynastically, as it had been before, but became a matter of struggle between powerful military leaders who had influence in the army, striving for power. The empire entered a period of political chaos and instability, which went down in history as the tragic year of the four emperors, leaving a bloody trail. During a single year, power changed hands 4 times, like a deck of cards, and each time it was accompanied by bloodshed, and Rome became an arena for a fierce struggle for the throne, where the fates of people were decided. After the death of Nero, Servius Sulpicius Galba, the governor of Spain, who had rebelled against Nero, taking advantage of the situation, was proclaimed the first emperor, enjoying the support of the army. He enjoyed the support of the Senate, which sought stability, and the rebellious governors, but proved to be an incompetent ruler, unable to govern the state. Galba, miserly and greedy, refused to pay the soldiers the promised rewards, saving money, which immediately made him unpopular among the army and the Praetorians, accustomed to generous payments, undermining his authority. In addition, he began a purge in the upper echelons of power, getting rid of his opponents, which caused discontent among the nobility, who feared for their lives. In an attempt to strengthen his position, he, showing short-sightedness, chose an heir for himself, but did so extremely unsuccessfully, ignoring the ambitious and influential Marcus Salvius Otho, who aspired to power. Soon Otho, driven by a thirst for power and resentment, organized a conspiracy and bribed the Praetorians to get rid of Galba, giving them the opportunity to get rich. On January 15, 69 AD, the conspirators attacked Galba and killed him, ending his life, after which the Senate, under the influence of Otho, recognized Otho as the new emperor, confirming his power. Otho, who came to power as a result of a conspiracy, ruled for only 3 months, failing to consolidate his power. At this time in Germany, which did not recognize Otho, a new claimant to the throne, striving for power, was proclaimed Aulus Vitellius, who was supported by the Rhine legions, providing him with military force. His troops, inspiring terror, marched on Italy, and Otho, realizing that his power was coming to an end, tried to stop their advance in the Battle of Cremona, but was defeated. However, his army, inferior in strength, suffered a crushing defeat, depriving him of hope of victory. Realizing that he would not be able to retain power, finding himself in a hopeless situation, Otho, not wanting to fall into the hands of his enemies, committed suicide, taking his own life, and Vitellius entered Rome without resistance, seizing power. Vitellius's rule, marked by licentiousness, quickly turned into a series of feasts, orgies, executions, and reprisals against supporters of previous emperors, showing cruelty which caused outrage. He increased taxes to finance his entertainment, which ruined the population, and soon became extremely unpopular, arousing universal hatred. At this time, taking advantage of the situation, a new claimant to the throne, possessing authority, rose up in the eastern provinces, Titus Flavius Vespasian, an experienced military leader who had proven himself in battle, who was waging war against the rebellious Jews in Judea, suppressing the revolt. He was supported by the Syrian, Egyptian, and Danubian legions, who recognized him as emperor, after which he sent his troops to Rome, seeking power. The Second Battle of Cremona, which determined the fate of Rome, ended with the complete defeat of Vitellius's army, showing his weakness. And in December of 69 AD, Vespasian's troops, having won a victory, entered the capital, restoring order. Vitellius, saving his life, tried to hide from his enemies, but he was found, betraying his location, and killed, putting an end to the chaos. After the brutal year of the 4 emperors and the devastating civil wars that shook the country, Rome was exhausted, the economy was in ruins, and the people's trust in the government was at its lowest, requiring immediate action. The new emperor, Titus Flavius Vespasian, who came to power after a bloody civil war, understood that if he did not restore stability to the ailing Roman Empire as soon as possible, it could collapse completely, plunging into chaos. Unlike his predecessors, who came from noble families, Vespasian was not an aristocrat, but a man of humble origins who rose through his military successes, showing the talent of a commander. He was a pragmatist, a man of action, not prone to luxury, intrigue, and ostentatious tyranny, which inspired hope. He immediately set about restoring order in the state, restoring finances, which were in a deplorable state, and strengthening Roman statehood, destroyed by the war. However, he understood that economic reform alone, no matter how effective, was not enough to restore confidence. The people, exhausted by the turmoil, needed confidence in the future. They needed faith that the era of chaos, which had left a bloody trail, was over, and that peace and prosperity awaited them ahead. To this end, he conceived a grandiose project that was to become a symbol of a new era, demonstrating the power of Rome, the construction of the greatest amphitheater, which later, thanks to its grandeur, would be called the Colosseum, immortalizing him for centuries to come. Before embarking on such a costly undertaking, Vespasian undertook a series of reforms aimed at replenishing the depleted treasury, which was essentially empty. The wars that had shaken Rome and the endless coups had devastated the Roman Empire. The treasury was bare, the army demanded its pay, and the infrastructure was crumbling, requiring restoration. Vespasian was known for his tough but effective tax policies, which he designed to refill the coffers. He raised taxes, unafraid of unpopularity. He introduced a fee for using public restrooms, which caused outrage and led to his ridicule by contemporaries. He increased taxes on the provinces and tightened control over state spending, showing toughness. When his son Titus, concerned about public opinion, questioned whether he was ashamed to impose a tax even on such things, Vespasian, demonstrating his pragmatism, showed him a coin and uttered the famous phrase that went down in history: "Money has no smell," emphasizing the importance of filling the treasury. This became a symbol of his approach. Any measure, even an unpopular one, was justified if it benefited the state by replenishing the treasury. Thanks to these decisive actions, despite the criticism, he was able to accumulate enough funds to implement large-scale projects, demonstrating his talent. One such project that made him famous was the Flavian Amphitheater, which would later become known as the Colosseum, symbolizing the greatness of Rome. Vespasian chose the site for the amphitheater's construction deliberately, carefully considering the decision. He ordered the amphitheater to be built on the site where Nero's Golden House had previously stood, a vast and luxurious palace built on the site of the burned-down Rome, which Nero constructed after the Great Fire of 64 AD. This palace was a symbol of tyranny, luxury, recklessness, and contempt for the people, a reminder of tyranny. Vespasian, on the other hand, wanted to show through his rule that his reign would be completely different from Nero's. Instead of personal palaces glorifying the ruler, he built buildings for the people, demonstrating his care for them. Instead of luxury, he provided public facilities intended for everyone. The very decision to build the amphitheater on this site was a powerful political move, emphasizing a break with the past to ensure people forgot about Nero. Construction began in 72 AD. And tens of thousands of slaves were used to work on this grandiose project, including Jewish prisoners captured during the suppression of the revolt in Judea between 66 and 73 AD, which testified to the scale of the work. The Colosseum, an awe-inspiring sight, became the largest amphitheater ever built in Rome, symbolizing the grandeur of the Roman Empire. Its dimensions were staggering, showcasing the Romans' engineering genius, a height of 157 feet, a length of 620 feet, and a width of 513 feet, captivating the imagination. It could hold between 50,000 and 80,000 spectators, representing a grandiose structure, and it was designed to allow people to enter and exit quickly through 80 arches, ensuring convenience. Unlike the old amphitheaters, which were built primarily of wood, making them fire hazards, The Colosseum was entirely stone, ensuring its strength, durability and safety, and protecting it from fire. Tough, travertine and concrete were used for its construction, an innovative material that the Romans were the first to use in construction, showcasing their engineering talent. One of the unique features of the Colosseum that amazed contemporaries was the complex and extensive system of underground passages. These were designed to house wild animals, cages for gladiators awaiting their turn in the arena, and elevators powered by slaves that could lift scenery and gladiators directly into the arena, creating a surprise effect. This made it possible to stage elaborate theatrical performances that delighted audiences and large-scale battles that demonstrated the strength and power of the Roman Empire. Thanks to its unique design, the Colosseum could host not only brutal gladiatorial combats, but also naval battles, known as naumachii, reproducing real sea battles. To achieve this, the arena, which was transformed into a huge pool, was filled with water, creating the illusion of a real sea, which thrilled the public. To protect spectators from the scorching sun, especially on hot days, a special fabric structure, the velarium, was stretched over the amphitheater. This was a complex system of sails managed by experienced sailors who demonstrated their skill. Vespasian, unfortunately, did not live to see the completion of this grandiose structure, which had become a symbol of Rome in all its glory. In 79 AD, after a successful reign, he fell ill and died, leaving behind a prosperous empire and passing power to his son Titus, a worthy successor. However, the construction of the Colosseum, begun by Vespasian, continued, and in 80 AD, the Colosseum, inspiring admiration, was solemnly opened, showcasing the greatness of Rome. To mark this momentous occasion, Titus, a generous ruler, held 100-day games, which included gladiatorial combats, hunts for wild beasts brought from different corners of the empire, theatrical productions that impressed with their scale, and even naval battles delighting the people. During this time, demonstrating his generosity, about 5,000 wild animals were killed, released into the arena, along with many gladiators who gave their lives for the entertainment of the public, reflecting the brutality of that era. The Colosseum, a center of attraction, became the center of Roman public life, a place where emperors could demonstrate their generosity, provide spectacles for the people, and win their love. It was here that Roman rulers, understanding the importance of public opinion, implemented the principle of bread and circuses, providing citizens with entertainment and thereby distracting them from political and economic problems, ensuring stability in the state. Vespasian's reign, which restored order, became one of the most stable and prosperous eras after years of chaos, instilling hope in the hearts of the Romans. He not only restored order to a declining empire, but also laid a solid foundation for the Flavian dynasty, which continued to strengthen the state, bringing glory to Rome. The Colosseum, which he built, became the main symbol of this era, a monument that has survived centuries, destruction, and wars, becoming an eternal reminder of Rome's power, leaving its mark on history. After Vespasian's death in 79 AD, his eldest son, Titus Flavius Sabinus Vespasianus, who was universally loved, assumed the title of emperor, becoming his successor. His reign, fortunately, began with immense trust from the Romans, who were tired of the turmoil. Unlike many predecessors who faced intrigue and struggles for the throne, Titus did not encounter resistance or conspiracies, ensuring a smooth transition of power. His father, anticipating the situation, had prepared him for power during his lifetime, passing on his experience to him. The people respected him for his military successes, especially for suppressing the Jewish revolt, which demonstrated his talent, as well as for his gentleness, education, and generosity, which won many people over to his side. He continued his father Vespasian's course of strengthening the state, completing reforms and the construction of the Colosseum, striving for stability. However, his reign, marked by good intentions, turned out to be short and overshadowed by a series of disasters, the main one being the eruption of Vesuvius, which destroyed Pompeii, becoming a tragedy for the Romans. On August 24th, 79 AD, one of the most terrible natural disasters of the ancient world occurred, etched in history. Mount Vesuvius, which had seemed like a harmless and picturesque mountain located near the coast, suddenly and unpredictably awoke, unleashing its wrath on the surrounding area, causing tragedy. A giant column of ash and smoke, reaching enormous heights, rose tens of kilometers into the sky, eclipsing the bright sun and plunging the surrounding area into total darkness. The earth, shuddering from powerful underground tremors that foreshadowed disaster, frightened the inhabitants. Lightning flashed in the sky, and red-hot particles of pumice filled the air, posing a deadly danger. The eruption, which lasted for 2 days, turned the flourishing region into an ash heap, and during this time, fiery streams of lava and pyroclastic surges, consisting of hot gas and ash, covered the prosperous cities of Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae, wiping them off the face of the earth. Thousands of people, caught unawares, not expecting trouble, did not manage to escape the elements, becoming victims of the eruption. Some died from suffocation after inhaling poisonous gases, while others were buried alive under a multi-meter layer of volcanic ash, remaining in history. One of the eyewitnesses to the tragedy, the Roman writer and statesman Pliny the Younger, left posterity a detailed and impressive description of the disaster in his letters, which became a valuable historical document. He wrote that the whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness, and the air was filled with poisonous fumes that poisoned all living things. People ran through the streets screaming, gripped by panic, grabbing their loved ones by the hand, not knowing where to run, trying to escape. Many, in despair, sought refuge in the sea, hoping to sail away from the eruption, but boats, overcrowded with people, capsized from the strong waves, condemning them to death. Among those who tried to help the victims, risking their lives, was Pliny the Elder, the famous Roman naturalist, a scientist who sought to understand the world. He was in charge of the Roman fleet in Misenum, and seeing the eruption of the volcano, set out on ships to the coast to save the inhabitants of Herculaneum, showing courage. However, he himself fell victim to the disaster, suffocating from toxic fumes while fulfilling his duty. When the terrible news of the disaster reached Rome, causing universal grief, Titus, who was then the emperor, immediately ordered ships with food, building materials, and doctors to be sent to help the victims. He personally arrived in the affected areas to see the scale of the tragedy with his own eyes, organized and directed rescue operations, helped residents, and allocated huge sums from the treasury to rebuild the cities, demonstrating his concern for the people. Unlike Nero, who pursued personal gain and prioritized his own projects during the Great Fire of Rome, Titus demonstrated true leadership through compassion, refusing to abandon his people in distress and sharing their grief. He declared a tax moratorium until the eruption-ravaged cities were rebuilt and arranged for survivors to be resettled in safer areas, providing them with housing. These compassionate actions made him immensely popular among the common people who saw him as their protector. However, the calamities plaguing Rome did not end there, testing its resilience. In the following year, 80, a massive fire, as if a cruel twist of fate, erupted in Rome, engulfing the city. It raged for 3 days, destroying numerous public buildings, including the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, important administrative structures, and several vital urban districts, reducing them to ruins. Following the devastating fire, an epidemic swept through the city, claiming thousands of lives and exacerbating the situation with immense human loss. Once again, Titus, showing himself as a merciful ruler, did not turn a blind eye to the suffering. He organized aid for the fire victims, allocated funds for the restoration of temples and forums, and personally oversaw the distribution of food to those in need, demonstrating his care for the people. Despite this succession of tragedies and misfortunes that plagued his reign, Titus, despite the hardships, strived to make the Roman people happy, distracting them from grim thoughts. In the same year, he completed the construction of the Colosseum, begun by his father Vespasian, and inaugurated it with a grand 100-day games, glorifying Rome. During this time, delighting the public, the amphitheater hosted gladiatorial combats, showcasing strength and courage, naval battles, captivating the imagination, wild animal hunts, arousing excitement, and theatrical performances, enthralling the audience. The Colosseum, becoming a symbol of Rome, represented a new era, an era of entertainment and prosperity intended to drown out the memories of the harsh years of civil wars and natural disasters, diverting the people from their worries. Titus understood that the people, weary of calamities, needed spectacle and celebration, and therefore strived to maintain a high level of public entertainment, providing them with bread and circuses, indulging their needs. But despite his widespread popularity, Titus's reign, filled with hope, lasted only 2 years, a tragedy for the Romans. In 81, to the universal regret, he suddenly fell ill and died under mysterious circumstances, leaving Rome in mourning. Persistent rumors circulated in society that his younger brother Domitian, known for his ambition and craving for power, might have been involved in his death, poisoning Titus to clear his path to the throne. However, a more plausible theory suggests that Titus, exhausted by his cares, died of a fever, having undermined his health during his travels to the devastated cities, providing assistance to the victims. On his deathbed, sensing his approaching end, he uttered the enigmatic words, "I have made only one mistake," the meaning of which remains unresolved, giving rise to numerous interpretations. Following his death, which caused universal grief, the Senate and the people, acknowledging his merits, mourned Titus as one of the kindest and most just emperors to have ruled Rome. His reign was short, but he managed to win the love of the Romans with his care for them, his honesty, and his sincere desire to help all those in need, leaving behind a positive legacy. However, his successor was Domitian, his younger brother, a man of a completely different character, marked by cruelty, who restored dictatorship in Rome, ending freedom, and initiated harsh repressions against the elite, fearing conspiracies. With his arrival casting a shadow on the horizon, the era of mercy ended, leaving behind hopes, and Rome, having survived upheavals, once again found itself under the rule of a harsh and merciless ruler, inspiring terror. After the death of Titus, who enjoyed universal love in 81 AD, power in the Roman Empire unfortunately passed to his younger brother Domitian, who proved to be a tyrant. Despite being the son of Vespasian and a representative of the Flavian dynasty, his path to the throne was far from ideal, marked by intrigue and suspicion which influenced his character. His father and brother, aware of his cruelty, always kept him away from governing the state, fearing his character, distinguished by ambition and excessive ambitions, which caused resentment. However, after the sudden death of Titus, leaving the power vacant, the Praetorian Guard, craving a strong ruler, proclaimed Domitian emperor, and the Senate, deprived of influence, had no choice but to confirm his authority, submitting to force. The first years of his reign, marked by stability, passed relatively calmly, but gradually his rule turned into a cruel tyranny, and he himself, revealing his true nature, became one of the most hated and cursed Roman emperors whose name evoked terror. Unlike his brother and father, who sought to preserve republican traditions, Domitian, not hiding his intentions, did not seek to conceal his power behind the facade of republican traditions, ignoring them. He immediately showed that his rule would rely not on the Senate, but on the army, ensuring his support and the bureaucracy carrying out his will. He strengthened the influence of the Praetorian Guard, expanding their powers, increased the salaries of soldiers, strengthening their loyalty, and introduced strict discipline, restoring order in the army. In the army, thanks to his generosity, his rule was considered successful, as he not only increased funding for the troops, but also personally led several military campaigns, which raised the morale of the soldiers. In 83, he launched a campaign against the German tribe of the Chatti and annexed part of their lands to the empire, expanding Roman possessions. In 85, the Dacian tribes, residing north of the Danube under the leadership of King Decebalus, who posed a threat to Rome, invaded Roman territories, plundering them, and Domitian, seeking to protect the empire, sent legions there to subdue the barbarians. The war with the Dacians, lasting several years, was fought with varying degrees of success. But the Romans, despite their efforts, could not completely subjugate the Dacians, breaking their resistance. As a result, faced with difficulties, Domitian, showing weakness, concluded a humiliating peace with Decebalus, by which Rome pledged to pay him annual tribute, paying ransoms. This caused outrage and discontent among the Roman nobility, accustomed to victories, as for the first time in history, the empire officially paid barbarians for peace, which was considered a disgrace. He also carried out large-scale economic reforms, seeking to strengthen the financial position of the empire. After the long and bloody wars, started during Vespasian's reign, the treasury, experiencing difficulties, needed replenishment, facing a shortage of funds. Domitian, not known for his generosity, introduced new taxes, tightened control over financial flows, saving money, and even devalued silver coins, reducing the silver content to save resources, which caused discontent among the population. This caused dissatisfaction among merchants and wealthy aristocrats affected by his policies, but allowed him to increase the salaries of soldiers, securing his support for the army, which was his main support. But the most iconic and memorable aspect of his rule, testifying to his despotism, was the creation of a cult of power, glorifying his greatness. Domitian, marked by ambition, was the first of the Roman emperors to officially call himself master and god, demonstrating his unlimited power. If his predecessors, ruling Rome, tried to observe republican traditions so as not to cause discontent, he openly demonstrated his absolute power, trampling on foundations. In Rome, as a sign of reverence, temples began to be erected in his honor. His name was mentioned in prayers, praising him, and statues of the emperor, embodying his greatness, stood throughout the empire, inspiring fear. Domitian, obsessed with his greatness, demanded that even senators, representatives of noble families, address him with reverence as a deity, demonstrating their submission. This caused irritation among the Roman aristocracy, proud of their origin, accustomed to the fact that the emperor at least formally considered himself the first among equals, showing respect. At the same time, seeking to beautify Rome, he was actively engaged in construction, continuing the work of his predecessors. Under his rule, the Forum of Domitian, the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, majestic structures, the Stadium of Domitian, later transformed into Piazza Navona, a popular place for recreation, and a new palace on the Palatine were built, demonstrating his greatness. He completed the project started under his father and brother, striving for completeness, and also began to build the Odeon, intended for theatrical performances, delighting the residents of Rome. However, over time, his rule, becoming increasingly despotic, became increasingly repressive, inspiring terror. In 87, he began large-scale purges among senators, suspecting them of conspiracy against him, getting rid of enemies. He created an extensive network of informants, encouraging accusations of treason, leading to executions, exiles, or confiscation of property, enriching the informers. Senators and noble Romans lived in constant fear, fearing for their lives and property. Even a careless phrase dropped in conversation could lead to a death sentence, inspiring fear. In 89, a mutiny broke out in Upper Germany under the leadership of Governor Lucius Antonius Saturninus, who raised a rebellion against the tyrant, calling for the overthrow of Domitian. Although the uprising was quickly suppressed and the rebels were punished, it only increased Domitian's paranoia, further strengthening his suspicion. He tightened control over the army, conducted endless purges among officers, getting rid of those who were disloyal to him, and ordered the execution of many high-ranking military leaders, suspecting them of disloyalty and conspiracy, which weakened the army. He also launched a persecution of philosophers and astrologers, considering them enemies. Stoics, who advocated for republican ideals, were considered potential enemies of his power because of their views. Many renowned philosophers, such as Epictetus, were banished from Rome, and some were even executed, showcasing its cruelty. He forbade astrological predictions, fearing that someone might foresee his downfall, thus undermining his confidence. But perhaps his most unexpected and shocking act was the persecution of his own family, demonstrating utter ruthlessness. He suspected even his relatives of conspiracy, trusting no one. His nephew Flavius Clemens, who held a high position, was executed, his life brutally ended, and his wife, Domitia Longina, was exiled to a remote province, a display of sheer cruelty, although he later brought her back for unknown reasons, perhaps experiencing pangs of conscience. This completely shattered his relationships with his closest circle, leaving him without support. By the year 96 AD, as a result of his despotism, a conspiracy brewed among the higher echelons of power aimed at his overthrow. The Praetorian Guard, who ensured his safety, the senators, weary of tyranny, and even his closest associates, who feared for their lives, decided to eliminate him, uniting to achieve a common goal. On the 18th of September, 96 AD, Domitian, suspecting nothing, was lured to his chambers, where a group of conspirators, having resolved on a desperate act, attacked him. According to various sources, he received between 5 and 8 stab wounds, becoming a victim of betrayal before he died, putting an end to his tyrannical rule. His death, which ended the tyranny, was met with general relief, and the Senate, heartened, immediately declared that his memory, which had inspired terror, would be consigned to oblivion, seeking to erase all memories of him. All his statues, embodying his grandeur, were destroyed. His name, which evoked hatred, was erased from official documents, and his cruel laws, which restricted freedom, were repealed, restoring justice. After his death, the Senate, seeking to restore republican order, proclaimed Marcus Cocceius Nerva as the new emperor, marking the end of the Flavian dynasty and the beginning of a new, more stable era, inspiring hope. Although Domitian, who left behind a bad memory, is remembered as a tyrant whose reign was marked by cruelty, his rule nevertheless left a notable mark on history. He strengthened the army, built great structures that glorified Rome, and implemented important reforms that contributed to the development of the state. However, his boundless megalomania, the suspicion that poisoned his soul, and the cruel repressions that inspired terror led to his demise, becoming retribution for tyranny. He was the last of the Flavians, and with his death, which brought relief, the Roman Empire entered a new, more stable and prosperous era under the rule of the so-called 5 good emperors, whose names went down in history. After the assassination of Domitian in the year 96 AD, which brought an end to tyranny, the Senate, heartened and with a newfound ability to choose, independently selected a new emperor, striving for justice. Their choice fell upon Marcus Cocceius Nerva, a respected and elderly senator with an impeccable reputation, known for his honesty, fairness, and commitment to republican ideals, embodying the best qualities of a Roman. By electing him, the Senate naively hoped that with his ascension to power, ending the tyranny, the aristocracy would regain its former power, and the era of military dictators who had seized power would end, restoring the old order. However, reality, as is often the case, turned out to be quite different, disappointing the senators. Nerva, characterized by his mildness, lacked the support of the army, especially the Praetorian Guard, accustomed to strong rulers, which expected a powerful leader capable of holding on to power. The soldiers, despite Domitian's tyranny, were still devoted to Domitian's memory, honoring him as a military leader, and in 97 AD they stormed the palace, acting willfully, taking Nerva, who possessed a meek disposition, hostage, humiliating him, and demanding that he hand over the assassins of the former emperor, thirsting for revenge. Nerva, lacking power, was unable to stop them, and the conspirators were executed, satisfying their thirst for vengeance. This humiliated the emperor in the eyes of the Romans, demonstrated his weakness, and showed that he was not in control of the situation, undermining his authority. Realizing that his power was extremely precarious and hanging by a thread, Nerva, displaying wisdom and foresight, made an important decision that allowed him to stabilize the situation. He adopted and declared Marcus Ulpius Trajan, a popular and experienced military leader enjoying considerable authority, who commanded the legions on the Danube, strengthening the borders, as his heir. This decision, made by him, immediately strengthened his position, as Trajan was respected in the army, ensuring his support. Several months later, in January of 98 AD, Nerva, weary of power, died, passing the reins of government to his successor, ensuring a smooth transition of power. Trajan, known for his merits, became the first emperor born outside of Italy, in the Spanish province of Baetica, in the city of Italica, which was an important event. His origin symbolized a new stage in Roman history, demonstrating its openness. Power could now, thanks to his merits, pass not only to representatives of the Roman aristocracy who possessed connections, but also to talented people from the provinces, possessing abilities regardless of their origin. He possessed all the qualities that made him an ideal ruler, combining strength and wisdom. He was an experienced commander, a fair administrator, and popular among the soldiers, enjoying their love. He understood that to consolidate his power, it was necessary to gain the support of all segments of society and not just the army. Unlike Domitian, who despised the Senate, Trajan, displaying wisdom, tried to maintain good relations with it in order to ensure stability. He actively consulted with senators, showing respect for their opinions, gave them important positions, strengthening their influence, held lavish celebrations, demonstrating his generosity, and in every way emphasized respect for traditions, which appealed to the Romans. This allowed him to create an image of a just and moderate ruler, caring about the welfare of the people, securing their support. However, his main achievement, which immortalized him throughout the ages, was the significant expansion of the borders of the Roman Empire, strengthening its power and influence in the world. Already in the early years of his reign, demonstrating military activity, he began preparations for a large and well-planned military campaign against the Dacians, warlike tribes living north of the Danube in what is now Romania. The Dacians had long posed a serious threat to the Romans, raiding Roman provinces, devastating them, and their king Decebalus was a talented strategist who had even managed to impose a humiliating peace on Rome under Domitian, which was a disgrace. Trajan, possessing determination, decided to put an end to this threat once and for all, eliminating it. In the year 101 AD, having carefully prepared, he gathered a huge army, impressive in its scale, of 150,000 men, providing it with everything necessary. This was one of the largest military campaigns in Roman history, demonstrating its power. His troops, crossing the Danube over a specially built bridge, demonstrating engineering talent, began methodically and steadily advancing deep into Dacia, conquering it. The campaign proved to be difficult and protracted, requiring tremendous effort, perseverance, and courage. The Dacians, fighting for their freedom, used guerrilla tactics, skillfully hiding in the mountains, setting up ambushes, exhausting the Romans. However, the Romans, who surpassed the enemy in weaponry, had an advantage in siege engines, allowing them to take fortresses and discipline, ensuring order in the army. In the year 102, Decebalus, assessing the situation and realizing that he could not continue the resistance, lacking support, agreed to peace, admitting defeat. He recognized himself as a vassal of Rome, dependent on its will, undertook not to attack Roman lands, maintaining peace, and to transfer part of his territories, ceding them to the Romans. But after a few years, the Dacians, taking advantage of the situation, again began to arm themselves and strengthen their fortresses, preparing for a new war, unwilling to reconcile with dependence. In the year 105, Trajan, seeking the complete subjugation of Dacia, began a second war, demonstrating his determination. This time, taking into account past experience, he left the enemy no chance of victory, deciding to end the Dacian kingdom once and for all. The Romans, showing persistence, surrounded Sarmizegetusa, the capital of Dacia, and after a fierce assault, which lasted a long time, took it in the year 106, capturing it. Decebalus, realizing that he was awaiting captivity, humiliation and shame, showing pride, committed suicide, preferring death to slavery. Dacia, rich in gold, was turned into a Roman province, and its richest gold mines became an important source of income for Rome, significantly replenishing the treasury. The victory in the war was grandiose, glorifying Rome. In Rome, in honor of this event, a triumph was held, organized on a grand scale, and in honor of the conquest of Dacia, Trajan's column was erected, decorating the city, covered with bas-reliefs depicting scenes of the war, glorifying the Roman army. This monument, created by the outstanding architect Apollodorus of Damascus, a man of extraordinary talent, still stands today, inspiring awe with its grandeur. It not only glorified Emperor Trajan, but also became one of the most important historical sources, conveying to us information about the wars with the Dacians, allowing us to learn details. After the conquest of Dacia, strengthening the eastern borders, Trajan, seeking new conquests, began a new campaign, this time against the Parthian Empire, located east of Rome. In the year 113, gathering an army, he invaded Armenia, removed the local king, who did not enjoy trust, and proclaimed it a Roman province, establishing Roman rule. Then, continuing the offensive, he moved further, deep into Parthia, and in the year 116, he captured its capital, Ctesiphon, seizing treasures. This was the moment of the greatest expansion of the Roman Empire, when it reached the peak of its power. The Roman legions, famed for their victories, reached the Persian Gulf for the first time, and Trajan, inspired by this success, dreamed of continuing the conquest, expanding the empire's borders. However, holding these territories, located so far from Rome, proved difficult. Rebellions erupted among the local population, suffering under Roman rule, problems arose with supplying the army, and the emperor himself fell seriously ill, which undermined his strength. In the year 117, unable to realize his plans, he died on his way back to Italy, never seeing Rome again, passing power to his experienced successor, Hadrian. Trajan, who had achieved many victories, remained in history as the best emperor, an exemplary ruler, Optimus Princeps, and this title, in recognition of his merits, was officially approved by the Senate, acknowledging his greatness. He was the ideal of a Roman ruler, brave, just, capable of combining military success with care for the people, worthy of admiration. His conquests and reforms laid a solid foundation for the further prosperity of the Roman Empire, ensuring its stability and greatness. But soon, Rome, having reached the zenith of its power, would face new challenges, and his successors, who replaced him on the throne, would have to decide how to preserve this vast and diverse state, keeping it under control. Hadrian, who succeeded Trajan, ascended the throne in the year 117 AD after his death, becoming his heir. Unlike his predecessor Trajan, who sought to expand Rome's borders by annexing new territories, Hadrian, distinguished by his pragmatism, adhered to a different policy, analyzing the situation. He understood that the endless expansion of the empire was impossible, and that holding the already conquered territories scattered across a vast area required enormous resources, depleting the treasury. His main priority, ensuring stability, became strengthening borders, creating an effective defense, and protecting Rome from external threats, understanding the empire's vulnerability. To this end, he implemented large-scale reforms aimed at strengthening defense capabilities and personally visited almost all the provinces, actively inspecting their condition and defense capabilities, strengthening their protection. This made him one of the most active emperors, who did not just rule the state from Rome, residing in the capital, but actively participated in the life of the provinces, traveling to the sites, meeting with local rulers, legionnaires, officials, and even ordinary residents, inquiring about their needs. One of Hadrian's most significant and famous projects, which glorified him, was the construction of powerful defensive lines throughout the empire, which became a symbol of Roman power. He understood that Rome could not rely only on conquests, expanding its possessions, and needed solid borders that would reliably protect the provinces from barbarian raids, ensuring security. His most famous and impressive project, demonstrating the engineering talent of the Romans, was Hadrian's Wall in Britain, which protected it from raids by the Picts. In the year 122 AD, he personally arrived on the island to assess the situation, and seeing the constant threats from the northern Pictish tribes, which posed a serious danger, decided to erect a grandiose fortification that would become a symbol of Rome's border, demonstrating its power. The wall, constructed of stone, stretched for 117 kilometers from coast to coast, crossing the island, separating Roman territories from barbarian lands, protecting them from raids. Its height, impressive in its scale, reached 6 meters, and its width was about 3 meters, making it impregnable to the enemy, posing a serious obstacle. Along the wall, for defense purposes, garrisons were built, housing soldiers, watchtowers, allowing for monitoring enemy movements, and fortresses, housing Roman legionnaires, ready to repel attacks. In front of the wall, a deep ditch was dug, making it difficult to storm, and behind it ran a military road, allowing for the rapid transfer of troops along the wall, responding to threats. This not only protected Roman settlements, but also allowed for control over trade and the movement of people, as the border could only be crossed through specially equipped gates, ensuring order. Hadrian's Wall, which became a symbol of impregnability, became not just a military structure, but a symbol of the power of the Roman Empire, demonstrating its ability to protect its possessions from enemies, instilling fear. But Britain was not the only region where Hadrian, concerned about the security of the empire, strengthened borders, creating defensive structures. In Germany, vulnerable to attacks, he built a system of fortifications known as the limes, which was a network of forts, walls, ditches, and watchtowers along the Rhine and Danube rivers, strengthening the defense. In North Africa, which was threatened by nomads, he strengthened border areas, built additional fortresses, and increased garrisons to protect against nomadic tribes, ensuring security. In the eastern provinces, especially in Syria, he carried out a large-scale modernization of defensive structures, strengthening them, understanding that Parthia, located to the east, remained Rome's main rival, threatening its interests. These measures made it possible to create a reliable and effective system of defense for the empire, which lasted for several centuries, ensuring its security. Hadrian was not only a talented strategist, but also an outstanding administrator, ensuring stability. He understood that for the effective management of such a vast power spread across 3 continents, military force alone was not enough. It was necessary to create a stable and efficient management system capable of operating smoothly, not dependent on constant wars. He reformed the bureaucracy, reduced the influence of the Senate, which sought to preserve its privileges, transferring more power to professional officials and military administrators loyal to the emperor. Unlike his predecessors, who relied on the aristocracy, he preferred to appoint people to key positions based on merit, demonstrating fairness rather than on origin, ensuring competence. He created a permanent council under the emperor, consisting of the best lawyers, economists, and military personnel, attracting talented people to govern the state, which made governance more efficient and rational, eliminating arbitrariness. Also, striving for justice, he reformed the tax system, streamlining tax collection and reducing excessive levies from the provinces, which improved the economic situation in the empire and increased the loyalty of the population. One of the most difficult challenges of his reign, which required determination from him, was the revolt in Judea, which broke out in the year 132 AD, threatening Roman rule, where Jewish tribes launched a large-scale rebellion against Roman authority. The rebellion, caused by religious and national reasons, became the bloodiest conflict since the reign of Titus, requiring enormous efforts to suppress it. Hadrian, unwilling to lose control of the region, sent large and well-trained troops there, and the war lasted for 3 long years, marked by ferocity. In the year 135, the Romans, displaying force, stormed the fortress of Beitar, defeating the rebels and suppressing the revolt. After that, seeking to suppress any resistance, Hadrian ordered the destruction of Jerusalem, wiping it off the face of the earth, forbade Jews from living in the city, and renamed it Aelia Capitolina, to erase the memory of Old Jerusalem, depriving it of symbolic significance. He also, demonstrating cruelty, banned Judaism and dispersed the remaining supporters of Bar Kokhba, depriving them of freedom, finally suppressing resistance, establishing Roman rule. This became one of the most brutal repressions against rebellious peoples in the history of Rome, showing his ruthlessness. In addition to military policies aimed at strengthening the empire, Hadrian, possessing refined taste, paid great attention to the development of culture and architecture, understanding their importance. He was known for his love of art, philosophy, and literature, encouraging creativity. He actively developed Greek culture, considering it the standard, supported poets, philosophers, and artists, providing them with patronage. He personally participated in the construction of many buildings throughout the empire, demonstrating his taste and talent, among which his villa in Tivoli occupied a special place, a grandiose palace complex, striking in its splendor, filled with works of art, gardens and fountains, becoming his favorite place of rest. He also completed the construction of the Pantheon, begun by his predecessors, one of the greatest temples of ancient Rome, preserved to this day, striking the imagination. In Athens, feeling a special affection for them, he built the temple of Olympian Zeus, which remained one of the largest and most majestic temples of the ancient world, demonstrating the power of Rome. He encouraged education, created schools, libraries and theatres, striving to make the Roman world a centre of culture and knowledge, enlightening the people. In the last years of his life, Hadrian, despite his achievements, suffered from a serious illness that made him gloomy and suspicious, spoiling his character. He retired to his villa in Baiae, seeking solitude, where he spent time in reflection and conversations with philosophers, preparing for death. In the year 138, realizing that death was approaching, he, thinking about the future of the empire, adopted Antoninus Pius, who possessed wisdom, and appointed him as his successor, ensuring the continuity of power. This became one of the wisest decisions of his reign, demonstrating concern for the future, as Antoninus, who proved worthy, continued his course of strengthening the empire and peaceful development, glorifying his name. Hadrian, who left behind a prosperous empire, remained in history as one of the most far-sighted and active rulers of Rome, who made a huge contribution to its development. He did not strive for new conquests, expanding the territory, but created an effective system based on strength and diplomacy, which allowed Rome to hold its vast territories, ensuring the security of borders and maintaining stability within the state. His defensive structures, including the famous Hadrian's Wall, which reliably protected the provinces, became symbols of the power of the Roman Empire, inspiring respect and fear. He reformed the system of government, making it more efficient, strengthened the economy, encouraging trade, and developed culture and architecture, leaving his mark. Unlike many warlike emperors who sought glory on the battlefields, he understood that the strength of a nation lay not only in the power of its army and the sharpness of its swords, but also in stability, development, prosperity, protection of its borders, and justice. His reign became an era of peace, during which the Roman Empire reached the peak of its organization, economic development, and defense capabilities, which glorified his name. After Hadrian's death in 138 AD, having passed away at an advanced age, power in the Roman Empire passed to his adopted successor, Antoninus Pius, who possessed all the necessary qualities for ruling. This transition of power, fortunately, proceeded smoothly, without conspiracies, intrigues, or bloody civil wars, which in itself was a great rarity for Rome, known for its political instability. Hadrian, possessing great foresight, took care in advance to transfer control of the state into reliable hands, choosing a worthy successor, and Antoninus Pius, who received power without a struggle, proved himself to be one of the most stable and peaceful rulers in the history of the empire, which allowed Rome to flourish. His reign, marked by wisdom, lasted 23 years, making him one of the longest reigning emperors of Rome. During this period, thanks to his skillful leadership, there were no large-scale wars, major uprisings, or internal crises, which ensured stability in the state. Antoninus Pius, possessed of experience, ruled wisely, cautiously, and prudently, showing fairness and focusing not on conquests, which he did not seek, but on maintaining stability, economic development, and improving the administrative system, thereby strengthening the state. From the very beginning, having received power, Antoninus, possessed of a statesman's mind, understood that his main task was to preserve the conquests of his predecessors, protect the borders, and strengthen the Roman Empire from within, ensuring its prosperity. He, not distinguished by militancy, was not a military leader like Trajan, who was famous for his victories, and did not aspire to personally participate in military campaigns, expanding territories like Hadrian, preferring to deal with state affairs. Instead, possessing diplomatic talent, he relied on diplomacy and strategic management, ensuring stability in the empire. He continued to strengthen the defensive lines built by Hadrian, reinforcing the borders, but did not involve himself in bloody conflicts, avoiding wars. In Britain, to protect against raids, he ordered the construction of a new line of fortifications, the Antonine Wall, located north of Hadrian's Wall, following his strategy. This fortification complex was less extensive than Hadrian's Wall, but was intended to serve as an additional line of defense against the northern tribes, strengthening protection. However, after his death, which yielded no results, the Romans, considering it ineffective, abandoned these fortifications, returning to the border established by Hadrian, deeming it more reliable. Antoninus Pius, possessing a keen political sense, perfectly understood that endless military campaigns undertaken to expand territory drained the treasury of the Roman Empire, requiring enormous expenditures and led to unnecessary sacrifices, weakening it. Therefore, he avoided conflicts, preferring to negotiate with barbarian tribes to maintain peace, sending them gifts and concluding peaceful agreements, ensuring the security of the borders. For example, in the 40s AD, during his reign, a major uprising of Berber tribes occurred in North Africa, posing a threat to Roman rule. But instead of a large-scale military campaign requiring large expenditures, Antoninus, displaying diplomatic talent, sent diplomatic missions there, which managed to negotiate with the rebels, ensuring calm without bloodshed and avoiding war. Such a policy, aimed at maintaining peace, allowed the empire to preserve its borders, avoid lengthy wars that could weaken it, and focus on internal development. The emperor's main concern was domestic policy aimed at strengthening the state. He paid great attention to administrative management and justice, considering them the foundation of stability and prosperity. He actively reformed the judicial system, ensuring that laws were uniform for all provinces of the vast empire, and that judges administering justice acted in the interests of fairness, rather than under the influence of selfish motives. He softened punishments for crimes, showing humanity, improved the protection of the rights of slaves, easing their plight, and limited the abuse of power by governors in the provinces, protecting the population. One of his most important and progressive innovations in the field of law was the requirement that the accused be considered innocent until proven guilty by a court of law, which became the basis for future legal systems, establishing the presumption of innocence. Unlike Domitian, who ruled through fear and repression, Antoninus, distinguished by wisdom, strived for just governance, avoiding mass executions, showing humanity, and persecutions, respecting the rights of citizens. Antoninus Pius's economic policy, aimed at strengthening the empire, was also balanced, thoughtful, and effective, which bore fruit. Unlike his predecessors, who experienced financial difficulties, he did not raise taxes, fearing to cause discontent, and did not carry out forced confiscations of property, protecting ownership. He carefully monitored the expenses of the treasury, avoiding unnecessary and unreasonable costs, showing thrift. As a result of his wise rule, the empire's economy prospered, trade actively developed, and revenues remained stable, ensuring prosperity. He actively supported the provinces, understanding their importance, especially paying attention to the restoration of cities affected by earthquakes and floods, providing assistance to those in need. During his reign, marked by stability, many construction projects were carried out, including aqueducts, roads, bridges, and public buildings, improving people's lives. He also allocated funds for the maintenance of orphans and the poor, showing concern for the vulnerable segments of the population, which made him popular among the common people who saw him as a protector. Antoninus Pius, distinguished by piety, was a deeply devout man and strictly adhered to traditional Roman religious rites, demonstrating his loyalty to traditions. His nickname Pius, from the Latin word meaning devout, emphasized his commitment to the ancient traditions revered by the Romans. Unlike some predecessors who sought deification, he did not try to deify himself during his lifetime, showing modesty, but actively supported the Roman religion, considering it the foundation of the state, restoring old temples and organizing lavish ceremonies praising the gods. He, distinguished by tolerance, did not persecute Christians, as Nero or Domitian had done, not resorting to cruelty, but also did not encourage their spread, remaining neutral. He believed that the Roman gods should remain the basis of state religion, supporting traditional values, but did not seek to brutally persecute dissidents, showing moderation. His relationship with the Senate, contrary to fears, was much better than that of most emperors who were distrusted. He did not try to humiliate senators like Caligula, did not subject them to repression like Domitian, and did not ignore them like Trajan, but on the contrary, actively worked with the Senate, entrusting it with the management of many areas of the state, demonstrating respect for its opinion. This allowed him to avoid conspiracies and strengthen his power, ensuring stability. He, striving for peace, never aspired to a dictatorial style of rule, sharing power with the Senate, which made him popular among the aristocracy, who valued traditions. Despite the peaceful reign, Antoninus Pius, understanding the importance of defense, did not weaken the army, showing vigilance. He understood that a strong army was a guarantee of stability and therefore regularly allocated funds for the maintenance of legions, increasing soldiers' salaries, which strengthened their loyalty, and improving military infrastructure, ensuring security. However, he never used the powerful army for aggressive wars, showing peacefulness, preferring to demonstrate the strength of Rome without direct military intervention, ensuring stability and peace. He, a wise ruler, ruled long and calmly, enjoying respect, and his death, which occurred in 161 AD, was not accompanied by crises or conspiracies, which was rare for Roman rulers. Before his death, showing concern for the future, he transferred power to his adopted son and heir Marcus Aurelius, whom he carefully prepared for rule, teaching him the art of governance. Unlike many other emperors who fell victim to intrigue, he died in his own bed, surrounded by loving relatives, which in itself was a great rarity for Roman rulers, whose lives often ended in violent death. His reign became one of the most peaceful and prosperous periods in the history of the Roman Empire, and his name remained in memory as a symbol of stability, prudence, and just rule, becoming a role model. However, unfortunately, after his death, Rome, having survived an era of peace, will again face new and serious challenges, and his successor Marcus Aurelius, possessed of wisdom, will have to wage wars that Antoninus, striving for peace, so tried to avoid, defending the empire. After the death of Antoninus Pius, a wise ruler, in 161 AD, power in the Roman Empire passed to his adopted son, Marcus Aurelius, raised in the spirit of Stoicism, possessed of a strong character. Unlike his predecessors, who inherited peace and stability, Marcus Aurelius faced serious difficulties, not having had time to get used to power. Almost from the first years of his reign, wars, epidemics, and internal crises began, threatening the existence of the empire, which required immense willpower, courage, and strategic skill from him, allowing him to persevere. He entered history as a philosopher on the throne, a ruler who combined profound reflections on life and morality, drawing strength from Stoic philosophy, with the ability to effectively govern a vast and complex empire during its most difficult period, overcoming adversity. His writings, collected in the book Meditations, written while at war, are still considered among the most important works of Stoic philosophy, inspiring people for centuries. Immediately after coming to power, Marcus Aurelius, displaying his extraordinariness, made an unconventional decision, dividing power. He shared rule with his adoptive brother, Lucius Verus, granting them equal rights. This was the first time in Roman history that two emperors ruled simultaneously, which was unusual for Roman tradition. However, despite formal equality, real power remained in the hands of Marcus Aurelius, who possessed a strong character and wisdom, as Lucius Verus showed little interest in governing, preferring to spend his time in entertainment and pleasure, which placed the main responsibility on Marcus Aurelius. Despite this, Lucius Verus, despite his shortcomings, still played an important role in the new emperor's first major war, providing support and unity. In 161 AD, the Parthian Empire, taking advantage of the change of power in Rome and hoping for the weakness of the new ruler, invaded the Roman province of Armenia, capturing it. Roman garrisons, caught off guard, were defeated, and the Parthians, showing their strength, took control of a significant part of the region, threatening Roman interests. In response to this aggression, unwilling to lose territories, Marcus Aurelius, possessing decisiveness, sent Lucius Verus there along with experienced generals, giving him command of the army. The war with the Parthians lasted several years, requiring tremendous effort, but in 166 AD, Roman troops, showing courage, defeated the Parthians, winning a victory, captured their capital Ctesiphon, and restored control over the eastern territories, regaining what was lost. However, along with the victorious legions returning home, something far more dangerous and deadly than the Parthian troops arrived in Rome, an epidemic called the Antonine Plague, which decimated the population. This disease, probably smallpox or measles, brought from the east, spread throughout the Roman Empire, sparing no one, killing millions of people, devastating cities. Cities that were in decline became deserted. The army that provided security lost a significant portion of its soldiers, weakening it, and the economy was hit hard, disrupting its stability. Rome itself, suffering from the epidemic, suffered from food shortages caused by reduced production and mass mortality, losing residents. The disease, spreading with incredible speed, lasted almost 15 years and became one of the most terrible and destructive crises in the history of the empire, causing enormous damage. Cities affected by the epidemic became deserted. The army defending the borders lost a significant portion of its soldiers, weakening, and the economy, which provided prosperity, was hit hard, disrupting its stability. Rome itself, suffering from the epidemic, experienced acute food shortages caused by reduced production and faced mass mortality, losing residents. While exhausted Romans, facing hardship, were trying to cope with the epidemic that had claimed millions of lives, a new threat emerged on the northern borders, threatening the security of the empire and complicating the situation: the attack of barbaric Germanic tribes eager for profit. In 166 AD, the Germanic tribes of the Marcomanni, Quadi, and Langobardi, known for their militancy, took advantage of the weakening of Rome caused by the epidemic and, uniting, crossed the Danube, invading the Roman provinces of Pannonia and Noricum, plundering and killing. Unlike previous raids, carried out by disparate detachments that did not pose a serious threat, now the barbarians were not acting in disparate detachments, but in organized alliances, which made them a dangerous adversary, threatening the entire northern border of the empire. In 170 AD, their armies, overcoming Roman resistance, reached northern Italy, which came as a huge shock to the Romans, who were used to security. For the first time in many decades, a fearsome enemy threatened the very heart of the empire, invading its possessions. Marcus Aurelius, realizing the seriousness of the situation, personally led the army, showing courage, and spent most of his life in military camps, waging continuous wars against the barbarians, defending Rome. The Romans, faced with the threat, began a large-scale counteroffensive, seeking to expel the barbarians. Despite the acute shortage of soldiers due to the epidemic that had decimated the population, Marcus Aurelius, not backing down in the face of difficulties, reformed the army, increasing the number of troops with recruits from the provinces and even barbarians, showing ingenuity. He developed an effective strategy to gradually push the enemy beyond the Danube, methodically destroying enemy tribes, burning their settlements, and destroying their fortifications, exhausting them. One of the most famous and glorified episodes of the war, testifying to divine help, was the so-called miracle of the rain, which struck the imagination of the Romans. According to legend, during one of the battles, when the Roman army, tired of the war, found itself surrounded by enemies, suffering from the scorching heat and thirst, without water, a heavy downpour suddenly began, which saved the Romans, quenching their thirst, while the barbarians, on the contrary, were struck by hail and lightning, suffering losses. This event, described by historians, was perceived by pious Romans as a sign of divine help, testifying to the favor of the gods, strengthening their spirit. The war went on with varying success accompanying first one side, then the other, exhausting the forces of both sides. In 175 AD, when the Romans had almost achieved victory over the barbarians, a rebellion broke out in Syria, taking advantage of the situation, led by the governor Avidius Cassius, who dreamed of power, who declared himself emperor, challenging Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius, learning of the betrayal, was in no hurry to start a war against the usurper, understanding its consequences, hoping that the situation would resolve itself, avoiding bloodshed. And indeed, fortunately for Rome, after a few months, Avidius Cassius, having lost support, was killed by his own soldiers, loyal to Marcus Aurelius, which saved the country from civil war. However, this situation clearly showed how unstable the empire remained, despite the emperor's efforts. After suppressing the rebellion, seeking to strengthen his power, Marcus Aurelius, showing activity, went to the eastern provinces, where he set about restoring order, disrupted by the rebellion, ensuring stability. He visited Egypt, Syria, and Asia Minor, personally resolving administrative and military issues, showing concern for the provinces. Then he, tired of worries, returned to the war with the Germans, which had been pursuing him. In 177 AD, he, showing persistence, resumed the campaign, seeking to finally subdue the Marcomanni and turn their lands into Roman provinces, consolidating the dominance of Rome. But in 180 AD, when the Roman army was preparing for a decisive offensive, Marcus Aurelius, who was in a military camp, became seriously ill, weakening. He died in a military camp in Vindobona, modern Vienna, leaving behind a thriving empire, passing power to his son Commodus, who did not possess his virtues. His death, mourned by many, became a turning point in the history of Rome, foreshadowing decline. He was the last of the 5 good emperors, rulers whose wise rule, which lasted for many years, ensured the flourishing of the empire, leaving behind a good memory. He, striving for peace, but spent most of his life in wars, defending Rome from enemies, showing courage. He sincerely believed in philosophical ideals, but was forced to make harsh and cruel decisions to save the state, sacrificing his beliefs. His reflections, collected in a book, became a kind of diary of the emperor, reflecting his thoughts, in which, despite all the gravity of his position, requiring difficult decisions, he remained true to the principles of Stoicism, maintaining strength of spirit. After his death, mourned by the people, his son Commodus ascended the throne, differing from him, who turned out to be the complete opposite of his father, brought up in severity. He ended the exhausting wars, made peace with the barbarians, tired of the war, and completely immersed himself in entertainment, completely uninterested in state affairs, which led to a political crisis, threatening stability and weakening the Roman Empire, which began to decline. Marcus Aurelius, who went down in history, left the state in better shape than it was at the beginning of his reign, strengthening borders and finances. But his successor, who turned out to be unworthy, started a long and sad period of decline, opening the way to turmoil. After the death of Marcus Aurelius, the wise ruler, in 180 AD, power in the Roman Empire, alas, passed to his son Commodus, whose reign became tragic. This was a turning point in the history of Rome, because he became the first ruler in a long time to inherit the throne by birth, and not through adoption, which violated tradition. However, unlike his father, who was a philosopher on the throne and a defender of Roman values, Commodus, unfortunately, turned out to be a completely different person, not suited to the position he held. His reign is often portrayed by historians as a period of degradation, madness, and chaos, but in reality it was more complex and ambiguous than it seems at first glance. On the one hand, Commodus, who had a peculiar character, really destroyed many of the principles laid down by his predecessors, introducing discord, and on the other hand, his policy, although eccentric, did not lead to catastrophic consequences for the empire, preserving its integrity. From the very beginning of his reign, demonstrating his peacefulness, Commodus made it clear that he was not going to continue the war with the Germans that his father had waged, tired of bloodshed. In 180 AD, he concluded a peace treaty with the Marcomanni and Quadi, abandoning plans to create new provinces beyond the Danube, which caused discontent. This decision drew criticism from senators, who considered it a weakness, and military leaders, who aspired to glory, because Marcus Aurelius, spending his energy, had hoped to finally subjugate the barbarians, strengthening the borders. Yet, for the army and the populace, weary of endless wars, peace was a welcome relief, freeing them from the relentless toll of loss. Commodus, relieved to be rid of the burden of war, returned to Rome, leaving the command of the legions to his generals. He focused his attention on life in the capital, showing a complete lack of interest in affairs of state. It was then, revealing his true nature, that he began to demonstrate his eccentricities and unusual approach to power, shocking the Roman people. One of the key differences between Commodus and the previous emperors who had glorified Rome was his pursuit of personal glory and theatrical rule, indulging in spectacle. Succumbing to vanity, he sincerely believed in his divine nature. Deifying himself, he declared himself the new Hercules, considering himself a hero, and began to portray himself in the image of this mythical figure, flaunting his supposed heroism. He wore a lion's skin, imitating Hercules, posed with a club, demonstrating his strength, and even ordered coins to be minted, depicting him as Hercules the Savior, reveling in his power. Unlike former emperors who relied on military successes and administrative skills, Commodus, revealing himself as an entertainer, saw his power in the context of spectacle and personal grandeur, which sparked discontent. He renamed Rome Colonia Commodiana, glorifying himself, named all the months of the year after himself, displaying his vanity, and demanded that he be officially called Hercules Romanus, deifying himself. However, what shocked contemporaries familiar with tradition the most was his fascination with gladiatorial combat, considered entertainment for the plebeians. In contrast to other emperors who watched the battles from the sidelines, Commodus, disregarding his status, entered the arena himself, fighting as a gladiator, showcasing his strength. He organized show fights, carefully arranged so that he was given weak opponents to defeat, or he would kill wild animals, demonstrating his strength, delighting the crowd. These performances were carefully prepared to please the emperor, and his victories, which glorified him, were never questioned. However, for the Roman elite, accustomed to a certain order, this was a monstrous humiliation, shaming Rome. An emperor, considered the representative of the gods on earth, endowed with power, descended to the level of common fighters, earning glory in the arena. Senators, used to respect, were indignant, but the people, eager for spectacle, adored these performances because Commodus staged them on an unprecedented scale, astonishing the imagination, and gave generous rewards to the audience, pleasing them. While Commodus, neglecting state affairs, entertained himself in the arena, real power in the state gradually passed into the hands of his favorites, who enjoyed his trust. First among them was the Praetorian prefect Perennis, who wielded great influence and who effectively ruled the vast empire in the early years of Commodus's reign, making important decisions. He pursued a tough policy, eliminating undesirable senators and governors, dealing with enemies, and increasing the influence of the army, strengthening its power. However, in the year 185, due to intrigue, he fell out of favor, losing trust, after legionaries in Britannia, dissatisfied with his rule, revolted, accusing him of abuse of power, demanding justice. Commodus, fearing a conspiracy and unwilling to risk his popularity among the soldiers who secured his power, acted with cruelty, ordering Perennis's execution, ending his life. After him, another favorite, Cleander, who was not popular, came to power. Cleander was a freedman, a former slave who, using his position, amassed great wealth and sold positions in the state apparatus, prospering through corruption. He controlled access to the emperor, manipulating him, and made more and more enemies, causing envy. In the year 190, during his rule, when a food crisis broke out in Rome due to crop failure, discontent turned into a rebellion, threatening Commodus's power. The people, driven to despair, demanded Cleander's head, blaming him for their troubles, and Commodus, frightened by the riot and seeking to maintain his power, ordered the execution of his close associate, showing cruelty. After this murder, the administration of the state became even more chaotic and inefficient, lacking stability. The emperor, less and less interested in politics, surrounded himself with flatterers and close associates, ready to fulfill his every whim, indulging his weaknesses. The Senate, deprived of influence, completely lost its position. The governors in the provinces ruled like independent princes, not obeying the center, and in the capital itself, mired in luxury, there was fear of denunciations, spreading terror and repressions against those who were undesirable. Anyone who expressed doubts about Commodus's divinity or did not support his cult, demonstrating disobedience, could end up on the execution list, losing their life. He became suspicious, vindictive, and increasingly detached from reality, losing touch with the outside world. At the end of the year 192, his behavior, marked by cruelty, became so inadequate and dangerous that even his close associates who were near him began to fear for their lives, fearing reprisals. He planned to celebrate New Year's Day in the year 193 in the guise of a gladiator, demonstrating his strength, officially declaring himself a god, striving for deification. This, shocking everyone, was the last straw, exhausting the patience of those around him who were tired of his tyranny. On December 31st, in the year 192, his favorites, wanting to stop the madness, including the Praetorian prefect Letus, who had influence, and his mistress Marcia, who led the conspiracy, organized a conspiracy, deciding on a desperate step. First, to achieve their goal, they tried to poison him by putting poison in his wine, but the poison, to the surprise of the conspirators, did not work, saving his life. Then, to finish the job, the gladiator Narcissus was sent to his chambers while he was defenseless, giving him the task of strangling the emperor, putting an end to his reign. After his death, which caused relief, the Senate immediately declared Commodus a tyrant, mired in sins, ordering that his name be erased from all monuments and documents, condemning him to oblivion. His reforms, which infringed on freedom, were abolished, and his cult, which glorified him, was destroyed so that he would be forgotten. However, his popularity among the people, who saw him as a protector, and the army, which secured his power, was so great that just a few months after his death, the new emperor Septimius Severus, facing discontent, was forced to restore his reputation, glorifying his name, and declare him a god, venerating him. Thus, even after death, Commodus remained a figure who divided Roman society into those who hated him and those who revered him. Commodus's reign, which left behind contradictory memories, is often presented by historians as a period of madness and decline, but in reality he was not a complete failure, as might seem at first glance. Despite the internal instability caused by his actions, his reign nevertheless did not lead to the complete destruction of the Roman Empire, preserving its integrity. The borders remained mostly protected. Despite barbarian raids, the army received regular funding, ensuring its loyalty, and the economy did not experience sharp declines, maintaining stability. He broke ties with the Senate, consisting of aristocrats, but at the same time he enjoyed the support of the common people who saw him as a protector, which made him popular among those who depended on imperial generosity and entertainment. His weakness lay in his inability to manage effectively and his excessive obsession with personal ambitions, which led to the degradation of the political system and corruption, weakening the state. With his death, caused by a conspiracy, Rome entered a new period of instability, known in history as the tragic year of the 5 emperors, marked by chaos and bloodshed. Power, devoid of legitimacy, became the subject of a fierce struggle between ambitious generals seeking the throne, and the empire, torn apart by contradictions, found itself on the verge of civil war, threatening its existence. Commodus, who failed to cope with power, became the last representative of the Antonine dynasty, and his tragically ended reign symbolized the transition from a golden age, an era of peace, to an era of crisis, foreshadowing decline. His image, contradictory and ambiguous, remained in history as a mixture of tyranny, eccentricity, and tragedy. An emperor who, possessing potential, could have remained great, but succumbing to his weaknesses, turned his power into a farce, entering history with ill repute. After the assassination of Commodus, which left chaos, and the end of the reign of the Antonine dynasty, which had ruled Rome for many years, the Roman Empire, deprived of stability, found itself in a state of chaos, facing a political crisis. In the year 193, a tragic period began, known as the Year of the 5 Emperors, when several influential military leaders, each of whom enjoyed the support of the army, simultaneously claimed the throne, waging a fierce struggle for power, shedding blood. In this confrontation, which lasted several years, Septimius Severus, an experienced and cruel military leader from the Roman province of Africa, emerged as the victor, demonstrating military talent and political cunning, initiating a new dynasty that ruled Rome, the Severan dynasty, which replaced the Antonines, ruling from the year 193 to the year 235. Its representatives, seeking to strengthen the state, carried out important reforms that significantly changed the political system of Rome, strengthened the army, which needed reform, and for the first time made people from the provinces full participants in power, expanding their rights. However, their policy, aimed at strengthening the empire, also led to the growth of militarism, the weakening of the Senate, deprived of power, and the deepening of the crisis, which in the future led to large-scale upheavals, foreshadowing decline. Septimius Severus, who rose to become emperor, was born in the year 145 AD in Leptis Magna, a flourishing city in the Roman province of Africa, located in what is now modern-day Libya, far removed from Rome. He hailed from a wealthy family belonging to the local aristocracy, but not from the traditional Roman aristocracy accustomed to power. This was a watershed moment in history, marking a change. For the first time, a man whose roots were not connected to the Roman elite ascended the throne, signaling new trends. Displaying talent, he forged a successful career in the army and administration, rising through the ranks, and after the death of Commodus, amid chaos and a series of civil wars, he skillfully seized the opportunity, managing to overcome his rivals, eliminating them. In the year 193, after bloody wars, he entered Rome, taking the imperial throne, and immediately began the struggle to consolidate his power, suppressing any resistance. First and foremost, demonstrating ruthlessness, he eliminated his rivals, who posed a threat. Pescennius Niger, who controlled the eastern provinces and enjoyed support, and Clodius Albinus, who ruled in Britain, far away. He defeated both in fierce military campaigns, showcasing his talent as a commander, and then began to rebuild the empire's system of governance, implementing reforms. Severus's main priority, which ensured his power, was the strengthening of the army, upon which he relied to rule. He increased the pay of the legionnaires, understanding their importance, allowed soldiers who enjoyed his favor to marry, which was previously prohibited, improved service conditions, reducing its duration, and introduced a number of benefits for veterans, showing care, creating good conditions for them. This secured the loyalty of the troops, making them a reliable pillar of his power, but at the same time made the army an even more influential political force, interfering in state affairs, which was dangerous. It was from Severus's reign, who placed his bets on the army, that it became clear that power in Rome depended not on the Senate and the elite, but on the support of the legions, and emperors became hostages of the soldiers. He also expanded the composition of the army, increasing its numbers, and strengthened the cavalry, understanding its importance in war. Under him, recruits from the provinces were actively enlisted into the legions, which was welcomed, including barbarians who had previously served in auxiliary troops, which gradually changed the ethnic composition of the Roman army, expanding it. Severus, seeking to strengthen the borders, conducted several successful military campaigns, demonstrating his talents as a commander. In the year 197, he began a war with the Parthian Empire, managing to capture their capital, Ctesiphon, achieving victory, and temporarily establish control over Mesopotamia, expanding the borders of the empire. He also, concerned about security, strengthened the defenses of Africa, his homeland, building the limes Tripolitanus, a system of fortifications consisting of forts and walls, protecting Roman possessions from raids by nomadic tribes wandering in the desert. In Britain, seeking to subdue the barbarians, he began a new campaign against the northern tribes, but it proved difficult and exhausting, and he failed to achieve success. In the year 211, while in Britain, he passed away, leaving behind an unresolved problem, transferring power to his sons, Caracalla and Geta, making a mistake. However, animosity existed between the brothers, who were not known for their wisdom from the very beginning, fueled by scheming individuals, and it soon became clear that such a co-rule, where there was no unity, would not last long, creating a threat to the empire. Caracalla, possessed of ambition, was the elder and more ambitious, striving for power, while Geta, supported by part of the Senate and the aristocracy, posed a threat to him. They literally divided the imperial palace into two parts and avoided meeting each other to avoid conflicts, paralyzing the administration of the state. At the end of the year 211, consumed by lust for power, Caracalla decided to get rid of his brother, eliminating the competition. He pretended to want to reconcile with Geta, and luring him into a trap, invited Geta to a meeting with their mother, Julia Domna, hoping for her peacekeeping role. When he, suspecting nothing, arrived, Caracalla's soldiers, acting on orders, attacked him and stabbed him to death right before the eyes of their mother, struck with horror, shedding fraternal blood. After this atrocity, Caracalla, displaying cruelty, staged mass purges, ordering the execution of all of Geta's supporters, fearing revenge, destroying his entourage. According to various sources, from several thousand to 20,000 people were killed, including senators, officers, and even ordinary citizens, which caused horror. Geta's name, cursed by the tyrant, was consigned to oblivion. His images were destroyed, and inscriptions with his name were erased from monuments, trying to erase him from history. From that moment on, having gotten rid of his brother, Caracalla, displaying cruelty, became the sole ruler of the Roman Empire, concentrating enormous power in his hands, and began to pursue a policy aimed at strengthening the army, which ensured his power and centralizing the state, suppressing any resistance. Unlike previous emperors, who sought cooperation with the Senate, Caracalla, displaying disdain, virtually ignored this institution and ruled, relying on military force, disregarding the opinion of the senators. He increased the pay of the legionnaires to unprecedented levels, demonstrating his generosity, which made him popular among the soldiers, ensuring their loyalty, but created a huge burden on the treasury, depleting it. To cope with the growing expenses arising from generous payments, he, displaying short-sightedness, debased the silver coins, reducing the content of precious metal, which led to inflation, devaluing the money. He also, not enjoying popularity, introduced new taxes, which caused discontent among merchants and nobles who suffered from his policies. But the main event of his reign, noted in history, was a large-scale reform which had far-reaching consequences, known as the Edict of Caracalla, issued in the year 212 AD, expanding the rights of the inhabitants of the empire. This historic document, aimed at uniting the state, granted Roman citizenship to all free inhabitants of the vast empire, regardless of their origin, which became a turning point. Before this moment, which existed previously, only certain groups of the population, mainly residents of Italy, veterans of the army who had distinguished themselves in battle, and the elites of the provinces who possessed wealth, had Roman citizenship, which gave them special rights, including protection from severe punishments, a fair trial, and tax breaks, elevating them. All other inhabitants of the empire, even if they had lived in Rome for centuries, paid taxes, and served in the army, remained provincials, subjects who did not have the full set of civil rights, which was unfair. The Edict of Caracalla, proclaiming equality, changed this outdated system forever, opening up new opportunities. Now all free people, regardless of their origin, became Roman citizens, endowed with rights. The reasons for this important decision still cause debate among historians, giving rise to different versions. Some historians believe that Caracalla, showing foresight, was guided by the idea of equating all the peoples of the empire, wanting to create a more united state where everyone would be equal before the law, strengthening the empire. However, a more likely and pragmatic reason was financial gain, as the treasury needed replenishment, which played an important role. Roman citizens, who had more rights, had to pay a special inheritance tax, replenishing the treasury, which did not apply to provincials, making them less profitable for the state. The expansion of citizenship meant that now all subjects of the empire, regardless of their origin, were obliged to pay this tax, which significantly increased the income of the treasury, replenishing it. In the face of constant military spending and inflation caused by wars, Caracalla, needing new sources of funding, and the reform aimed at expanding the number of taxpayers, helped to partially solve this problem. This step, despite the financial motives, had far-reaching consequences, changing the Roman Empire. It finally erased the previously existing difference between Italy and the provinces, equating them, turning the Roman Empire into a truly global and multinational state, where all the peoples that made it up were equal before the law, ensuring justice. Provincials, who previously felt like second-class citizens experiencing humiliation, now had the opportunity to hold important positions, participate in political life, influencing the course of events, and serve in the highest ranks of the army, rising through the ranks. This also led to increased integration of the empire, as all its inhabitants now had a common Roman identity, drawing closer together. However, on the other hand, this step, expanding the circle of citizens, devalued the very concept of Roman citizenship, which was previously a privilege, giving certain advantages, and now became a widespread phenomenon, losing its prestige. Although the Edict of Caracalla, which equated all the inhabitants of the empire, became one of the most important legislative acts in the history of Rome, playing an important role, the emperor himself, unfortunately, did not show much interest in the governance of the state, preferring war. He focused on the army and wars, striving for glory, showing interest in military affairs. He was constantly on campaigns, traveling around the vast empire and demonstrating his power, and entrusted the administration of the state to his close associates, which did not contribute to stability. He especially admired Alexander the Great commander, and dreamed of repeating his conquests, imitating him, striving for glory. He even ordered the formation of a special Macedonian legion, glorifying him, and dressed in the Greek military style, demonstrating his predilections. In the year 214, he began a campaign against the Germans, and then, not stopping there, went east, planning a large-scale campaign against Parthia, dreaming of conquests. In the year 216, after assembling an army, he crossed the Euphrates and initiated military operations, but the war, regrettably, did not yield decisive victories, becoming bogged down in protracted battles. However, during this campaign, marked by its brutality, he lost support among his inner circle, who had grown weary of his tyranny. He was cruel and suspicious, constantly orchestrating purges in the army and executing officers whom he suspected of treason, perceiving them as threats, thereby instilling fear. In the year 217, while on campaign in Syria, Caracalla, known for his ruthlessness, was assassinated in a conspiracy, bringing an end to his reign of terror. According to one account, the assassination was orchestrated by his Praetorian prefect, Macrinus, who feared retribution and sought to save his own life. Another, more plausible version suggests that the cause was a personal conflict. Caracalla, known for his boorishness, had stepped away from the camp to relieve himself when one of his bodyguards, driven by vengeance and named Julius Martialis, suddenly struck him a mortal blow, avenging a personal grievance. After his death, which was met with relief, power, lacking legitimacy, passed to Macrinus, a puppet of the Praetorians, but his rule proved short-lived, sparking discontent. Despite his reputation as a cruel despot, Caracalla nevertheless left an indelible mark on the history of the Roman Empire, implementing significant reforms. His edict, which equalized all citizens, transformed the principles of governance in the empire, and his reforms in the army elevated soldiers to the primary political force in Rome, raising them in status. However, his policies, aimed at consolidating power, depleted the treasury by showering money on soldiers, and his rule is remembered for its tyranny and ruthlessness, instilling fear and provoking widespread hatred. His assassination, a consequence of his reign, did not end the crisis, but only exacerbated the instability, leading to a new power struggle, plunging Rome into chaos. Following Caracalla's murder and the brief reign of Macrinus, who failed to stabilize the situation, the Roman Empire, devoid of a strong leader, entered a period of instability that gradually escalated into a full-blown and comprehensive crisis, threatening its very existence. In the year 235, a testament to the chaos, Alexander Severus, the last representative of the Severan dynasty, which had held power briefly, was assassinated, marking the beginning of a tragic era known in history as the Crisis of the 3rd Century, which shook Rome to its foundations. This was one of the most challenging and bleak periods in Roman history, when the empire teetered on the brink of collapse due to economic woes that undermined it, constant wars that drained its resources, rebellions that fractured its unity, epidemics that claimed lives, and power struggles that tore it apart. Over several decades, Rome experienced numerous coups that toppled emperors, and its political system, corrupt and ineffective, virtually ceased to function, losing its capacity to govern. Due to the weakness of civil institutions, power largely resided in the hands of the army, and legionnaires, dictating their will, became the primary factor determining who would be emperor, creating chaos. One of the key problems contributing to the crisis was the economic devastation that engulfed the empire, undermining its foundations. The Roman Empire had traditionally been sustained by taxes, military spoils, and trade, which generated enormous revenues. However, the constant wars and internal upheavals which paralyzed trade shattered this system, leading to economic collapse. As early as Caracalla's reign, exhibiting short-sightedness, large-scale inflation began due to the devaluation of silver coins triggered by financial troubles. To fund the army and cover rising expenses, the emperors, seeing no other solution, reduced the precious metal content in coins, inflating the money supply, which led to a drop in their value, debasing the currency. Merchants and traders, losing confidence in the money, refused to accept it. The prices of goods soared due to inflation, and government expenditures continued to rise, creating deficits. As a result, many regions, facing these problems, began to revert to a barter economy, exchanging goods directly, and cities that had once flourished through trade began to decline, experiencing economic recession. The western provinces were especially hard hit, where dependence on central supplies was greater than in the east, leading to degradation. The problems with money, which was becoming increasingly worthless, were exacerbated by constant and grueling military campaigns that demanded enormous expenditures. In the 3rd century, the Roman Empire, weakened by internal problems, was in a state of perpetual war, defending itself against enemies. In the north, Germanic tribes, having grown in strength, began mass invasions across the Rhine and Danube, plundering and killing civilians, violating the borders. In the year 250, the Goths, a powerful people, crossed the border and plundered the Balkan provinces, sowing fear, and in the year 260, encountering no resistance, they reached Greece and Asia Minor, destroying many wealthy cities, causing damage. At the same time in the east, the Parthian Empire, which had long warred with Rome, was replaced by a new, more powerful and aggressive power, Sasanian Persia, which sought expansion. In the year 260, the Persian king Shapur, displaying strength, defeated Roman troops and captured Emperor Valerian, which was a humiliation for Rome, demonstrating its weakness. This, plunging Rome into terror, was an unprecedented event in history, demonstrating its frailty. For the first time in history, a Roman emperor, the head of state, was held captive by an enemy, which was unheard of. According to rumors circulating in society, Shapur, seeking to humiliate Rome, used him as a stepping stone to mount his horse, trampling on his dignity, and after his death, displaying cruelty, his skin was flayed and displayed in a temple to show everyone. This disgrace, stripping Rome of its grandeur, undermined Rome's prestige and showed how weakened the empire had become, turning it into easy prey. In the West, which was experiencing the same problems, the situation was no less severe and chaotic, threatening the integrity of the empire. In the year 260, in Gaul, weary of Roman rule, the local governor Postumus, harboring ambitions, proclaimed an independent Gallic empire, seceding from Rome, which included Gaul, Spain, and Britain, territories of considerable wealth. At the same time in the east, which did not recognize Roman authority, the ruler of Palmyra, located in the territory of Syria, Odaenathus, displaying strength, created his own state, including Syria, Egypt, and part of Asia Minor, challenging Rome. Thus, unfortunately, the Roman Empire effectively disintegrated into three parts, losing its unity. The central government in Rome, weakened by internal strife, did not control vast territories, losing its power, and it seemed that the fall of the empire, devoid of strength, was inevitable, foreshadowing tragedy. Another serious problem exacerbating the crisis was the weakening of the army, which lost its power. For a long time, ensuring stability, the Roman military system was based on professional legions, consisting of Roman citizens who were well-trained, disciplined, and loyal to Rome. However, constant wars that depleted resources, internal rebellions that disrupted order, and epidemics that claimed lives led to an acute personnel crisis. There were not enough soldiers. The Romans, facing a demographic crisis, could no longer fully staff the legions from citizens, so increasingly, making concessions, they began to recruit barbarians, needing soldiers. Into the army, violating traditions, they accepted Germans, Sarmatians, Gothic mercenaries, and other representatives of barbarian peoples not connected with Rome, attracting them with service. They, possessing military experience, were good warriors, but not always loyal to Rome, pursuing their own interests, and their commanders gradually began to play an increasingly important role in the politics of the empire, influencing decisions. Over time, disrupting order, this led to many barbarians in the service of Rome becoming not just soldiers, but rulers, effectively controlling the Roman state, threatening its independence. The emperors themselves, striving for power, played a significant role in weakening the army, which had been the mainstay of Rome. In the 3rd century, power became a subject of struggle between ambitious generals, and the soldiers, feeling their strength, realized they could influence politics. They could proclaim any general emperor and then overthrow him if he did not meet their demands, creating chaos. This led to the tragic era of the soldier emperors, when a short period saw the succession of many rulers, often incompetent, who ruled for only a brief time. Each new emperor, in order to stay on the throne, promising legionnaires more and more money and privileges, bribed them, which further destroyed the economy, draining the treasury of its last resources. For example, Philip the Arab, hoping for their loyalty, paid huge sums to his troops to secure their support, but was soon overthrown by his own general Decius, demonstrating the unreliability of soldiers. Decius, in turn, died in battle with the Goths, failing to consolidate his power, and his successor Valerian, showing carelessness, was captured by the Persians, which was a disgrace for Rome. Such instability, caused by the frequent change of rulers, made long-term planning and the implementation of necessary reforms impossible, which exacerbated the crisis, threatening the very existence of the empire. In addition to the military and economic problems that undermined the state, Rome faced devastating epidemics that claimed lives. In the 3rd century, ravaged by wars, the so-called Plague of Cyprian broke out, engulfing the entire empire, which killed millions of people, sparing no one, devastating it. The disease, spreading with incredible speed, affected the entire empire, hitting especially hard the densely populated cities that were centers of trade and military garrisons, weakening the army. Because of this, the size of the army, which was having difficulty replenishing its ranks, shrank, and the shortage of labor in the provinces led to an even greater decline in production and trade, undermining the economy. The empire, whose prosperity once hinged on thriving commerce facilitated by well-maintained roads connecting cities, an efficient supply system, and flourishing urban centers, began to crumble from within, losing its strength. Economic woes, military setbacks, and administrative failures, all pointing to a deep crisis, led to a situation where power in Rome, now a hotbed of intrigue, became extremely unstable and unreliable, changing hands frequently. Over several decades, emperors vying for power rose and fell in rapid succession, none of them preoccupied with their own survival, able to establish a solid system of governance capable of stabilizing the situation. However, even during this tumultuous period, among the many rulers grasping for power, there were also exceptional figures who displayed talent, such as Aurelian, possessed of wisdom, who managed to temporarily halt the empire's disintegration and restore its unity, rekindling hope. Despite the profound crisis that shook the empire, Rome still possessed vast resources and opportunities for recovery, but this required strong leaders with unwavering will and radical reforms capable of reversing the course of events. Following the capture and subsequent death of Valerian and the onset of the crisis of the 3rd century, which threatened Rome's very existence, the Roman Empire found itself in one of the most dire and bleak situations in its long history, teetering on the brink. For nearly 50 years, marked by turmoil, the state descended into chaos. The economic system that had ensured prosperity collapsed. Barbarians, encountering little resistance, invaded the territories, leaving devastation in their wake. Legions constantly revolted, proclaiming their own emperors, and emperors succeeded one another with frightening speed, often meeting violent ends. It was a period when power, having lost its legitimacy, no longer depended on laws or traditions, but was determined solely by military strength and the support of the army, a dangerous state of affairs. During this time, the empire, torn by internal conflicts, was ruled by dozens of rulers striving for power, but only a few of them, demonstrating talent, managed to remain on the throne for more than a few years, only to then meet a violent death. Each new emperor who came to power faced the same seemingly insurmountable problems: unstable borders, constant rebellions that undermined order, a financial crisis that strangled the economy, and the ever-present threat of assassination hanging over their heads, making peaceful rule impossible. The crisis that reshaped Rome began in 235 AD, when Alexander Severus, the last representative of the Severan dynasty, who had attempted to strengthen the state, albeit unsuccessfully, was murdered. Seeking order, he tried to reform the army, but his attempts to discipline the legions, accustomed to freedom, aroused the dissatisfaction of the soldiers, leading to tragedy. As a result of a conspiracy within the army, he was overthrown and killed by Maximinus Thrax, a rough but experienced military commander popular with the troops who seized power. His reign marked the beginning of the tragic era of the so-called soldier emperors, elevated to the throne by force, individuals who came to power solely through the support of the army, but rarely had a clear plan for governing the state, leading to chaos. Maximinus, striving for order, attempted to strengthen the army and launched active military campaigns against the Germanic tribes, defending the borders, but his policies, unfortunately, required enormous expenditures, draining the treasury. To finance the troops and cover the growing expenses, he resorted to unpopular measures, increasing taxes, which sparked a rebellion among the nobility and urban population protesting his policies. In 238 AD, in Africa, gripped by discontent, a revolt erupted, and senators, yearning for change, supported two new emperors, proclaiming them Gordian I and Gordian II, challenging Maximinus. However, their troops were defeated, and they themselves perished, failing to retain power, becoming victims of the power struggle. Then the Senate, striving for stability, appointed new rulers, demonstrating determination, Balbinus and Pupienus. But they were soon, as a result of intrigues, murdered by the Praetorian Guard, acting in their own interests, not obeying the Senate. In the end, after a long struggle, the young Gordian III ascended the throne, becoming a puppet in the hands of the military, which did not contribute to stability. In 244 AD, failing to consolidate his power, he died during the war with Persia. The circumstances of his death are unclear, and power, changing hands, passed to his general Philip the Arab, who usurped the throne. Philip the Arab, seizing power, attempted to stabilize the empire, restore order, and even held celebrations in honor of the millennium of Rome in 248 AD, demonstrating greatness. But his reign proved short-lived, and turmoil ensued. Soon, undermining his authority, barbarian raids flared up on the Danube, and the legions, accustomed to overthrowing emperors, proclaimed Decius as the new emperor, challenging him. Philip, striving to retain power, died in battle with Decius, facing a threat, and Decius himself, proclaimed emperor, was soon killed in battle with the Goths in 251 AD, falling victim to the barbarians. This, weakening Rome, was the first time in history that a Roman emperor, a symbol of power, fell in battle with barbarians, which shocked the Romans, demonstrating the empire's weakness. The Goths, emboldened by victory, continued their devastating invasions, plundering and devastating cities in the Balkans, Asia Minor, and even Greece, sowing fear. The army, experiencing a shortage of soldiers, tried to stop them, but the barbarians, becoming more organized, using military tactics, employed Roman siege engines and tactics, successfully resisting the Romans. In 260 AD, Rome experienced one of the most severe defeats in its history, shaking its foundations. Emperor Valerian, commanding the army, was captured by the Persian king Shapur I, becoming his enemy, which caused horror and panic. This was an unprecedented event that finally undermined the prestige of the imperial authority, previously considered inviolable, and demonstrated Rome's weakness. At the same time, taking advantage of the chaos, the disintegration of the empire began, which was another blow. In Gaul, the local governor Postumus, taking advantage of the situation, proclaimed an independent state, which included Gaul, Britain, and Spain, rich provinces. It lasted almost 15 years, demonstrating its stability, had its own army, a monetary system symbolizing independence, and rulers completely ignoring Rome, having separated from it. In the east, demonstrating its strength, in Syria, the ruler of Palmyra, Odenathus, a former Roman ally, created a virtually independent state, which, after his death, was headed by his widow, the power-hungry Zenobia, possessed of talent. She conducted large-scale military campaigns, seized Egypt and a significant part of Asia Minor, creating a powerful Palmyrene empire, challenging Rome. Thus, tragically, the Roman Empire effectively split into three parts, losing its unity, and the central government in Rome, weakened by internal strife, no longer controlled vast territories, finding itself in a difficult situation. Against the backdrop of these disasters and upheavals, the economy, deprived of stability, finally declined, undermining the foundations of the empire. Constant wars, requiring huge expenditures, and rebellions, destroying the economy, continued to drain the treasury, putting Rome on the verge of bankruptcy. To finance the troops, on whom their power depended, the emperors, seeking profit, tried to solve this problem by debasing the coinage, which led to catastrophic consequences. Silver denarii, which were the basis of the monetary system, lost their value as they were diluted with copper and other metals, reducing the silver content, which led to depreciation. As a result, hyperinflation began, rapidly devaluing money. Prices for grain, weapons, and necessities rose tenfold, which burdened the population. In cities, deprived of supplies, there was a shortage of goods. Merchants, distrusting the authorities, no longer wanted to accept devalued coins, and many regions, suffering from the crisis, completely switched to barter, returning to the past. The western provinces, which depended on trade, were particularly affected, while the east, with its rich agricultural regions, experienced the crisis more easily, providing itself with food. The army, previously the foundation of Roman power, the guarantor of stability and order, also underwent significant changes, weakening it. Due to constant wars, taking lives, and epidemics, reducing the population, the shortage of soldiers became a critical problem faced by the rulers. Emperors, needing soldiers, began to recruit barbarians en masse, attracting them with service, especially Germanic, Sarmatian, and Gothic mercenaries. They, possessing military skills, fought well, but were not always loyal to Rome, often defected to the enemy, undermining Roman power, and some became high-ranking commanders, occupying important positions, and later showing ambition, even rulers, effectively controlling the Roman state, which foreshadowed the collapse. The emperors themselves, striving for power at any cost, played a significant role in weakening the army, which was supposed to be reliable. In the 3rd century, power became the subject of fierce struggle between generals seeking the throne, and the soldiers, understanding their strength, realized that they could dictate their will. They could proclaim any general as emperor, providing him with power, and then, if discontent arose, overthrow him, depriving him of the throne if he did not fulfill their demands, destabilizing the situation. This led to the tragic era of the soldier emperors, when, over a short period of time marked by turmoil, many rulers came to power and were overthrown, each of whom sought personal enrichment. Each new emperor, wanting to stay on the throne, promised legionaries more and more money and privileges, striving for their loyalty, which further destroyed the economy, plundering the treasury, ending up in debt. For example, Philip the Arab, trying to enlist the support of the army, paid huge sums to his troops to ensure their loyalty, but was soon overthrown by his own general Decius, demonstrating the unreliability of soldiers. Decius, upon seizing power, also perished in battle with the Goths, unable to solidify his position, and his successor, Valerian, elected emperor, was captured by the Persians, a victim of his own recklessness, which deeply shocked Rome. This instability, linked to the frequent change of rulers, made long-term planning and reforms impossible, and this, in the long run, exacerbated the crisis, undermining the very foundations of the empire. In addition to the military and economic woes that plagued Rome, the city also faced devastating epidemics that claimed millions of lives. In the 3rd century, during the crisis, the so-called Plague of Cyprian erupted, rapidly spreading throughout the empire and killing millions, severely reducing the population. The disease, sweeping across all regions, spread throughout the empire, hitting densely populated cities, centers of commerce, and military garrisons particularly hard, thus weakening the army. As a result, the size of the army, which was in dire need of replenishment, dwindled, and the shortage of labor in the provinces led to an even greater decline in production, shattering the economy and paralyzing trade. The main reason for the instability plaguing the Roman Empire remained a flawed system of power which was in dire need of reform. The legionnaires, accustomed to their own self-will, understood that they could proclaim emperors and overthrow them, which turned the governance of a vast empire into a constant and brutal struggle for the throne, creating utter chaos. The political system, which had worked effectively in the time of Augustus, sadly, by the 3rd century of our era, no longer functioned, having exhausted its potential. The Senate, having lost its influence, had become a mere formality. The cities and provinces, weakened by the central authority, no longer heeded the central government, and the Roman roads, once used for trade, which had previously bound the vast empire into a single whole, became unsafe due to raids by bandits and marauders. The crisis of the 3rd century, which shook Rome, showed that the old order, based on republican principles, was no longer viable and demanded change. To save the state, which was on the verge of collapse, a radical reform was needed, one capable of changing its destiny. In the year 284, such a ruler emerged, demonstrating a tremendous force of will. This was Diocletian, who demonstrated talent and carried out the largest transformations in the history of Rome, aimed at strengthening the state and laid the foundations for a new system of government distinguished by its efficiency and stability. However, his reforms, required to save the empire, were radical, ending the old order. He finally eliminated the power of the Senate, restricting its functions, divided the empire into parts in order to govern it, strengthened the military dictatorship, concentrating power in his own hands, and turned Rome into a centralized monarchy, supported by the army. This marked the end of classical Rome, but allowed the empire, which was on the verge of collapse, to survive the crisis and exist for another 2 centuries, leaving its mark on history. After decades of chaos caused by turmoil, when the Roman Empire, torn by internal contradictions, was on the verge of complete disintegration in the year 284, a new emperor seized power, demonstrating strength, Diocletian, who went down in history. He came to power, demonstrating military talent, not by right of inheritance or through the Senate, but as the victor in another civil war, which had become commonplace in the era of the 3rd century crisis, when the military seized power. However, unlike many of his predecessors, who came to power but failed to hold on to it, he, demonstrating wisdom and foresight, not only remained on the throne, but also managed to carry out large-scale reforms aimed at strengthening the state, which allowed Rome to emerge from a deep crisis and exist for more than a century, leaving its mark on history. His main achievement, which ensured stability, was the Tetrarchy, a new and unique system of government based on the division of power, which divided authority between several rulers and made the management of a vast empire more efficient and sustainable. When Diocletian, a man of talent, came to power, he immediately realized that one of the main reasons for the instability plaguing Rome was the impossibility of one person effectively controlling such a vast territory, stretching across 3 continents. The empire, having reached immense proportions, was too large for a single ruler, and its borders were under constant threats that demanded attention. The Germanic tribes, seeking enrichment, continued to attack from the north, devastating the border territories. The Persians, eager for expansion, threatened the eastern provinces, and in Britain, Gaul, and Egypt, engulfed in discontent, rebellions broke out, undermining unity. In addition, in recent decades, power, as a result of coups, had become completely dependent on the army, and each new ruler, elected by the soldiers, had to constantly prove his strength by bribing the legions to avoid a coup, which failed to ensure stability. Diocletian, known for his wisdom, understood that the old methods of governance, based on autocratic power, no longer worked in the new conditions, and decided to radically change the system by reforming it. In the year 293, showing courage, he carried out one of the most important and fateful reforms in the history of Rome, changing its political structure. He divided power between 4 rulers with equal rights, creating the Tetrarchy system, Tetrarchy meaning the rule of 4. Instead of a single and all-powerful emperor, there were now 2 Augusti, the senior rulers with supreme authority, and 2 Caesars, the junior rulers, who were their assistants and successors, each of whom ruled their part of the vast empire, divided into 4 parts. Diocletian, as the initiator of the reform, remained the main ruler and governed the eastern part of the empire, which included rich and developed provinces, while his co-Augustus Maximian, who enjoyed his trust, controlled the western provinces, which were more vulnerable to barbarian raids. Soon, seeking to strengthen their power, they appointed two Caesars, choosing worthy individuals, Galerius and Constantius Chlorus, who were to assist the Augusti in governing and eventually take their place, ensuring the continuity of power. Thus, the empire, stretching across vast territories, was divided into four parts, each with its own ruler, wielding authority, which allowed for a faster response to emerging crises, ensuring stability and better governance of remote regions while exercising control. This system, distinguished by its efficiency, had several important advantages that strengthened Rome. Firstly, each ruler, possessing experience, could focus on defending their territory without scattering their forces, and was not overwhelmed by the management of the entire vast empire, which improved the efficiency of governance. Diocletian, understanding the importance of the eastern borders, took care of the east and defended the borders from the Persians, who posed the main threat. Galerius, possessing military talent, watched over the Balkans, defending them from the barbarians. Constantius Chlorus, having proven himself, fought against uprisings in Britain and Gaul, suppressing the revolts, and Maximian controlled Italy and Africa, ensuring order. This allowed for a significant reduction in internal conflicts, which had been destabilizing the empire, and a faster response to external threats, demonstrating strength. Secondly, the tetrarchy, based on the principles of succession, ensured a peaceful transfer of power, eliminating bloodshed. The Caesars, brought up in the spirit of devotion to Rome, were to become Augusti after the departure of their predecessors, receiving power through legal means, and then appoint new Caesars, ensuring continuity. This eliminated the need for coups, which led to chaos, and dynastic wars, which weakened the empire, thus ensuring stability. However, Diocletian's reforms, aimed at strengthening the state, were not limited to politics, but encompassed all spheres of life. He also carried out large-scale changes in the administration, striving for efficiency in the army, reforming it, and in the economy, stabilizing it. One of his key measures, aimed at strengthening power, was the separation of civil and military authority, limiting the ambitions of military leaders. Unlike past emperors, who relied on governors combining administrative and military functions, Diocletian, showing foresight, separated these positions, diminishing their influence. Now, the governors of the provinces, wielding authority, dealt only with civil administration, resolving administrative issues, while command of the army, ensuring security, was transferred to separate military leaders subordinate to the emperor. This reduced the risk of mutinies, as the governors no longer had troops under their command, with which they could seize power, weakening them. To strengthen control over the provinces and improve the efficiency of governance, Diocletian increased their number, reducing their size. If previously in the empire, which had vast territories, there were about 50 provinces, after his reforms, there were more than 100, demonstrating administrative talent. This made management more efficient, as each province became smaller in territory and better controlled by the central government, strengthening its power. In addition, Diocletian, striving for centralization, created new administrative units, dioceses, uniting several provinces, and subordinate to Rome, under the control of special officials, vicarii, who controlled the governors. The entire empire was now divided into 4 large parts, corresponding to the management zones of the tetrarchs, which made the state apparatus more centralized, subordinate to the emperor. But one of the most complex and intractable problems facing Diocletian remained the economy, which was in a deplorable state, requiring urgent measures. After decades of crisis, decline, and turmoil, the monetary system, which had once supported trade, had fallen into complete disrepair, losing credibility and threatening the economy. The depreciation of coins, caused by the debasement of silver, inflation, which devalued the currency, and the rise in taxes, which undermined economic activity, led to the use of bartering instead of money in many regions, which lacked funds, thus reverting back to the past. Diocletian, seeking to stabilize the economy, attempted to solve this problem with a tax reform, demonstrating talent. He established a new taxation system that considered not only the amount of land, but also the population size, rendering it more equitable. This allowed for more accurate tax calculations, collecting greater funds, and ensured a more even distribution of the tax burden among different regions, as well as increasing revenue to the treasury. Furthermore, in the year 301, to halt inflation and stabilize prices, he issued an edict on prices, wielding the power of authority, a bold move indeed. This decree, aimed at price stabilization, set maximum prices on essential goods such as grain, meat, oil, and clothing, making them accessible to the populace, and fixed wages for laborers and soldiers, providing them with a stable income. However, this measure, disregarding the laws of the market, proved ineffective and utopian, failing to achieve its goal. Merchants, unwilling to operate at a loss, simply ceased selling goods at the set prices, creating shortages, and a black market emerged, flourishing amidst the restrictions. As a result, the edict not only failed to stabilize the economy, but only amplified discontent among the population, inciting protests. Another significant and necessary reform, strengthening the empire, was the reorganization of the army, which defended the borders. Diocletian, understanding the importance of a strong army, significantly increased the number of troops, bringing the army to approximately 500,000 individuals, surpassing all previous figures, ensuring its might. He created mobile field armies, the comitatenses, stationed away from the borders, which could rapidly move between frontiers, responding swiftly to threats, and he left garrison troops, the limitanei, for the permanent protection of the frontiers, fortifying the defense. This allowed for a more effective defense of the vast empire without weakening its other parts, located in the rear. He also, bolstering the defense, strengthened the fortification system, constructing new forts and military camps along the borders, ready to repel attacks. One of the most controversial and brutal aspects of his reign, sparking debate, was the large-scale persecution of Christians who were subjected to repression. Although before this, under past rulers, Christians periodically faced persecution, sometimes intensifying, sometimes waning, Diocletian, known for his cruelty, initiated the most extensive and systematic persecution in Roman history, striving to eradicate Christianity. In the year 303, fearing the spread of Christianity, he issued a series of edicts against Christians, which prohibited Christian worship, destroyed churches, which he perceived as a threat, and demanded that all citizens offer sacrifices to the Roman gods, demonstrating their loyalty to Rome. Those who refused, displaying defiance, were subjected to executions, imprisonment, and confiscation of property, depriving them of everything. This led to a wave of brutal repressions that swept across the empire, but paradoxically did not destroy Christianity, but rather strengthened it. Contrary to his expectations, these persecutions only strengthened the religious movement, uniting the faithful, and just a few decades after his death, Christianity, despite the persecutions, became the main religion of the Roman Empire, achieving victory. In the year 305, after more than 20 years of rule marked by reforms and persecutions, Diocletian, weary of power and the problems that plagued him, committed an unprecedented act, astonishing the Romans. He voluntarily abdicated, retiring from power. He, unlike previous rulers, retired to his palace in Split, which he had built, located on the coast, in modern-day Croatia, where he spent the remainder of his life in seclusion, engaging in gardening and construction, distancing himself from the world. This marked the first instance in Roman history of an emperor wielding immense power, abdicating of his own volition, not under duress, demonstrating his wisdom. Although the tetrarchy he created ultimately failed to prevent future civil wars that plagued Rome, Diocletian's reforms undoubtedly saved the Roman Empire from imminent collapse, ensuring its survival. He established a new system of governance, strengthened the army, fortified the borders, and implemented significant economic reforms that stabilized the situation. It was thanks to his efforts aimed at strengthening the state that Rome was able to survive the crisis of the 3rd century and enter a new era, the era of the dominate, when the power of the emperor, a deified ruler, became absolute and unlimited, and the state transformed into a centralized monarchy ready for new challenges. After introducing the tetrarchy system, dividing power, and implementing far-reaching reforms encompassing all spheres of life, Diocletian, striving to strengthen the empire, understood that political and economic measures alone were insufficient to ensure its stability. One of the main challenges for him was the growing influence and popularity of Christianity, which had spread throughout the empire, which was no longer just a small religious group, but had transformed into a powerful and organized movement, encompassing all strata of society, disseminating its ideas. Unlike traditional Roman cults, characterized by polytheism, Christianity, which preached monotheism, refused to recognize the divinity of the emperor, rejected polytheism, and demanded absolute loyalty to one god from its followers, which contradicted Roman traditions. In the eyes of the Roman authorities, striving to preserve their traditions, this was not merely a religious current, but a dangerous and subversive ideology encroaching on the foundations of the empire, on its power. It was for this reason that Diocletian, desiring to preserve and strengthen Roman traditions, initiated the most extensive and bloody persecution of Christians in the entire history of Rome, displaying cruelty. Although early in his reign Diocletian, known for his moderation, did not exhibit hostility toward Christians, fearing their influence, a conviction grew in his circle that the new faith, spreading its ideas, threatened the stability of the state, undermining its foundations. One of the main proponents of the persecutions, instigating Diocletian, was his co-ruler Galerius, known for his hatred of Christians, and who believed that their refusal to participate in sacrifices to the gods provoked the wrath of the gods, weakening the empire, depriving it of protection. The situation, fueled by enemies of Christians, escalated in the year 299, when during a sacrifice performed by priests to predict the future, they were unable to obtain a favorable omen, which caused alarm. They declared, spreading rumors, that the reason for this was the presence of Christians who refused to participate in the ritual, defiling it with their presence. This event, frightening Diocletian, solidified his suspicions toward Christians, and he began to conduct purges in the army, seeking to rid it of unreliable elements, expelling all Christian soldiers who demonstrated defiance. However, the matter, unfortunately, did not stop there, but escalated in scale. On February 23rd, in the year 303, on the day of the Terminalia festival, which honored boundaries, Diocletian issued the first edict directed against Christians, signaling the beginning of the repressions. According to this decree, demonstrating his power, all Christian churches which posed a threat were to be destroyed, and the sacred books containing Christian teachings were to be burned, eradicating their faith. All Christians holding state positions, depriving them of influence, were prohibited from working in the administration, removing them from power, and for all citizens residing in the empire, participation in sacrifices to the Roman gods was mandatory, demonstrating their loyalty. This edict marked the beginning of the most brutal persecutions of Christians in Roman history, unfolding on an unprecedented scale. In the capital of the Eastern Empire, Nicomedia, on Diocletian's personal order, the main Christian temple was destroyed, dealing a blow to their faith, and soon mass arrests of believers began throughout the empire, who were thrown into prisons. The emperor, believing in the power of repression, hoped that if he destroyed the leadership of the Christian community and their sacred books, the movement, deprived of leaders, would soon fade away, ridding Rome of Christianity. However, his cruel calculations were not justified, and this, unfortunately, did not happen. Christianity continued to exist. Soon, 3 more edicts were issued, each of which made the persecutions even more brutal, demonstrating his persistence. The second edict, published in the summer of the year 303, ordered the arrest of all bishops, priests and deacons who formed the foundation of the Christian Church, depriving them of freedom. They were thrown into prisons, subjected to torture, and attempts were made to force them to renounce their faith, hoping to break their spirit. The third edict, issued at the end of the year 303, depriving believers of freedom, allowed for the release of imprisoned Christians if they agreed to offer sacrifice to the Roman gods, demonstrating their loyalty to Rome. This decree, aimed at apostasy, led to mass torture, as the authorities, acting on orders from above, tried by any means to force Christians to change their faith, breaking their will. However, many of them, demonstrating steadfastness, preferred martyrdom, remaining faithful to their faith. One of the most famous examples of fidelity was Saint George, a Christian warrior who was subjected to cruel torture but refused to worship pagan gods, not betraying his faith, and was executed, remaining unyielding. The fourth and most brutal edict, testifying to his fanaticism, was issued in the year 304, surpassing all previous ones. It decreed that all citizens of the empire, without exception, must participate in sacrifices, demonstrating their loyalty to the Roman gods. Refusal, considered treason, meant the death penalty, leaving no choice. This led to the fact that now, not only priests, but also ordinary believers subjected to persecution were subjected to arrests, torture, and executions, facing cruelty. Throughout the empire, intimidated by the tyrant, public executions of Christians began, organized for intimidation, which were intended to demonstrate their helplessness and instill fear in the population. However, contrary to expectations, the opposite happened. The persecutions only strengthened the faith of the Christians. Many, moved by the courage and resilience of dying Christians who remained true to their faith, began to take an interest in their teachings, drawn in by their example. The persecutions, intended to eradicate Christianity, reached their peak in the eastern part of the empire, where Diocletian himself and his Caesar, Galerius, known for their cruelty, ruled. In Egypt, Palestine, Asia Minor, and Syria, which became the arenas of persecution, thousands of Christians were tortured and killed, demonstrating the strength of their faith. In Alexandria, crowds of believers, unwilling to renounce their beliefs, were thrown to wild beasts, glorifying their faith. In Antioch and Nicomedia, Christians undergoing torture were burned alive, crucified, and executed in arenas, serving as examples of steadfastness. In Carthage and Spain, far from Rome, bishops were tortured, demanding that they reveal the locations of secret Christian gatherings where they prayed. In Rome, which was far from the epicenter of the persecutions, the situation was somewhat different, more peaceful. Here, the persecutions, fortunately, did not reach the scale they did in the East, as the Western Augustus, Maximian, unlike Diocletian, did not show particular fanaticism in this matter, adhering to moderation. However, even here, despite his restraint, there were victims who suffered for their faith, and many Christians died in prisons or in the Colosseum arena, becoming martyrs. Despite all the cruelty and inhumanity of the repressions carried out in Rome, they, contrary to expectations, failed to destroy Christianity, but led to the opposite effect. On the contrary, the movement, inspired by the martyrs, became even more organized, cohesive, and strong, spreading its ideas. The martyrs who died for their faith became symbols of resilience. Their example was inspiring, and their stories, passed from mouth to mouth, spread among the Romans, attracting new followers. Moreover, after Diocletian's voluntary abdication in 305, the persecutions, which testified to cruelty, began to weaken, bringing relief to Christians. In the western part of the empire, led by Constantius Chlorus, who became Augustus and showed tolerance, the persecution of Christians ceased, ensuring freedom of religion. In 311, on his deathbed, The critically ill Galerius, who had persecuted Christians, realizing the futility of his efforts, issued an edict allowing Christians to freely practice their faith, putting an end to the repressions. This marked the beginning of the end of official persecutions, signaling a change. Just a few years later, in 313, after Galerius's death, the new emperor Constantine the Great, a far-sighted politician, issued the Edict of Milan, enshrining freedom of religion, which fully legalized Christianity, making it lawful. Moreover, by the end of the 4th century, demonstrating its strength, it had become the main religion of the Roman Empire, displacing paganism, and the persecution of Christians, which had been practiced for centuries, was replaced by the persecution of pagans, which testified to the triumph of Christianity. Thus, Diocletian's bloody and brutal repressions aimed at destroying Christianity not only failed to achieve their goal, proving fruitless, but also made it even more influential and popular, spreading its ideas and making Christianity the dominant religion. Soon, Rome, which for centuries had rejected the new faith and persecuted Christians itself in a striking turn of events, became the center of Christian civilization, transformed. After Diocletian's voluntary abdication in 305, the Tetrarchy, created by him to ensure stability in an empire facing crisis, soon encountered serious problems, leading to its collapse and demonstrating its ineffectiveness. Although the very idea of divided rule between 4 rulers seemed logical and reasonable, the empire, stretching over a vast territory, was too large to be effectively governed from a single center, and in practice, the system created by Diocletian proved unsustainable and unviable. The reason for this collapse was a combination of many factors. The personal ambitions of the rulers, each of whom aspired to sole power, the lack of clear and unambiguous rules for the transfer of power, leaving no room for misinterpretation, complex dynastic ties that bred intrigue, and the traditional Roman struggle for the throne based on strength. Instead of the promised stability that Diocletian sought, the Tetrarchy led to new bloody civil wars that undermined Rome's power and definitively proved that Rome could no longer exist as a single, effectively governed state, which predetermined its future fate. The main weakness of the Tetrarchy, which became apparent over time, was the absence of a reliable and clear mechanism that would guarantee a peaceful and unimpeded transfer of power, eliminating the struggle. Diocletian assumed that after the abdication of the Augusti, who had elected rulers, their places would automatically be taken by the Caesars, and then, guided by the principle of succession, new junior rulers would be appointed, ensuring continuity of governance and avoiding chaos. However, he did not take into account, neglecting historical experience, that Roman tradition, which had been formed over centuries, was based on personal power, strength, charisma, and military support, rather than formal appointments, which led to intrigue. The legions, accustomed to arbitrariness, who were used to choosing emperors and deciding their fate, were unwilling to submit to the bureaucratic scheme imposed by Diocletian, which deprived them of influence, striving for their former power. Moreover, the former Augusti, who had gained power and become accustomed to it, were not ready to simply resign, giving up privileges, and allow their successors, who had become enemies for them, to govern the empire, continuing to weave intrigue. After Diocletian's departure in 305, having failed to ensure succession, power, according to plan, passed to 2 new Augusti, Galerius in the east and Constantius Chlorus in the west, who gained power. However, Constantius Chlorus, who ruled for a short time, died as early as 306, leaving behind a power vacuum, and his son Constantine, popular in the army, was proclaimed emperor by his soldiers, violating the order in Britain, enjoying his support. This immediately destroyed the fragile system of tetrarchy created by Diocletian, since Constantine, who became emperor, was not an official Caesar, had no legal right to power, but had military support, relying on the legions. Almost simultaneously, Maxentius, the son of the former Augustus Maximian, who wanted to regain power, rebelled in Rome, also proclaiming himself emperor, which exacerbated the chaos. Thus, instead of 4 rulers sharing power, as previously envisioned, there were now 6, and each of them, driven by ambition, claimed supreme power, which led to clashes. The situation, spiraling out of control, quickly escalated into a bloody civil war, threatening the very existence of the empire. Galerius, who recognized Diocletian's reforms, tried to maintain control by appointing new rulers, but could not suppress the growing chaos, which testified to the collapse of the system. Maximian, who had left power and resigned along with Diocletian, unexpectedly returned to politics, intriguing in an attempt to support his son Maxentius, striving for power. Soon, armed clashes began between different contenders for the throne, shedding blood for power. Constantine, possessing a strong and combat-ready army, began a campaign against Maxentius, who controlled Italy, seeking to seize Rome. In 312, showing military talent, he defeated him in the decisive Battle of the Milvian Bridge, crushing his army, after which he triumphantly entered Rome, becoming the sole ruler of the western part of the empire, uniting the territories. The East, which was in turmoil, was also engulfed in war, destabilizing the situation. After the death of Galerius, who died of illness in 311, a conflict arose in the eastern part of the empire between his successors, Licinius and Maximinus Daza, which turned into a war, exacerbating the situation. In 313, Licinius, showing strength, won, eliminating his competitor, and became the sole ruler of the East, sharing power. However, now that the empire was divided into 2 parts, rivalry began between Constantine and Licinius, who ruled together, undermining stability, with each striving for sole power. They, understanding the need for peace, temporarily formed an alliance, issuing the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity, ensuring freedom of religion, but their struggle for power seemed inevitable and continued. In 324, Constantine, distinguished by ambition, finally defeated Licinius, winning the war, becoming the sole emperor of the entire Roman Empire, uniting it under his rule, putting an end to anarchy. Thus, the Tetrarchy, created by Diocletian to ensure stability and prosperity, lasted only a few decades, proving ineffective, and ended with the complete victory of sole power, despite all attempts. The main reasons for its failure were obvious, and explained what happened. Firstly, it, unfortunately, did not eliminate the traditional and long-standing problem of Rome, which was the fierce struggle for the throne between ambitious commanders striving for power, continuing to generate turmoil. Secondly, the emperors who gained power, thanks to the system imposed from above, were unwilling to share it, fearing to lose influence or to resign, voluntarily giving up power, as Diocletian did, demonstrating weakness. Thirdly, the Roman army, possessing influence, did not perceive the Tetrarchy as a mandatory system. The legions, as before, continued to support their commanders, proclaiming them emperors, ignoring the rules established by Diocletian. Fourthly, there were no clearly written and understandable laws on the transfer of power, which led to the fact that each new ruler who came to power considered himself entitled to change the system in his favor, following his own interests. After the liquidation of the Tetrarchy, which did not live up to expectations, Constantine the Great, uniting the empire under his rule, definitively abandoned the idea of divided rule, showing decisiveness. He consolidated all power into his own hands, restoring autocratic rule and implementing reforms that further centralized the empire, bending it to his will. However, this did not mean that the idea of shared power was completely forgotten. It would find its reflection in history again. The main cause of instability faced by the rulers of Rome remained the flawed system of power based on the strength of the army. The legionaries, wielding real power, understood that they could proclaim emperors and overthrow them, which turned the governance of the empire into a constant and bloody struggle for the throne, undermining stability. The political system, which had worked effectively during the time of Augustus, who stabilized Rome, was hopelessly outdated and no longer functioning, having exhausted itself. The Senate, deprived of real power, had lost its former influence. Cities and provinces, experiencing a crisis, no longer listened to the central government, and the Roman roads, which had once connected the empire into a single whole, became unsafe due to raids by barbarians and marauders, threatening trade. The crisis of the 3rd century, which shook Rome, showed that the old order of governance, which needed reforming, no longer worked, and that decisive measures needed to be taken to save the state. After the liquidation of the tetrarchy system, which had failed to stabilize the situation, and the beginning of a fierce struggle for sole power among various contenders vying for the throne, the Roman Empire once again found itself on the verge of civil war, descending into chaos. In the western part of the empire, torn by contradictions, the confrontation between Constantine, who had distinguished himself, and Maxentius, who aspired to power, became increasingly tense and irreconcilable, preparing for a clash. Constantine, who ruled in Gaul and Britain, possessed a powerful and well-trained army, ensuring his power and the support of his legions, who were loyal to him, while Maxentius, who controlled Rome and Italy, was losing popularity due to his cruelty and exorbitant taxes, causing discontent. In 312, realizing the need to act, Constantine, relying on his army, made the decision to begin a campaign against Rome, overthrowing Maxentius, whom he considered a usurper who had deprived him of power. In the spring of 312, after gathering his troops, Constantine, showing determination, crossed the Alps, moving towards Rome. Despite the fact that his army was smaller than the army of Maxentius, who outnumbered him, he quickly won several victories thanks to his military talent, defeating his forces at Turin and Verona, capturing cities. These defeats significantly undermined the morale of Maxentius's army, foreshadowing his defeat. But he himself, nevertheless, still held Rome, entrenched behind its walls, preparing to defend it. It was expected that Maxentius, given the superiority of the enemy, would conduct the defense of the city, exhausting the enemy. However, unexpectedly for everyone, he, showing recklessness, decided to leave the city and give Constantine an open battle at the Tiber River near the Milvian Bridge, which turned out to be a mistake. The reasons for this decision, which cost him his life, are not entirely clear, giving rise to different versions. Perhaps Maxentius, confident of his victory, hoped to repeat the success of his predecessor Maxentius, who also claimed power and had previously defeated an enemy in similar circumstances, demonstrating strength, or he relied too much on a prophecy that strengthened his spirit, according to which the enemy of Rome would fall on this day, which predetermined his actions. Once on the battlefield, he, unfortunately, did not take into account that he himself could be this enemy, underestimating his opponent. The day before the decisive battle that changed the course of history, Constantine, preparing for battle, experienced a mystical vision that had a huge impact on him, which became legendary, passed down from generation to generation. According to one version, described by the Christian writer Lactantius, who had a gift for words, he was given a sign in a divinely granted dream, a cross, indicating victory if he depicted it on his shields, receiving divine patronage. Eusebius of Caesarea, a famous historian and contemporary of Constantine, confirming this, claims that the emperor, preparing for battle, saw a shining cross in the sky, surrounded by light, with the inscription, "In this sign you will conquer," which strengthened his faith. Regardless of the specific details, no exact evidence of this has been preserved. This episode, mystical and memorable, had a huge impact on Constantine, turning his worldview upside down, and he, strengthening his faith, ordered his soldiers, inspired by the sign, to apply the Chi Rho to their shields, a symbol consisting of the first two letters of Christ's name in Greek, which was inspiring. From that moment on, his army fought not only for the throne, but also under the banner of a new faith that united it with divine support. On October 28th, 312, on the day of the battle, the troops of Maxentius, confident of victory, and Constantine, hoping for the help of the gods, met at the Milvian Bridge, preparing for a decisive battle. Constantine, possessing military talent, proved himself to be an experienced commander and chose the tactics of an aggressive and rapid offensive, forcing the enemy, who was inferior to him in skill, to retreat to the river, giving him no respite. The troops of Maxentius, under the onslaught of the enemy, began to lose their formation, their ranks mixed, creating panic, and soon the retreat turned into a chaotic and disorganized flight, dooming them to death. However, this flight, which broke their resistance, became a catastrophe that killed many soldiers. Maxentius, preparing for battle, had previously dismantled the main bridge, providing retreat, leaving only a pontoon crossing designed for a small weight, which, unfortunately, could not withstand the weight of thousands of soldiers fleeing in panic, collapsing. Constantine's troops, inspired by victory, urging the enemy to the river, finally broke the resistance, winning. In a panic, gripped by horror, the legions of Maxentius, deprived of leadership, tried to escape, breaking out of the encirclement. But many, unable to escape, drowned in the Tiber, becoming victims of defeat. And the emperor himself, burdened by heavy armor, also ended up in the waters of the river and, showing weakness, died, drowning. His body, which surfaced, was later found, and his head, as a sign of victory, was displayed in Rome as a trophy, demonstrating triumph. The victory won by Constantine changed the course of history, opening a new page. Maxentius, who had lost power, was overthrown, and his cruel regime, which had caused discontent, ceased to exist, bringing relief. Constantine, entering Rome, was greeted by the people as a liberator who had freed them from tyranny, expressing joy. The people, tired of Maxentius's despotic rule, welcomed him with enthusiasm, hoping for change. But the main and fateful consequence of the Battle of the Milvian Bridge was his attitude towards Christianity, which determined his policy. Although Constantine, who ruled Rome, had not yet officially adopted the new faith, remaining a pagan, he saw in this victory he had won a sign from above, evidence of divine power. The following year, inspired by the vision, he issued the Edict of Milan, which became a turning point, which ended the persecution of Christians who had been deprived of security and legalized their religion, granting them freedom. This became the first important step towards the fact that in the future Christianity, having received recognition, would become the dominant faith in the Roman Empire, changing the world. The Battle of the Milvian Bridge, which determined the further course of history, went down in history as one of the most fateful battles, changing the course of history. It ended the long and bloody period of civil wars that shook Rome, providing long-awaited peace. It strengthened the power of Constantine, who became the sole ruler and became a symbol of the transition from pagan Rome to the Christian Empire, opening a new era. Centuries later, after long transformations, paganism, which had previously dominated Rome, would finally disappear, giving way to Christianity, which would become the main religion of Europe, spreading its influence throughout the world. All this, surprisingly, began on that momentous day when, on the banks of the Tiber, thanks to faith, the armies of two emperors clashed, and one of them emerged from the battle with a new symbol of power, changing his life. After the victory over Licinius, showing courage, in 324, and the establishment of sole power over the vast Roman Empire, Constantine the Great, who became ruler, faced the need for further transformation of the state, which needed change. Its former center, the eternal city of Rome, which had long remained the capital, had long lost its strategic importance, having fallen into decline. Rome, which preserved the memory of the past, remained a symbol of past greatness, but its location did not correspond to the new challenges of the time, and the power of the emperor needed to be strengthened. The western part of the empire was constantly attacked by barbarians rushing to Rome. The economy, which was experiencing a crisis, was weakening, and the city itself became an arena of political intrigues that undermined stability. Constantine, who had a gift for foresight, understood that the empire needed a new center capable of uniting its peoples, strengthening the power of the emperor, and reflecting his own vision of the future based on Christianity. He decided to build a new capital, which was to become the Second Rome and a symbol of a new era based on new principles. Even Diocletian and his successors, who ruled the empire, realized that governing the vast empire, scattered across continents, was impossible from one point, and chose large cities in the provinces as residences, moving their courts there. Galerius, showing strength, ruled from Saluni, Thessaloniki. Maximilian, showing cruelty, settled in Mediolanum, Milan, and Licinius, relying on the army in Nicomedia, strengthening them. However, all these cities, despite their importance, had certain shortcomings that prevented them from becoming the new capital. They were either too close to the borders, which made them vulnerable to attack, or did not have sufficient economic potential to meet the needs of the empire. Constantine, wishing to create an ideal city, decided to create not just a residence, but a new capital equal to Rome in status, with a favorable geographical position. After a thorough search, guided by strategic considerations, he chose a place that was ideally suited for this purpose, possessing important advantages. The Greek city of Byzantium, blessed with a strategic location on the narrow isthmus separating Europe and Asia, and perched on the strategically vital shores of the Bosphorus, which connected the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, possessed unique natural advantages that made it an ideal site for a new capital. Its waters, lapping at its northern and southern flanks, rendered it easily defensible from both sea and land assaults, bolstering its security. Situated at the crossroads of critical trade routes linking the West and the East, it united disparate corners of the world, commanded entry to the Black Sea, guaranteeing access to its bountiful regions, and secured passage to the Mediterranean, making it an economic powerhouse. Its advantageous geographical placement not only forged it into a military bastion capable of deterring adversaries, but also an economic nucleus, destined to draw merchants, artisans, and aristocracy, promising prosperity. In the year 324, immediately following his triumph over Licinius, consolidating the empire beneath his dominion, Constantine, recognizing Byzantium's strategic worth, declared his intention to transform the then struggling Byzantium into a new, thriving capital. He personally participated in selecting the city's boundaries to imbue it with grandeur, leading a solemn founding ceremony during which he strode with a spear, delineating the future city walls, demonstrating his determination. According to a legend etched in history, when one of his attendants, driven by curiosity, inquired as to why he was establishing such vast boundaries, encompassing so much territory, Constantine, displaying faith, responded, "I shall go on until he who leads me shall stop," underscoring not only the magnitude of his vision, but also his religious convictions, which played a significant role in his governance. The construction of the new capital, destined to surpass Rome, commenced without delay, glorifying Constantine. Constantine did not merely enlarge the old and small Byzantium, he effectively fashioned a new metropolis, striking in its magnificence. He encircled it with mighty walls, greatly expanding its territory, ensuring protection. Wide and straight streets were laid out, facilitating movement, and luxurious palaces were erected, astonishing in their splendor. Spacious forums, which became the centers of public life, baths, bestowing cleanliness, aqueducts, supplying the city with water, arenas, intended for entertainment, and temples, glorifying the gods, were also built. The city was designed to mirror Rome, whose traditions were revered, creating a sense of continuity. It possessed its own senate, vested with authority, a popular assembly reflecting the will of the people, an hippodrome designated for chariot races, and a multitude of public buildings that lent it grandeur, demonstrating its power. By order of the emperor, striving to adorn the new capital, valuable works of art and architectural monuments were brought here from all corners of the vast empire, including obelisks, statues, columns, and relics from ancient civilizations, creating a unique collection. One of the key architectural features that embellished the city was the Forum of Constantine, named in his honor, which became the central and largest square in the city, symbolizing his power. Here, glorifying the emperor, his statue stood, depicted as the sun god, with a crown of radiating rays, which was meant to underscore his greatness. This symbolism, employed by Constantine, reflected his belief in the divine authority he had received. The city also gained an hippodrome, modeled after the one in Rome, which became not only a venue for spectacular events, from chariot races that delighted the populace to imperial celebrations, but also a center of political life, where the people voiced their demands to their rulers, showcasing its importance. But the most important distinction of Constantinople, setting it apart from Rome, was its religious orientation, establishing it as a center of Christianity. While the eternal city of Rome, retaining its glory, was the heart of the pagan world, the new capital, glorifying Constantine, was conceived from its very beginning as a Christian center, strengthening the new faith. Although Constantine, due to political considerations, did not make Christianity the state religion, he clearly supported its spread, offering patronage to Christians. Churches were built in the city, glorifying Christ, and among the holy sites were the relics of Christian martyrs, making it a pilgrimage destination. This city, striking in its magnificence, was destined to become a symbol of a new era, when Christianity, having gained support, became the dominant religion of the empire, defining its destiny. The grand opening of the city, which became a great celebration, took place on May 11th in the year 330 after its completion. Constantine, displaying generosity, held a magnificent festivity, astonishing the imagination, declaring Constantinople the new Rome, the center of the world, and the second Jerusalem, affirming its spiritual significance. The city, having received special status, was granted all the privileges of the old capital, Rome, becoming the successor to its greatness, and demonstrated the continuity of power. Here, glorifying the new city, part of the senators, officials, and nobility interested in its prosperity were relocated, granting them the same honors and privileges as in Rome, creating an elite. It was declared sacred and inviolable, which was intended to inspire awe, and its inhabitants, like the Romans, received tax breaks and other privileges, attracting new settlers and prosperity. The founding of Constantinople, which became the Second Rome, had enormous, far-reaching consequences, changing the course of history. It definitively established the shift of the center of the empire, weakened by shocks, to the east, which had long been a more economically developed and stable region, ensuring prosperity thanks to trade. The western part of the empire, on the other hand, was weakening, experiencing economic difficulties and facing constant attacks by barbarians, which exacerbated the situation. Soon after Constantine's death, it was the Eastern Roman Empire, known as Byzantium, that would become the main stronghold of civilization, inheriting Roman traditions, while the western part, experiencing decline, would fall under the onslaught of the Germans, ceasing to exist. Constantinople, thanks to its strategic location, survived centuries of wars, sieges, and invasions, demonstrating its strength, remaining the largest and richest city in the Christian world, a center of trade and culture. It withstood the onslaught of the Huns, Arabs, Crusaders, and Ottomans, becoming the last stronghold of Roman tradition, preserving it. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the year 476, marking the end of an era, Constantinople, unconquered, continued to be the center of the Eastern Roman Empire, later to be called Byzantium, continuing to live on. Having inherited the grandeur of Rome, it existed for more than 1,000 years, surviving centuries, until it was captured by the Ottoman Turks in the year 1453, leaving its mark on history. Thus, the founding of Constantinople, having a tremendous impact, was not merely a relocation of the capital, but the beginning of a new era in history, opening a new page. This city, becoming the successor to Rome, played a key role in preserving the Roman heritage, developing Christian culture, spreading it, and shaping the future of Europe, influencing it. Constantine the Great, displaying wisdom, did not simply create a new administrative center, contributing to the unification of the empire. He laid a solid foundation for a great and prosperous empire that survived for centuries, leaving its mark on history, and had a tremendous impact on world history, changing its course. The crisis of the Roman army, defending the borders, began long before the 4th century, leading to decline, but it was during this period that its consequences became particularly noticeable and tangible, undermining the power of Rome. The legions, which once, in times of prosperity, were the foundation of Roman military power, distinguished by discipline, had lost their former strength, facing difficulties. Their combat effectiveness declined significantly due to lack of funding, discipline weakened, and the number of local recruits in the troops fighting for Rome continued to fall, reducing their numbers. An increasing importance, changing the army, was acquired by barbarian mercenaries, serving Rome, who at first, seeking benefits, served the Romans, but over time, showing strength, began to dictate their terms, demanding more rights. In the early centuries of the empire's existence, the army consisted mainly of Roman citizens, proud of this, who had undergone rigorous training, acquiring knowledge and skills. Legionnaires were professional warriors, trained in combat tactics, distinguished by discipline, and knew the battle formation, demonstrating skill. Well trained, they could fight in organized ranks for weeks, showing courage, supporting each other in formation without leaving it, and effectively use their armor and weapons, repelling enemy attacks. However, by the 4th century, the situation had changed, influencing the Roman army. Due to constant wars, depleting the treasury, economic problems, leading to inflation and a demographic crisis, reducing the number of citizens, it became more difficult for Rome to attract citizens to military service, enticing them. Many, caring for themselves, preferred to avoid it, since the salary of legionnaires, due to inflation, could no longer compare with the benefits of civilian life, which became less attractive. Recruiting, with each year, became an increasing problem, causing difficulties, and the emperors, needing soldiers, were forced to look for alternative ways to replenish troops, finding no other solutions. One such method, which became widespread, was to increase the number of barbarian mercenaries attracted by their low cost. Barbarians, who had previously served in auxiliary troops, began to be recruited into the legions, into the army, back in the 3rd century. But then they were only an auxiliary force, not playing a decisive role, providing assistance. In the 4th century, due to a shortage of soldiers, their role unfortunately became key, and the barbarians became the backbone of the army, replacing the Romans. Emperors, in dire need of soldiers, concluded treaties with Germanic, Sarmatian, and other tribes, recognizing them, providing them with land and money in exchange for service in the army, entering into alliances with them. These so-called barbarian federates, bound by service to Rome, largely replaced the Roman legions that had previously formed the backbone of the army, effectively displacing them. They fought in the ranks of the Roman army in their own familiar style, which differed from Roman tactics, relying not on drill and discipline, but on swift attacks, the ability to set ambushes, and individual valor, showcasing their strength. However, the massive influx of barbarians into the army, while solving the problem of numbers, also had a downside, creating new problems. They did not always share Roman values, often failing to understand them. Accustomed to freedom, they poorly obeyed orders and often placed the interests of their own tribes above those of the Roman Empire, undermining its power. The Roman command structure could not control them as strictly as Roman legionaries, and gradually the army began to lose its former organization, becoming less disciplined. Barbarians not only served in the ranks, becoming the foundation of the army, but also occupied high command positions, which was dangerous, increasing their influence. One notable example of successful integration was the general Stilicho, who held a high position. He was half Vandal by birth, but served Rome faithfully and loyally for many years, successfully defending the empire from its enemies and demonstrating his talent. However, not all barbarians who served Rome were so devoted. Most sought personal gain. Many, upon entering service, saw it not as their homeland, but as a source of wealth and power, striving for personal enrichment. The most alarming signal, foreshadowing disaster, was the Visigoth uprising in 378, a testament to the looming crisis. Barbarian tribes settled on Roman territory after plundering it, revolted against the empire, defying Rome. This led to the tragic Battle of Adrianople, which ended in defeat. The Roman army suffered a crushing defeat, demonstrating its weakness, and Emperor Valens himself, who led it, died in battle. This tragic event showed that the federates serving Rome could be as dangerous as they were useful, posing a threat. After this defeat, the Romans became even more dependent on barbarians. They simply had no other choice to make up for their losses. The army, losing its Roman essence, continued to lose its power, and the empire, deprived of protection, lost control of its own borders, becoming vulnerable. By the beginning of the 5th century, the barbarians who had penetrated Rome were no longer merely serving Rome, but had begun to govern it, determining its fate. Tribal leaders, realizing their strength, understood that the weakened and disunited Romans needed their help and demanded more and more privileges, dictating their terms. They received land and autonomy, expanding their possessions, and then, having grown stronger, political influence, putting pressure on the emperors. Germanic generals, demonstrating power, such as Alaric, began to act not as servants of the empire, defending it, but as independent rulers, pursuing their own goals, threatening Rome and forcing it to pay tribute, which testified to its weakness. In 410, symbolizing the decline, the Visigoths, acting audaciously, sacked Rome itself, the center of the empire, an event that would have seemed unthinkable just a few centuries earlier, shocking the world. Thus, the decline of the Roman legions, their replacement by barbarians, and the rise of barbarian mercenaries dictating their will, became one of the main reasons for the fall of the Western Roman Empire, sealing its fate. The barbarians, whom the Romans, in their need, had enlisted to defend their borders, ultimately turned against them, becoming their main threat, destroying the empire. The empire, which for centuries had built its power on the strength of its legions, found itself by the 4th century in a situation where its fate was decided by people for whom it was only a temporary refuge, not a homeland. The decline of the Roman legions and the rise of barbarian mercenaries not only weakened the army, depriving it of its strength, but also made the empire's borders vulnerable to a new and terrible threat that completely changed the course of history, turning the world upside down. This was the time of the Great Migration, sweeping away civilizations in its path. This grand and tragic movement of tribes, known as the Great Migration, began in the 4th century and lasted for centuries, sweeping away the old world based on Roman civilization and laying the foundations of medieval Europe, shaping its culture. It was this large-scale migration of tribes which changed the map of the world that marked the beginning of the end of the Western Roman Empire, sealing its fate. The first serious upheavals, foreshadowing tragedy, began in the 370s, when the Huns, a warlike and nomadic people who came from the vastness of Central Asia, known for their cruelty, appeared on Rome's eastern border. Their sudden appearance, like a hurricane, triggered a chain reaction that swept across Europe, leading to numerous wars and destruction. The Huns, inspiring terror with terrible cruelty, knowing no mercy, fell upon the Gothic tribes living north of the Danube, plundering and killing, crushing the Ostrogoths and Alans, devastating their lands. destroyed and deprived of everything, fleeing from the Hunnic threat. Known for its ruthlessness, the Goths, fearing for their lives, began to flee en masse to the west, seeking salvation. In 376, a huge mass of Visigoths, under threat of annihilation, found themselves on the border of the Roman Empire, crying out for mercy and begging the Romans for permission to settle on its territory, pleading for help. The Romans, weakened by the crisis, were not in a position to refuse assistance. They had no strength. They were already experiencing a severe shortage of soldiers, which was undermining their power, and the Visigoths, yearning for peace, could have become useful allies, strengthening the army. Emperor Valens, showing a lack of foresight, allowed them to settle in Thrace, hoping to use them as auxiliary troops to strengthen the borders. However, everything, as it often does, did not go as planned, and the plan turned into a catastrophe. Corruption among Roman officials, pursuing personal goals, led to the settlers, who had placed themselves under Rome's protection, being subjected to horrific conditions and exploitation. Those who had asked for protection were poorly supplied with food, deceived, subjected to abuse, mocked, and even forced to sell their children into slavery for food just to survive. All this, causing outrage, resulted in a rebellion that threatened Roman rule. In 378, the Visigoths, under the leadership of Fritigern, an experienced leader, rose up against the Romans, tired of oppression, and marched south, plundering cities and sowing terror. In the decisive and tragic Battle of Adrianople, which took place in the same year, the Roman army, once formidable, suffered one of the most crushing defeats in its history, demonstrating its weakness. Emperor Valens himself, caught in the thick of the battle, died, unable to escape, and two-thirds of his troops, the elite of the Roman army, were destroyed, depriving Rome of protection. This was the moment when, unfortunately, the Romans realized that their borders could no longer protect the empire, that it was vulnerable. The victorious Visigoths realized that Rome was no longer as strong as it had been, having lost its power, and from that moment on, ceasing to be afraid, the barbarians no longer simply settled on its territory, but began to conquer it, subjugating it. After their victory, the Visigoths, meeting no resistance, continued their campaigns, plundering the Balkans, rich provinces, subjecting them to devastation. Emperor Theodosius I, showing wisdom, realizing that it was impossible to defeat them, and coming to a disappointing conclusion, decided to act differently, using diplomacy. He offered the Visigoths, who posed a threat, the status of federates, that is, allies of Rome, recognizing their strength. They, in need of land, were allocated land for settlement, and in exchange, concluding a treaty, they were to serve in the Roman army, defending its borders and ensuring its safety. Unfortunately, this set a precedent, opening the way for barbarians, now entire peoples, to receive the right to live within the empire without being its subjects, casting doubt on its sovereignty. They, settling on Roman territory, preserved their traditions, following their customs, their leaders, obeying them, and their army, not obeying Rome. In the long term, this undoubtedly meant that Rome, having made concessions, was losing control over its own territory, becoming vulnerable. But the Visigoths, who came to Rome, did not stop there. Their goals extended further. After the death of Theodosius I in 395, with his death, the empire finally and irrevocably divided into Eastern and Western, losing its unity, which foreshadowed its demise. The Visigoths, under the leadership of Alaric, known for his greed, disappointed in his relations with the Romans, having not received what he wanted, decided to take it by force, plundering cities. In 401, disregarding the treaty, they invaded Italy, and in 410, demonstrating strength, brought their troops to the walls of Rome, inspiring fear. The city, which had not fallen to enemies for more than 8 centuries, proud of its invincibility, found itself defenseless, having lost its former power. The Roman authorities, understanding the hopelessness of the situation, opened the gates, showing weakness, and the Visigoths, bursting into the city, subjected it to looting, which became a tragedy. Although the Visigoths, showing restraint, did not completely destroy Rome, this event, imprinted in history, became a symbol of the empire's decline, demonstrating its weakness. It was already obvious that the Western Roman Empire, suffering from a crisis, was agonizing, on the verge of collapse, and its end was near, which foreshadowed tragedy. But the Visigoths, who plundered Rome, were only the first wave of barbarians rushing into Rome, bringing destruction. Behind them, attracted by wealth, came other tribes eager for profit: Vandals, Burgundians, Alans, Franks, enticed by loot. In 406, another landmark event occurred, testifying to the collapse of the empire. Large barbarian groups, crossing the frozen Rhine, along which Roman ships used to sail, poured into Gaul, meeting no resistance. This was the moment when Rome effectively lost control over the western provinces, proving unable to defend them, foreshadowing decline. The Vandals, known for their cruelty, advanced the furthest, sowing terror. Through Spain, they made their way to North Africa, one of the empire's wealthiest regions, a supplier of food to Rome, where they settled. In the year 429, displaying their strength, they established their own kingdom there, subjugating the local tribes. By 455, encountering no resistance, they reached Rome and plundered it even more thoroughly than the Visigoths, stripping it bare. Meanwhile, the Huns, who had initiated the Great Migration by displacing other tribes under the leadership of Attila, known as the Scourge of God, created a powerful empire that inspired terror. In 451, driven by greed, Attila, at the head of the Hunnic horde, invaded Gaul, looting and killing. Only the combined forces of the Romans and barbarians, united in the face of danger, managed to halt him in the famous and bloody Battle of the Catalonian Plains, averting a catastrophe. This was Rome's last great battle. Yet even this victory could not alter the overall picture of looming decline or halt the migration of peoples. Despite their defeat, the Huns continued to ravage Italy. After Attila's death, killed by his wife, their state, held together by force, disintegrated, but it was too late to save the empire from collapse. By the mid-5th century, the Western Roman Empire, plagued by crisis, resembled a patchwork of barbarian kingdoms that had sprung up within its territory. Various tribes, glorifying their customs, ruled the former Roman provinces. The Roman emperors, having lost power, no longer wielded any real authority, becoming mere puppets. In 476, symbolizing the empire's downfall, the Germanic chieftain Odoacer, leading a band of mercenaries, deposed the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus. He sent the symbols of imperial power, stripping them of their force, to Constantinople, marking the end of Rome. This tragic event is considered the official end of the Western Roman Empire, marking the fall of a great civilization and the beginning of a new era. The Great Migrations, sweeping away civilizations, became a pivotal process that destroyed the ancient world founded on Roman law. The Roman Empire, having proven unsustainable, was succeeded by a new epoch in history, the early Middle Ages, with barbarian kingdoms arising from the ruins of a once great power, forming a new Europe. All that the Romans had built over centuries, investing their labor and glorifying their city, the roads that connected the world, the cities that served as centers of civilization, the infrastructure that provided comfort, fell into the hands of barbarians who did not understand the value of civilization. Though they admired Rome, they could not maintain its greatness, bringing only destruction. Deprived of order, Europe plunged into chaos, which, unfortunately, continued for centuries, descending into the Dark Ages. The Great Migrations did not merely end Rome with its traditions, they marked the beginning of a new civilization, leaving an indelible mark on history. After the defeat of the Roman army, which had stood guard over order at Adrianople, a crushing blow to Rome, and the pillaging of the Balkans by barbarians, a tragedy, it became clear that the Roman Empire, torn by internal contradictions, had lost its former power and strength. The borders that had protected civilization for centuries no longer held back the onslaught of foreign peoples invading Rome. The barbarians, to whom the Romans, in need of soldiers, had granted lands as federates, settling them within the empire, began to behave as masters, disregarding the laws. A state unable to defend itself found itself in the deepest crisis, foreshadowing its collapse. The army lacked disciplined soldiers capable of fighting. The economy, undermined by wars, suffered from constant conflict, and internal strife between rulers who had usurped power weakened governance, leading to decay. At this critical and tragic moment, a man destined to become the last ruler of the unified Roman Empire, one who would unite it, emerged onto the historical stage to halt the fall. Theodosius I, a savior. Theodosius, a man of talent, was born in 347 in Spain, into a noble family of military leaders, and he himself was a soldier. His father, Theodosius the Elder, who held a prominent position, was an outstanding commander, renowned for his victories, who suppressed rebellions, restoring order, and fought against barbarians on the empire's northern borders, defending it. From a young age, preparing for a military career, Theodosius was trained in military affairs. Early in his career, he commanded an army in Britain, demonstrating his talent as a military leader. However, in 375, his father, who had enjoyed trust, was executed, a victim of intrigue, on the orders of Emperor Gratian, and Theodosius himself, fearing persecution, temporarily left the service, losing his support. Fate, however, decreed that a few years later, against all expectations, he would find himself at the center of the political struggle to save the empire, displaying his will. In 378, after the catastrophic defeat of the Roman army at Adrianople, which shook Rome, and the death of Emperor Valens, the Roman Empire found itself on the verge of collapse, defenseless. Barbarians, ravaging the country, wreaked havoc in the Balkans, and the Romans, having lost their strength, had neither the power nor the resources to expel them and stop the outrages. The young Western Emperor Gratian, seeing that the situation was worsening, understood that he could not cope with such a severe crisis alone. After consulting with his advisors, in 379, in need of help, he appointed Theodosius, who possessed military experience, as ruler of the eastern part of the empire, entrusting him with restoring order, which was no easy task. Thus began the reign of Theodosius, who was to face some of the most difficult challenges in Rome's history, displaying courage and talent. Assessing the situation, Theodosius understood that the Roman army, having lost its strength, was no longer capable of fighting as it had in the past, winning victories. After the defeat at Adrianople, which demonstrated Rome's weakness, it became clear that the old system of staffing the legions, based on the conscription of Roman citizens, no longer worked, as it was ineffective. There were too few people willing to serve in the army, binding their lives to war, as many preferred a peaceful existence. Understanding the need for reforms, he was forced to reform the troops, seeking new ways, further increasing the number of barbarian mercenaries who formed the backbone of the army, changing its composition. Theodosius, in need of soldiers, resorted to what every Roman ruler before him had tried to avoid, fearing the consequences. He recognized the barbarians not merely as federates, allies, but as virtually an autonomous military force within the empire, setting a precedent. The Visigoths, who posed a threat and had recently been Rome's enemies, wreaking destruction, now, after concluding a treaty, received lands in Thrace, becoming part of the empire, and pledged to supply soldiers for the Roman army, ensuring its numbers. In reality, however, this led to the barbarians displaying their willfulness, no longer considering themselves subjects of Rome, serving it, but being guided by their own interests. They fought not for the sake of the empire, but for their own benefit, pursuing personal goals. In addition to the barbarian threat which created problems, Theodosius, who had come to power, had to face internal problems that undermined the empire. In the western part of the empire, suffering from instability, the power struggle between claimants vying for the throne intensified, weakening it. In 383, the usurper Magnus Maximus, commander of the army, rebelled against the legitimate Emperor Gratian, who ruled the west. He seized power in Gaul, depriving Gratian of support, and then killed Gratian, shedding blood, which exacerbated the situation. Theodosius, facing the threat, could not immediately intervene, being occupied with stabilizing the east and protecting the borders. However, in 388, having consolidated his power, he gathered troops, not letting this go unpunished, and moved west, defeating the army of the usurper Magnus Maximus, restoring legitimacy. He restored the power of the young Emperor Valentinian II, but the West, unfortunately, continued to be unstable, threatening the entire empire. In 392, a new disaster occurred, destroying the ruler and creating chaos. Valentinian II, who reigned for a short time, was killed, and power in the West was seized by Arbogast, a barbarian of Germanic origin who had no right to the throne, demonstrating force. He installed the Roman senator Eugenius, subordinate to him, as his puppet, but real power, unfortunately, belonged to Arbogast, who possessed strength and influence. This was a disturbing sign, indicating the decline of Rome, captured by barbarians. The barbarians, displacing the Romans, no longer merely served in the army, obeying orders. They began to govern the state, determining its policies and claiming power. Understanding the danger of the situation and the looming threat, Theodosius realized that if he did not intervene displaying force, the West would finally get out of control, putting an end to the empire, which he would not allow. In 394, seeking to restore order, he confronted Arbogast and Eugenius, who had usurped power, preparing for battle. In the decisive battle of the Frigidus River, displaying strength, his army, composed largely of barbarians whom he trusted, managed to win a victory, defeating the usurpers. After this, Theodosius, restoring legitimacy, became the sole ruler of the entire Roman Empire, uniting it under his authority. This was the last time, unfortunately, that the entire vast Roman Empire, once mighty, was under the rule of one man, a tragic moment. However, despite the victory, the problems that plagued Rome did not disappear, requiring solutions. Theodosius, possessing wisdom, understood that Rome, weakened by upheavals, could no longer exist as a single and centralized state as before, and that the future lay in division. The differences between the East, which was prospering thanks to trade, and the West, which was in decline, were too great. The eastern part of the empire, rich and relatively stable, could afford a strong administration and the implementation of economic reforms, which contributed to development. The West, weakened by crisis, was mired in economic woes. Its economy was declining, cities were decaying, and the barbarians, who had settled in the provinces feeling their strength, no longer obeyed Rome, posing a threat. Theodosius, faced with reality and realizing the inevitability of division, appointed his sons to rule, hoping to preserve the empire. Arcadius in the east and Honorius in the west, thus dividing it. Theodosius also left an indelible mark on history as the ruler who definitively and irrevocably made Christianity the state religion of the Roman Empire, a change that reshaped the world. In the year 380, relying on his authority, he issued the Edict of Thessalonica, which, demonstrating his resolve, banned all pagan cults that had previously existed and proclaimed Nicene Christianity as the sole legal and true religion in the empire, now to be dominant. This momentous decision altered Rome, dividing it into two distinct realms. Rome, which for centuries had been a multi-religious state, worshipping various gods, now, following the emperor's decree, was becoming a Christian empire, transitioning into a new era. The temples of the ancient gods, having lost their influence, were closed. Priests, deprived of their influence, lost power, and the Christian church received tremendous support, strengthening its position. It was under Theodosius, striving to establish Christianity, that the destruction of pagan temples, which undermined Christian influence, began, including the famous Temple of Serapis in Alexandria, marking a shift in eras. But all of Theodosius's efforts, despite his desire to strengthen the empire, could not halt the irreversible historical process, and he was powerless in the face of fate. In the year 395, weary from his labors, he unexpectedly died in Milan, leaving behind a vast and conflict-ridden empire, passing power to his young sons, who lacked wisdom. This became a pivotal moment in Roman history, determining its future. Arcadius and Honorius, proving their incompetence, were too weak and inexperienced to govern such a complex state, torn by internal conflicts and requiring a strong hand. Almost immediately after the death of Theodosius I, lacking support, a struggle for power began at court, which exacerbated the situation. The barbarians, seeing Rome's weakness, intensified their raids, and the Western Empire completely lost the ability to defend its borders, dooming itself to destruction. The death of Theodosius I, the last ruler of the United Empire, became a symbol of the end of the unified Roman Empire, now shattered into pieces. After him, the East and West, once united, never reunited, following different paths. The eastern part, known as Byzantium, thanks to its favorable location, managed to survive, flourishing, and lasted for another 1,000 years, leaving its mark on history, while the West, mired in chaos, was captured by barbarians in less than a century, ceasing to exist as a state. Theodosius, who had shown firmness, was the last emperor to hold the fate of all Roman civilization in his hands, striving to save it. He desperately tried to save the empire from impending collapse, showing resolve, but too much, unfortunately, had already been ruined, irreparably, and time had run out. His reforms, aimed at strengthening the state, laid the foundations for the future Middle Ages, but alas, they could not prevent the fall of the West, predetermining its fate. The empire, which once ruled the world, dictating its will, finally divided, falling apart, and its western part, weakened by the upheavals, soon disappeared from the historical stage, giving way to other peoples. After the death of Theodosius I, whose name remained in history, and the final division of the Roman Empire into Western and Eastern, which became independent, the fate of Rome seemed sealed, approaching a tragic end. The eastern part, thanks to rich cities, trade, a strong administration, and a favorable geographical location, managed to survive and transform into the Byzantine Empire, prospering and preserving its culture. But the West, torn by internal conflicts, an economic crisis undermining its power, and dependence on the barbarians, who were becoming increasingly powerful, was rapidly approaching its end, losing control, which predetermined its tragic finale. Now the barbarians, previously federates, living on the lands of Rome and being its allies, receiving payment for service, were no longer satisfied with the role of mercenaries, serving the empire for money, asking for protection. Feeling their strength, they became the real masters of the former Roman lands, trampling on laws and establishing their own rules, plundering the empire. The question, unfortunately, was no longer whether the Western Roman Empire, in a state of decline, would survive, but which of the barbarian leaders would inflict the final and fatal blow, ending its existence. The Vandals, famous for their cruelty, the Goths, who revered traditions, and the Huns, who inspired terror, three of the largest and most powerful barbarian forces of that time, played key roles in the final fall of Rome, predetermining its fate. The first serious blow that shook Rome was the movement of the Visigoths, who came to the lands of the empire. Even under Theodosius I, they, showing persistence, received land within the borders of the empire, and formally, complying with the agreements, were considered its allies, receiving protection. However, their leader Alaric, distinguished by ambition and a thirst for power, disappointed in Roman politics, which pursued its own interests, decided to take by force what he believed belonged to his people by right, considering himself deprived. In the year 401, breaking the peace, he invaded Italy, and in the year 410 he led his troops to the walls of Rome, displaying force. The city, which had not fallen to enemies for more than 8 centuries, enduring many sieges, turned out to be defenseless against the barbarians, weakened. The Roman authorities, understanding their helplessness, opened the gates, showing weakness, and the Goths burst into the city, giving it over to plunder, depriving it of wealth. Although the Goths, showing mercy, did not completely destroy it, this event became a symbol of the decline of the empire, demonstrating its weakness. It was already clear that the Western Roman Empire, torn by contradictions, was in agony, and its end was near. But the Goths were only the first wave, followed by other barbarian tribes, eager for profit, invading Rome. They were followed by other tribes, the Vandals, famous for their cruelty, the Burgundians, distinguished by their militancy, the Alans, inspiring terror, and the Franks, eager for prey. In the year 406, another significant event occurred, testifying to the disintegration of the empire. Large barbarian groups, encountering no resistance, crossed the frozen Rhine, which Roman ships had previously sailed, and poured into Gaul, devastating it. This was a tragic moment when Rome effectively lost control over the western provinces, losing power, failing to defend them, predetermining its fate. The Vandals, showing strength, advanced the furthest, meeting no resistance. Through Spain, plundering cities, they reached North Africa, one of the richest regions of the empire, supplying bread to Rome, where they settled. In the year 429, having subdued the local tribes, they founded their kingdom there, strengthening their power. And in the year 455, moving further, they reached Rome and plundered it even more thoroughly than the Visigoths, stripping it bare. Meanwhile, the Huns, devastating the lands from which the Great Migration began, displacing other tribes under the leadership of Attila, nicknamed the Scourge of God, uniting, created a powerful empire, inspiring terror. In the year 451, striving for conquests, Attila, at the head of the Hunnic horde, invaded Gaul, bringing destruction, and only the combined forces of the Romans, showing courage, and the barbarians, who opposed the common enemy, were able to stop him in the famous Battle of the Catalonian Plains, preventing a catastrophe. This was the last great battle of Rome, but even it did not change the overall picture of decline, and the demise of the empire was only a matter of time. The Huns, although stopped, continued to devastate Italy, and after the death of Attila, killed by his wife, their state, built on violence, disintegrated. But this could no longer save the doomed empire. By the middle of the 5th century, the Western Roman Empire, exhausted by wars, was a patchwork of barbarian kingdoms ruling its territory, which testified to its collapse. Different tribes, seizing power, ruled the former Roman provinces, establishing their own rules, and the Roman emperors, deprived of power, no longer had real authority, turning into puppets, unable to change anything. In the year 476, the Germanic leader Odoacer, commander of the mercenaries, showing strength, overthrew the last Roman emperor Romulus Augustulus, who was still a child, and sent the symbols of imperial power, showing his superiority to Constantinople, proclaiming the end of Rome. This tragic event, marking the sunset, is considered the official end of the Western Roman Empire, becoming a symbol of the fall of a great civilization and opened a new era. The Great Migration of Peoples, which began centuries ago, became a key process that destroyed the ancient world, destroying the old order. The Roman Empire, which proved unviable, was replaced by a new era marked by turmoil. The early Middle Ages, with barbarian kingdoms that arose from the ruins of a once great power, changing the world. Everything that the Romans had built for centuries, investing labor and soul, glorifying Rome, roads that facilitated trade, cities that were centers of culture, infrastructure that provided comfort, ended up in the hands of barbarians who did not know the value of civilization, who, although they admired Rome, could not maintain its greatness, ensuring prosperity. Europe, deprived of order, plunged into chaos, which lasted for centuries, glorifying violence. The great migration of peoples not only put an end to Rome, but became the beginning of a new civilization, leaving its mark on history. Invading Rome, they refused, in a display of contempt, to pay the enormous ransom demanded to spare the city. And so, intoxicated by power, the Visigoths stormed the city, stripping it of its former glory. Though mercifully, they did not utterly destroy it, nor did they seek its annihilation. The sack of Rome, in the year 410, horrified the world, demonstrating its vulnerability. The mere fact that the capital of the once mighty empire had fallen into barbarian hands testified to its decline and signaled that Rome's authority over its weakened western provinces was irrevocably undermined. After the sack of Rome, a symbolic twilight, the Goths, sated with plunder, did not seek to obliterate the empire by occupying its territories. Leaving Rome behind, they continued their journey, pursuing their own ambitions. In the year 418, they established their own kingdom, ushering in a new order in Gaul, and then expanding their holdings in Spain, creating a new state. They no longer fought for Rome, but were forging their own distinct nation from its ruins, reshaping the world. Meanwhile, a new and fearsome threat emerged on the horizon from the east, the Huns, known for their cruelty. A nomadic people from the vast expanses of Central Asia, marked by their barbarity, they were known for their ruthlessness and military tactics based on lightning-fast mounted attacks, sowing terror in their wake. Under the leadership of Attila, the self-styled Scourge of God, a figure of legendary ferocity, the Huns forged a vast and powerful empire, subjugating numerous Germanic and Sarmatian tribes and extending their dominion. Their devastating raids on Roman provinces grew ever more frequent and destructive, ravaging the land and endangering Rome itself. In the year 451, Attila, emboldened by victory, led a massive army into Gaul, intent on destroying the last Roman holdings in the region, bringing Rome to its knees. However, the Romans, facing this dire threat, managed to unite their forces with the Visigoths and the Franks, who recognized a common enemy. In the celebrated and hard-fought Battle of the Catalonian Plains, locked in mortal combat, the Huns were defeated, marking Rome's last great victory. But Attila, despite his defeat, did not falter, and his campaign was not the end of the Hunnic threat, demonstrating resilience. In the year 452, he recovered from his setback and invaded Italy, laying waste to the land, ravaging cities, and threatening Rome itself, inspiring dread. Only through the diplomacy of Pope Leo I, who managed to persuade him, and the outbreak of an epidemic among the Huns, weakening their forces, did Attila, weakened, retreat, thus avoiding capture. A year later, alas, he died, and his empire, built on force, crumbled instantly, though that could not save Rome from its fate. The Huns, who presented a grave danger, vanished from the historical stage, leaving behind destruction, but their raids further weakened the Western Roman Empire, depriving it of its last resources, sealing its doom. And finally, the Vandals delivered the final death blow that extinguished Rome, displaying ruthlessness and a hunger for gain. Originally from Central Europe, this people had long wandered in search of a better fate until, together with other Germanic tribes, they crossed the Rhine in the year 406, invading the empire. They traversed Gaul, plundering cities, reached Spain, where they established themselves, and then, crossing the sea in the year 429, sailed to North Africa, which they conquered. That region was a vital province for Rome, as it was a source of grain. In the year 439, the Vandals, demonstrating their power, seized Carthage, one of the empire's wealthiest cities, positioning themselves advantageously. From that moment on, having settled in Africa and cutting off Rome's supplies, they became masters of the Western Mediterranean and began to launch regular seaborne raids on Italy, threatening the capital. The culmination of their pillaging was the second sack of Rome after the Visigoths in the year 455, which shocked the world. This time, the city, left defenseless, suffered even more severely than it had under the Goths, showcasing the empire's weakness. Driven by greed, the Vandals spared neither churches, which represented cultural value, nor palaces, which symbolized power, carrying away everything of worth, including works of art, looting with abandon. It is from this barbaric event that the word vandalism, denoting senseless destruction and desecration of culture, originated, immortalizing their name. After this ransacking, the Western Roman Empire effectively ceased to exist as an organized state, stripped of its authority. 21 years after that tragedy, in the year 476, the Germanic general Odoacer, commanding Roman troops and weary of the chaos, deposed the last Roman emperor of the West, Romulus Augustulus, who was still a child. Displaying contempt, he sent the symbols of imperial authority to Constantinople, acknowledging the formal dominion of the Eastern Emperor and proclaiming the end of the empire. This event is considered the official end of the Western Roman Empire, marking its fall. The great migrations of peoples, sweeping away civilizations, became the key process that destroyed the ancient world, altering the course of history. The Roman Empire, proven unsustainable, was superseded by a new era, the early Middle Ages, with barbarian kingdoms arising from the ruins of the once great power, shaping a new Europe. All that the Romans had built over centuries, investing labor and talent, roads that connected peoples, cities that were centers of trade, infrastructure that provided comfort, fell into the hands of barbarians who did not understand the value of civilization. Though they admired Rome, they could not sustain its grandeur, contributing to its destruction. Europe, deprived of order, plunged into chaos that lasted for centuries, descending into the Dark Ages. The great migrations of peoples, ending the ancient world, did not simply put an end to Rome. They marked the beginning of a new civilization, leaving an indelible mark on history. Thus, the fall of Rome, ordained by history, was not an instantaneous event that occurred suddenly, but a protracted process that lasted for centuries, not days, filling the lives of Romans with chaos. The Goths, breaching Rome's defenses, were the first to shatter the Roman myth of invincibility, shaking belief in its greatness. The Huns, bursting into Europe, shook Rome to its foundations, destroying cities and sowing terror, causing immense destruction in Gaul and Italy, depriving them of their former prosperity. But the Vandals, with their cruelty, put the final nail in the coffin of Rome's history, capturing wealthy Roman provinces and depriving the empire of its last hope of revival. Western Rome, doomed by fate, was not destroyed by a single people who became its enemy, nor was it devastated by nature. Its tragic demise, which did not come swiftly, was the result of a prolonged decay that corroded the empire from within, internal conflicts that destabilized it, and an inability to adapt to new realities that changed over time. After the barbarians breached the defenses and sacked Rome in the year 410, it became clear that the Western Roman Empire, engulfed in chaos, was inexorably heading towards its end, and there was no salvation. Despite the desperate attempts made by the Romans to hold on to power and maintain control over territories, the provinces, far from the center, gradually slipped out of control, becoming independent, and the barbarian chieftains, having seized power, became the real rulers of the former Roman lands, establishing their own order. The Goths, having arrived in Rome, founded their own thriving kingdom in Gaul and Spain. The Vandals conquered North Africa, forming a state, and the Franks and Burgundians established themselves in the territory of present-day France, gaining strength. The Roman emperors, living in luxury, no longer governed the state in the full sense of the word, having lost their power. Their influence extended only to Italy, and even there their weakening authority depended on the mercy of the barbarian warlords who were growing ever stronger, which was humiliating. In the end, in the year 476, this fragile order, founded on force, finally collapsed, unable to stand the test of time, and the last emperor of the West was a young boy whose name has forever remained in history as a symbol of tragedy. Romulus Augustulus, who ascended the throne. By the middle of the 5th century, the Western Roman Empire, mired in chaos, had effectively ceased to exist as a centralized state, having lost its former glory. The power of the emperors became nominal, without force, and real power was in the hands of military leaders relying on the army, who were themselves barbarians or commanded mercenary barbarian troops, usurping authority. The last of these commanders, who influenced the fate of the empire, was Orestes, a Roman general of Germanic origin who became a barbarian. In the year 475, having overthrown the previous emperor Julius Nepos and seizing power, he placed his son, the adolescent Romulus Augustulus, on the throne. The new emperor's name, symbolizing rebirth, was both symbolic and tragic. Romulus was the name of the legendary founder of Rome, and Augustulus meant Little Augustus, alluding to the first emperor, Augustus, who created the empire. However, this new founder and Augustus, unlike his great predecessors, did not become a great ruler, failing to change anything, but turned out to be merely a pawn in a game that could no longer be won, which predetermined his fate. Romulus Augustulus was only a teenager, and all decisions for him, due to his young age, were made by his father Orestes, who, in fact, having concentrated power in his hands, ruled the remnants of the Western Empire, which was declining. But his power, based on force, was precarious due to external and internal threats. The main power in Italy at that time was the Germanic mercenaries serving in the Roman army, receiving payment for this, whose power was growing. For a long time they remained loyal to Rome, defending its interests. But now, realizing their strength, they began to demand land in Italy from Orestes, who held a high position, so that they could settle there with their families, building homes, which would change the ethnic makeup. Orestes, understanding the danger of the situation, refused to fulfill their demands, not wanting to give away land, and this became a signal for the barbarians to rebel, sweeping away all obstacles. Odoacer, a military leader of Germanic origin, who enjoyed influence in the army, who had previously loyally served Rome, but now, feeling his power, understood that he could take power into his own hands, preventing anarchy, became the head of the rebels. In the year 476, his troops, having risen to power, marched on Ravenna, which was then the capital of the Western Roman Empire, displaying both might and resolve. Orestes, receiving no assistance, attempted to resist the invaders, but his army, weak and outnumbered, was crushed. He himself, fighting to the last, was captured and, like many others, soon executed, losing his life. Following this, Odoacer, meeting no further resistance, entered Ravenna and demanded that the young and defenseless Romulus Augustulus, stripped of his authority, abdicate the throne, dictating his will. Romulus Augustulus, lacking an army to protect him and possessing no real power, found himself helpless against the conqueror and tyrant, succumbing to the pressure. On the 4th of September, 476, acknowledging his powerlessness, he officially abdicated, bringing an end to the Roman Empire, once a symbol of power and authority. However, unlike many deposed rulers of that turbulent era, known for their cruelty, he was spared death by an act of mercy. Odoacer, realizing that the boy, stripped of power, posed no threat to his rule, sent him into exile in Campania, granting him refuge. There, according to some accounts, though unconfirmed by documents, he lived out his days in relative peace, far from the corridors of power, experiencing tranquility. Sadly, little is known about his later life, and it remains shrouded in mystery. Some historical sources, rooted in legend, claim he died soon after his overthrow, broken in spirit. Others, relying on conjecture, suggest he lived to a ripe old age, surviving the upheaval. The most important and symbolic aspect of this event was that Odoacer, having seized power, did not proclaim himself the new Roman emperor, as many usurpers before him had done, striving for control. Instead, acknowledging the authority of the East, he sent the trappings of imperial power, now devoid of significance, to Constantinople, symbolically declaring that the West no longer needed its own emperor, and that he now recognized the sole rule of the Eastern Emperor Zeno, submitting to his authority. In effect, this marked the tragic end of the Western Roman Empire, sealing its doom. Although Roman institutions, having lost their power, formally persisted for some time in Italy, displaying weakness, and the title of Roman Emperor was retained in the East, in Byzantium, the fall of Romulus Augustulus, the last emperor, brought to a close an entire and glorious epoch of Rome, leaving an indelible mark on history. Rome, for centuries the center of civilization, the heart of culture, ceased to be a political force, having lost its power, giving way to barbarians. Europe, deprived of protection, finally entered the Middle Ages, succeeding antiquity, where no longer Roman emperors, who had glorified Rome, reigned, but barbarian kings, inspiring terror. Thus, tragically and ingloriously, ended the story of the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, bringing the empire to its close. Romulus Augustulus, unlike his predecessors, was not a great general, did not enact reforms, and did not become renowned for wise governance. But his name is forever, albeit tragically, etched in history, as a symbol of the end of one of the world's greatest empires, a testament to its decline. He was the last Roman emperor in the West, after whom the Roman Empire, having fractured, existed only in the East, in the form of Byzantium, inheriting Roman culture, which continued its story for another 1,000 years, exerting influence. After the barbarians, overcoming resistance, sacked Rome in the year 410, sending shockwaves across the world, it became clear that the Western Roman Empire, torn by internal strife, was inexorably moving towards its tragic demise, and there was no salvation to be found. Despite the desperate attempts made by the Romans to retain power and defend their lands, provinces far from the center gradually slipped from their grasp, gaining independence. Barbarian chieftains, relying on force, became the real rulers of former Roman lands, establishing their own order. The Goths, seizing territories, founded their own flourishing kingdom in Gaul and Spain. The Vandals, known for their brutality, conquered North Africa, depriving Rome of its grain supply. The Franks and Burgundians, succeeding Rome, established themselves in the territory of modern-day France, dividing it among themselves. The Roman emperors, having lost power, no longer governed the state in the full sense of the word, but were mere puppets in the hands of barbarians, their influence extending only to Italy, and even there their authority, lacking strength, depended on the favor of barbarian warlords who bribed them. In the year 476, marking the fall of Rome, the last emperor of the West, Romulus Augustulus, stripped of power, was overthrown, signaling the end of an era. The Western Roman Empire, in a state of decline, ceased to exist, succumbing to fate. However, fortunately, far to the east, a portion of the empire remained, inheriting Roman culture, which survived this tragic crisis and continued to exist, bearing the light of civilization to the world. Now that Rome had fallen, the barbarians, once hired to defend the empire, were no longer content with the role of mercenaries. They became the true masters of the former Roman lands. For many years, their settlements thrived throughout Europe, and they can still be found in modern nations. The Eastern Roman Empire, later known as Byzantium, had cities that survived the devastation and were able to endure. It included Greece, Egypt, and Asia Minor. In 1453, the Western Rome had fallen, which made Byzantium the last stronghold of the Roman heritage. Among all the Byzantine rulers, Emperor Justinian I was among the most influential. He expanded Byzantine's territory as well as improved the political, religious, and artistic aspects of the empire. Justinian I not only dreamed of strengthening the Eastern Empire, but he also dreamed of reclaiming the territories of the West, as well as resurrecting Rome in its former greatness. The Eastern Roman Empire, later known as Byzantium, unlike its Western counterpart, possessed several key advantages that allowed it to flourish. Constantinople, the capital of Byzantium, was sturdy and well defended. A thriving economy and qualified officials were able to administer the empire effectively. These differences helped Byzantium not only survive, but also eventually thrive as a powerful force. Justinian I, as one of Byzantium's most remarkable leaders, helped preserve this thriving period. He not only defended the Eastern Empire, but also made a bold attempt to reclaim lands in the Western Roman Empire, as well as unite the territory in order to bring the Roman rule back to the Mediterranean. Justinian was born into a poor peasant family. Justinian's uncle had connections that helped the young man rise his way to power, as Justinian did. The uncle who built a career in the military field, as well as eventually became emperor. Justinian ascended to the throne after his uncle's death, as well as began to rule with unwavering confidence. In order to restore the former power of the Roman Empire, Justinian initiated several key reforms that helped shape the future of Byzantium, including the Justinian Code. Justinian paid attention to governance, knowing that a strong legal system was essential to restoring the empire. He tasked Tribonian, his advisor, with collecting, reviewing, and systematizing all Roman laws, as well as enacting new ones. The result was the Justinian Code. This was a comprehensive collection of laws that became not only the foundation for Byzantium's legal system, but also helped shape the legal frameworks used by many European nations for centuries. Only with the strength of the legal system could Justinian now turn to his dream of restoring Rome to its former glory. For Justinian, military might had to be able to reclaim what had been lost, to return the Roman Empire to its former borders. He was blessed to find a general named Belisarius. Justinian found the perfect man to carry out his plans, Belisarius, a talented commander. He was the one who led the Byzantine army to victory. First, a crushing blow was dealt to the Persians in the east, and then the gaze turned to the west, where it was planned to reclaim the lost provinces. The first destination was Carthage, which was then under the rule of the Vandals. Belisarius arrived in North Africa in 533 AD. Very quickly, he was able to destroy the Vandal kingdom. Only in 555, after decades of bloody battles, was Italy, exhausted by war, completely conquered, and once again became part of the empire, a victory. However, unfortunately, the costly restoration of the West proved short-lived, and hopes were dashed. Justinian, who went down in history, managed to defeat the Gothic and Vandal kingdoms, restoring Roman power, but he could not hold their territories for long, as they fell into the hands of enemies. Italy, ravaged by the long war, quickly became easy prey for new conquerors, the Lombards, known for their brutality. Soon, undermining its power, new threats began to arise, calling into question the very existence of the empire. In the Balkans, the Slavs and Avars became active, threatening security, and in the east, Persia, thirsting for power, once again grew stronger. In addition to the external threats that he had to fight, Justinian, who was at the height of his fame, also faced internal problems that threatened the empire. In 532, a major Nika revolt broke out in Constantinople, in which citizens dissatisfied with the emperor, incited by schemers, tried to overthrow him, destroying the city. However, with the help of his wife Theodora, known for her wisdom and courage, Justinian, showing determination, not only suppressed the revolt, shedding blood, but also used this crisis to strengthen his power, ridding himself of enemies. Despite the difficulties and upheavals, the reign of Justinian, who left his mark on history, left a grand legacy, shaping the future. Byzantium, having weathered the crisis, remained a powerful force. Constantinople continued to be a center of the world, culture and commerce, and the Justinian Code, absorbing the best of Roman law, shaped the foundations of European law that exist to this day. But the most majestic and enduring symbol of his era, capturing the imagination, was the Hagia Sophia, built after the devastating Nika revolt, which became the main temple of the Christian world, glorifying its creator. Justinian's attempt, showing his talent to restore the Roman Empire to its former borders, unfortunately was not fully successful. But thanks to his efforts, Byzantium, preserving Roman culture, remained the successor to Rome for centuries to come, carrying on its traditions. As the West, overrun by barbarians, descended into feudal fragmentation under the rule of kings, the Eastern Empire, led by Byzantium, stood firm, weathered every crisis and war, and entered the new millennium as a bastion of civilization, preserving the legacy of antiquity and becoming a center of enlightenment. The pursuit of peace was just one facet of Rome's enduring character. Equally, if not more, crucial were the elements that formed the bedrock of Rome's legacy, surviving to this day. Among the most significant of these global influences is the legal system crafted by the Romans. The Justinian Code, compiled in the 6th century, systematically organized and summarized centuries of accumulated Roman laws. This comprehensive compendium became the foundation for legal systems in medieval Europe and numerous modern nations, establishing new standards. Concepts such as civil law, ensuring order, private property, protecting ownership, contractual obligations, regulating relationships, and judicial procedures, guaranteeing fairness, all originate from Roman legislation, underscoring its profound impact. Even now, in contemporary times, many countries worldwide still operate under legal norms rooted in the principles of Roman law, which has maintained its relevance. Another vital part of Rome's heritage, attesting to its power, is its architecture, which impresses with its grandeur. Skilled builders, the Romans left behind thousands of roads that connected the world, bridges that facilitated travel, aqueducts that supplied cities with water, and buildings that served society, many of which still stand, inspiring awe with their magnificence. Their engineering achievements, ahead of their time, capture the imagination. Roman bridges and roads remained functional for centuries after the empire's fall, and the dome of the Pantheon, preserved to this day, remains one of the greatest architectural structures in the world, a testament to Roman genius. Medieval builders, inspired by Roman art, emulated Roman buildings, utilizing arches, columns, and domes, paying homage to their predecessors. Even modern soccer stadiums, designed for entertainment, are built on the principles of Roman amphitheaters, such as the Colosseum, demonstrating this continuity. Equally important as a unifying force is Rome's linguistic legacy, which has enriched the world. Although Latin, once thriving, eventually ceased to be used in everyday life, giving way to other languages, it did not disappear without a trace. Instead, it transformed and culturally influenced the Romance languages, uniting people through Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian. Even in English, a Germanic language that is significantly different, a considerable portion of the words used in daily speech are of Latin origin, ingrained within its structure. Furthermore, Latin, encompassing the wisdom of ages, long remained the language of science, preserving its significance in medicine, honoring physicians, and in jurisprudence, ensuring justice. Until the 19th century, most scientific treatises summarizing accumulated experience were written in Latin, and even today, Latin terms are used in medicine as a sign of respect for tradition, highlighting its enduring influence. The Roman system of governance, which allowed for territorial control, and its social organization, which built stability, also had a tremendous and long-lasting impact on subsequent eras, shaping the world. Medieval kingdoms, emerging from the ruins of Rome, adopted the Roman system of administration, effectively managing affairs, the principles of taxation, securing the treasury and military organization, protecting borders, all following Rome's example. Many European monarchs, aspiring to greatness, styled their rulers as emperors, emulating Roman traditions and considering themselves their successors. Even the Holy Roman Empire, which existed from the 10th to the 19th centuries in the heart of Europe, sought to preserve the idea of Roman unity, uniting different peoples, albeit in a new format, attesting to Rome's enduring power. Christianity, which became the state religion of Rome in the 4th century, thanks to Constantine, also became an important part of the Roman legacy, spreading throughout the world. It was through the Roman Empire's conversion to Christianity that the religion spread throughout Europe, flourishing and becoming the dominant religion of the West, leaving its mark on history. The Pope, head of the Catholic Church, embodying spiritual authority, is still based in Rome, sanctifying it with his presence, and many Christian churches and rites, observed by believers, originate from Roman traditions, paying homage to the past. Even Rome's military art, based on discipline, continues to influence the modern world, honoring its legacy. Strategies developed by brilliant Roman generals were studied and successfully employed in subsequent centuries, proving their effectiveness. The principles of Roman warfare, which brought them fame, the division of the army into legions, ensuring flexibility, strict discipline, guaranteeing order, and the engineering support of troops, facilitating movement, formed the basis of the military systems of many European countries which adopted these strategies. Many European cities that still exist today were founded by the Romans, establishing civilization, and still bear their names, such as London, Londinium, Paris, Lutetia, and Vienna, Vindobona, honoring the memory of Rome. Modern calendars, used by people everywhere, are based on the Roman calendar, and the names of the months come from Latin, leaving their mark on everyday life. The clock, which we use to measure time, was invented by the Romans, who divided the day into 24 hours, creating a system. Even Roman numerals, familiar to everyone, are still used to denote centuries, glorifying history. Chapter numbers in books, helping to navigate, and commemorative dates, immortalizing events. Thus, despite the tragic fall of the Roman Empire, destroyed by barbarians, its influence has not disappeared, leaving an indelible mark on history. It endures and continues to live in law, shaping relationships, language, uniting people, architecture, inspiring with beauty, religion, inspiring with faith, culture, defining values, and even in the principles of government, ensuring order. Roman civilization, despite having fallen, did not simply fade into the past, leaving behind memories. It became a solid foundation on which the subsequent world was built and continues to be built. And even today, 1500 years after the fall of Rome, we continue to live in a world largely shaped by the influence of the Roman legacy, which is impressive. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476, which marked the end of an era, its power, long shaping the destiny of Europe, finally vanished, giving way to barbarians. But the Roman legacy, which had influenced the world, continued to live on in various forms, reminding everyone of its presence. Laws ensuring order, architecture inspiring with its grandeur, language uniting peoples, and administrative traditions ensuring stability were preserved and adopted by new states that arose from the empire's ruins, attesting to its enduring power. However, one of the most potent and enduring Roman institutions, which not only survived the empire's fall, but surprisingly transformed into a new center of power, wielding enormous influence, was the papacy. guiding the faithful. Rome, having lost its political power as the former capital of great emperors making momentous decisions, now, with the advent of Christianity, was becoming the spiritual capital of the Christian world, regaining new glory. It was here that the Bishop of Rome, known to the world as the Pope, successor to the Apostle Peter, gradually gained strength and evolved into one of the most influential and significant figures in medieval Europe, wielding influence over kings. Christianity, originating in Judea, became the official religion of the Roman Empire as early as the 4th century, thanks to the visionary Emperor Constantine the Great, who united it. Following this pivotal event, the Bishop of Rome, enjoying considerable influence, gradually acquired a special status among other Christian leaders, as Rome, with its glorious history, was considered the empire's principal city, the center of the world, and the Pope himself, the guardian of the faith, was perceived as the successor of St. Peter, Christ's disciple, who was regarded as the first bishop of Rome, having founded the Christian community. However, as long as the Roman Empire existed, the Pope's power, despite his authority, was limited by the authority of the emperor. The emperor remained the true and sovereign ruler, appointing bishops, convening church councils, and making key decisions in religious matters, subordinating the church to the state. Yet, when the Western Roman Empire, weakened by upheavals, fell under the onslaught of barbarians, it was the papacy, preserving the faith, that became the main symbol of the continuity of Roman authority, carrying Roman traditions into a new world. In the absence of a strong secular government deprived of power, the Pope, concentrating immense spiritual authority in his hands, gradually assumed not only spiritual but also political leadership, consolidating his influence. In the early Middle Ages, as barbarian kings established their states on the ruins of Rome, the Pope, thanks to his spiritual authority, remained the single figure whose influence was recognized by all Christians, regardless of their origin. Even kings, descended from barbarian tribes, sought the support of the papacy to strengthen their rule, because recognition by the Roman bishop, considered the successor of the Apostle Peter, gave their reign legitimacy, sanctified by religion, making it lawful. This led to the papacy gradually becoming a kind of spiritual empire, stretching across Europe, which united Europe despite its political fragmentation, establishing a common order. One of the earliest and most striking examples of the papacy's new influence in Europe, attesting to its rise, was the reign of Pope Gregory I, also known as Gregory the Great, who held the throne from 590 to 604, leaving his mark on history. During this period, Italy, weakened by wars, suffered from the invasion of the Lombards, who ravaged the land. Byzantium, nominally governing these territories but located far away, could not effectively defend the region, leaving it to its own devices. Then, Gregory the Great, taking the initiative, took matters into his own hands without waiting for help. He established diplomatic relations with the Lombards, managing to reach agreements with them, organized the defense of Rome by strengthening its defenses, and began reforming church administration, bringing order to it. It was under him that the papacy, for the first time in history, acted as an independent and influential political player, acting on its own, independently of the emperor in Constantinople, which testified to its strength. But the real triumph of papal power, which glorified Rome, came in the Middle Ages, when the Roman popes became influential arbiters of Europe's destiny, interfering in politics and determining its course. In the year 800, symbolizing the rise of the papacy, Pope Leo III, possessing authority, crowned the victorious Charlemagne, proclaiming him Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, uniting territories. This event symbolized the birth of a new Western European civilization based on Christianity, in which the Pope, as the successor to the Apostle Peter, played the role of spiritual leader, guiding the faithful, and the emperor acted as the secular ruler, protecting the church. Thus, the idea of the Roman Empire continued to exist, despite its fall, but in a new form, through the alliance of the papacy and the German kings, who provided support. Over the following centuries, the power of the Roman popes, supported by the Catholic Church, grew, spreading its influence. In the 11th century, Pope Gregory VII, whose name remained in history, declared that the Pope was the supreme ruler of all Christians in the world, and that even the powerful kings who ruled countries had to submit to him, recognizing his authority. This declaration, challenging the secular authorities, caused a serious conflict between the papacy, striving for power, and the secular rulers, defending their interests, especially with the emperors of the Holy Roman Empire, who were unwilling to submit. However, the Pope, securing support, gradually achieved his goal, glorifying Rome. In the year 1077, Emperor Henry IV, showing humility, was forced, begging for forgiveness, to go to Canossa, and for 3 long days, patiently waiting, await forgiveness from the Pope, demonstrating his submission, which became a symbol of papal power, achieved through influence. In addition to political power, allowing it to interfere in the affairs of states, the papacy, thanks to its organization, also possessed economic power, acquiring wealth. The Roman Church, strengthening its influence, owned vast landholdings, collected taxes and tithes from believers, and controlled wealthy monasteries, which made it influential. In the Middle Ages, the papacy, gaining strength, transformed into an independent state, possessing territory and power, known as the Papal States, which, demonstrating the power of the Church, existed in the heart of Italy until the 19th century, influencing the world. Over time, the influence of the Roman popes became even wider, spreading throughout the world. They organized crusades, spreading faith, intervened in European politics, deciding the fates of states, and determined the destinies of peoples, dictating their will. In the 16th century, despite the Reformation, which shook the world, and the emergence of Protestantism, which weakened the Catholic Church and its head, the Pope, still remained one of the most important forces in the world, continuing to exert influence. Even in the 21st century, the Vatican, the successor to the medieval papacy, remains an independent state, honoring traditions, and the Pope, as in the past, continues to influence international politics, being an important figure. Thus, after the tragic fall of the Western Roman Empire, the papacy became a new center of power, replacing the emperor, which united Europe in a spiritual sense, spreading Christianity. Preserving traditions, it inherited Roman traditions, transformed into a powerful political force, and played a key role in shaping the medieval and modern world, continuing to influence humanity. Although the Roman emperors, who ruled the world, disappeared from the historical scene, glorifying Rome, the power born in the Eternal City did not disappear without a trace, but continued to exist, transformed, but now in the person of the Pope of Rome, continuing the work of Peter.